The Cricket World Cup.
You're with Grandstand.
On mobile, online, on ABC Local Radio, Grandstand Digital, and on BBC 5 Live Sports Extra.
Let's take you straight there. Your commentary team, Jim Maxwell and Jeremy Coney.
Of this game with Tim Southey below us. He's very close to it. As he gets to the edge of the circle, he's only got to walk another 15 paces and he's over the boundary. So he's going to bowl the first ball to Finch. Here we go. Southey in, bowls to Finch, and it's wide, and he chases it, and it is a wide. The umpires here, Maria Erasmus, standing with Richard Illingworth, and that was a loosener, you'd have to say, from Southey, who's scratching away down on the popping crease there where his front foot landed. Maybe he just slid as he landed, but it was short and wide, and Finch, he was after it. He said, 2 weeks of no cricket. Let me have a go at something, please. I'm sick of batting in the nets. I want to play.
The danger to that ball was a hernia, really, from the batsman.
3 slips in here. First up. So Southey tries again. He charges up and bowls to Finch, and Finch goes back and whips him away through mid-wicket. He's beaten the infield. It's running out towards the boundary. It will be overhauled just inside the line, and the result will be 3 runs. So a wide and a 3 to start the game. So Australia may be a little rusty coming into this without any cricket in the middle for 2 weeks, but I think they would look at it this way. It's a long season. A bit of a break doesn't hurt anybody. Come back fresh on what looks to be a good pitch and take your chances. And here's a big moment for both teams. Warner. New Zealand will want to get rid of him very, very quickly. If ever a man's got hunger for the one-day game, it's Warner, whose record comparatively is not as strong here as it is in Test match cricket. And he wants to amend that. So 2 slips with a point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on. I mean, this looks like a kid's ground end-to-end. It's tiny. Southey comes up and bowls now. Warner down the leg side. That's a wide. We've gone wide, 3 wide. Nervousness. Anxiousness, what is it with Southey? Just can't quite get the radar so far.
No, not yet, but I suppose that he will be pleased to see that last one just come back in, to swing away to a right-hander, so back into Warner. And that's what New Zealand will want to see. If they can get it to move early on and then get the radar right, precision, that's been missing so far, then there's some danger. None so far.
Southey again, he runs in and bowls and pitches it on the pads. It moved a little bit in towards leg from middle, and he just tucked it away with a sweeper back, and he found that little gap through the infield with no close protection. So they're both off the mark, the Australian openers. It's Warner, Finch, Watson, Clark, Smith, Maxwell, Marsh, Haddon, Johnson, Stark and Cummins for Australia in this game. 2 changes from the side that defeated England. Cummins replacing Hazelwood, and of course Michael Clark back in the side for George Bailey. 3 slips for Finch. Southey comes up, pitches up, and he flicks him for 4 down to fine leg, just slightly off line, and Finch helped it on its way. And that would have been 4 at the Adelaide Oval, not just at Eden Park. Easy pickings so far for the openers. Just not finding the line that you require. And like most captains, McCullum now says, look, we can't cover the whole ground. It's too big with just the number of fielders. We got the 9 of them. So he generally leaves that area down fine, quite open, and so that the fine leg himself is quite square. Southey tries again. He runs into Finch, and Finch drives attractively towards mid-off. Didn't really get hold of it, and it was tidied up on the edge of the offside field, mid-off to extra cover for a dot. So there you go. A dot ball, but 10 runs already, and we still have 2 deliveries to come in this opening over. That's been the nature of the scoring in this competition. It's been explosive.
What about that hitting yesterday?
Well,
de Villiers.
If you want to read a good piece, read Malcolm Knox in the Sydney Morning Herald on that innings. It's a wonderful piece of writing. Southey pitches up, and it's worked to the onside. It's knocked down, but they'll get a single because it was not cleaned up easily on the offside, and they get another run. So that ticks the board over to 11. Elliott at mid-wicket doing the diving. Another valuable player in this very confident New Zealand side. But Southey's just struggling a little bit here. There's not much margin for error, I would have thought, playing cricket here if you're a bowler. Yes, Jason Holder, he'd be the one who'd be a bit worried about bowling again, having watched that last night, as he hooks the next ball and gets an edge over the keeper's head. Buys. No, he missed it. It was a bouncer from Southey. Warner went after it compulsively. And I thought he may have got a nick, but he didn't. It just bounced too much. Wasn't a wide, and it's gone for buys. 4 buys. So, Australia winning the toss, batting. Setting the tone, none for 15 after the first over.
Really good over for Australia. Southey really didn't settle at all in his rhythm. He wasn't able to threaten the stumps. Perhaps the last ball was reasonably decent. It was a bouncer, and Warner unable to catch up with it, but it went over kind of leg stump. And it went over also Ronke as well. So there's bounce in this pitch while the ball is still hard and new. New Zealand fielding has been athletic so far, and nimble and agile and quick across the surface. It wasn't required in that over at all because Southey was just too offline. A little bit of movement, but I would have thought a huge kind of confidence builder for the Australian openers.
This could be a very big scoring game. Fast outfield, good pitch, batsmen intent on taking the bowling on. That's the nature of this game. That's what T20 has done. Now Bolt comes in and he tucks up Finch and takes the pad. It trickles around the corner, and it's tidied up by Ronke as they get a leg by. So we've had every sundry except a no ball so far, and we haven't had wides. Oh yes, two wides, 4 buys, 1 leg by, and no balls, and the score's leapt to 16 from, well, we've had, what's that, 9 deliveries bowled. And Warner's on strike. He's doing his usual crouching waggle, and 3 slips are in for him. So New Zealand intent on striking early here. McCullum backing his bowlers to find something from the edge of the bat and have Warner nicking off. Bolt comes in and bowls. Warner's back. He pulls the ball off the edge. It goes for 6 off the top edge. That has cleared the boundary below us, and that is the nature of this ground. That was a total hopeless miscue, and it's gone off the top edge over the slips for 6.
It's tough on bowlers here, this place. This, as I say, idiosyncratic sort of shape to this ground, a rugby ground. It runs the other way, unfortunately, so it's very short behind the keeper and behind the batsman.
Bolt tries again to Warner, and Warner back and hits the ball over cover. He's chipped it off the back foot out towards the square cover boundary, and they'll go through for a couple of runs. Another extraordinary stroke. It had the look of intent to me, Jeremy, as he played that. He didn't actually middle it, but I think he was trying to chip it over the offside field, and he cleared them.
Deliberate stroke to go up and over. Just had enough room to play the stroke because Bolt was a little bit wide and a little bit short. But New Zealand haven't settled. Australia taking command.
None for 24 in the second over. Bolt goes up to Warner. Warner drives and he almost nicks it. He's been a bit caught up in this, and he saw the ball outside the off stump, and that's an area he loves to go at the bowling. There's a fine line between success and failure sometimes in this game, and that may have been one of those moments. But he is the old cat on the bricks here. He's ready to roll. It's as if Australia have been claustrophobic, locked up for 2 weeks.
They've let them out.
They let the kids out of the house.
Under the stand.
Yep.
Threw them a bit of raw meat during the week, and out they let them out on Saturdays.
Bolt goes in again, and he leaves it, showing a little bit more discernment outside the off stump. He didn't throw his bat at it as he was doing at the start of the over. He's 9, Finch is 8. Australia, none for 24. What is par for this course, for goodness sake?
Well, yeah, there haven't been many totals over sort of 330 here, but you feel today could be the day that is going to be threatened. It's just the outfield looks relatively quick, but a good pitch.
Bolt goes in and bowls to Warner. Warner chases it and drives it on the bounce to Wellington the covers, and it's a dot ball to finish the over. That gets the applause of the crowd, who are probably mainly supporting the locals. You'd expect that, and they want to see an early wicket. But at the moment, what they're seeing, runs. 24 from 2 overs.
A lot of the crowd wearing those burnt orange T-shirts. Can you see them all around there, Jim?
It's worth $1 million, isn't it?
Setting for a catch, exactly. Difficult when you got the seats, isn't it, really? You really like to have a bank so that you can move and roam around a little and change your position. Very difficult, I would have thought, just standing in one seat, climbing down over people to take the catch. One-handed catch, though, Jim.
It's got to be one-hander. Yeah, I'd be a fly third man.
Right.
That'd be the place. Southey comes up and bowls to Finch, and Finch chases this and hits it for 6. It's gone way into the crowd, and it's dropped. And it had the wrong coloured shirt on anyway. 2 fellas had to go at it and dropped it. But they weren't wearing the right shirts.
They weren't.
Oh, my goodness. What a shot from Finch.
Very clean stroke. Clean hitting from Finch. The first one, Southey's actually got on the stumps, really. But its length was awry, so off she went. Take a hike.
Oh, that was an 8. That was a big hit, even with a short boundary. None for 30. Southey in again, bowling to Finch, and Finch this time drives him, bowled him, lost his off pole. He went for another big drive, and Southey's got the wicket, and this does bring the crowd to life. They love that. The off stump cartwheeling out of the ground, and Finch has been dismissed for a very rapid but brief 14 from 7 balls, and it's 1 for 30 in the 3rd over.
Just moved away slightly and may have gone outside the bat of Finch as it was pitched well up, inviting the big shot in between bat and pad. Perhaps looking to the onside slightly to repeat the last stroke. So Southey wins that battle, but you've got to keep taking wickets, don't you, Jim, in this game? You must keep attacking. It's changed so much, the nature of this. There's no defending the ground any longer.
The risk-reward in this game, things can turn in a moment. And now Watson, who at his last and only appearance in this World Cup, got a superb delivery early on from Wokes and from Broad, and nicked it. First delivery, he was out for a primary, a golden duck, the last time he appeared. So here's another potential big moment in the day's proceedings, because this is the size ground that Watson would go a thumping on if he gets in. So well bowled Southey. He kept the ball up and gave himself a chance of knocking Finch over.
And I think that's what, if the ball is moving, that's what New Zealand will probably feel as their best chance. Yes, invite, and you know, as you're saying, the risk reward, you're going to be hit down the ground a bit, but you also got the chance. And McCullum's backing his bowlers with that cordon of slips, 3 of them at the moment.
Watson scratches out his guard. Once more, we have 3 slips in place.
Can he get that pad, that little errant front leg?
Or the nick. All sorts of possibilities with the first ball. Watson takes his time and now settles. The crowd behind Southey, they want another wicket. He comes in and bowls, and Watson whips him away hard to deep square for a boundary. It's easy pickings here if the ball beats the field. That was full at the line of his pads. And Watson very neatly, without any body movement, just the flash of his bat, sent the ball scurrying away to square leg for 4. 1 for 34. This is T20-ish, the way the game started.
Well, that was easy pickings, as you said. It's just full ball, leg stump. Yeah, just shin high, really, looking for a Yorker, missed the target.
Yeah. Watson settles again. More from Southey. He rushes in and pitches just outside the line. Just a hint of a bit of movement, but Watson just saw it was offline and let it go through. So we're actually at the southern end of the ground.
We're at the southern stand, that's right.
Yeah. So it's a north-south pitch.
That's correct.
Perfect. When it used to be east-west.
Yes, used to run, that's right, just slightly on the angle, but virtually at, right angles to what we're looking at the moment. I mean, even with that sort of configuration, it was still very short down to this southern stand.
It looks at the Southie bowls, and Watson goes through the onside again. It's running away towards the boundary. It's being chased. Will it be cut off? Yes, just inside the boundary. Bolt's out there. They get 2 runs as a Watson very quietly went up and down for a couple to take him to 6. Warner's 9. Finch out. Lost his off pole. A good delivery from Southie that went between bat and pad. He hit a 4 and a 6. And he was out in the 3rd over. But already the score is 36 after Australia won the toss and decided to bat. The buzz from the crowd is starting to get us all going. The atmosphere is wonderful. Southie pitches right up, draws Watson forward, and he pushes it quietly away into the onside. Milne's down there to save it. And umpire Maria Erasmus says that's the end of the over. Southie, 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 23. It's 1 for 36 after 3. Jim Maxwell and Jeremy Coney here on a sunny day at Eden Park.
12 runs and over so far for Australia. That's a cracking start, isn't it? Okay, they've lost a wicket, and he's a key man. Finch is I think he's a wonderful player, Aaron Finch. So that's a good wicket as far as New Zealand are concerned. Warner, of course, is still there. There are so many delicious kind of combinations, you know, in this match. Individual sort of confrontations too. So Warner, McCullum, you know, you've got the youngsters, haven't you? You've got Smith and you've got Williamson together as well. How will that end up? How will Taylor and Clark at the other end of the spectrum, if you like, the experienced men? Both a bit scratchy at the moment. So yes, there's lots and lots of them. They're mouth-watering kind of little confrontations.
Now, Bolt bowls, Warner goes back to a quickish ball on his stumps. And the crowd involved in the game, like the audience at a great theatre. They're waiting for the actors to come up with something. And like most of us who go to a play we've not seen before, we don't know what the story is. And that's the same when you go to a cricket match. You don't really know. You have some idea about what could happen. And with Warner, you think it's going to be an explosion at any moment as Bolt runs up and tries him again, and he's driving through the covers. Yes, he's got it away. Didn't time it, but he'll collect a couple of runs as they scamper through easily towards deep extra cover in this extraordinarily shaped ground. Well, it's a rugby ground that's got a cricket pitch in the middle of it. That's what it is. And Warner's 11, and the score's 38 in the 4th over.
Good stroke, wasn't it? Just flowingly appropriate to the bowled ball, and just controlled it nicely as it just moved away a tad from him.
Chance of a nick. Bolt goes in. Warner forward, well bowled on a link, knocked down by Bolt, and he's followed through. Warner showing his intent, moving out of the creases. Bolt misfielded, but he wasn't going anywhere. He just always wants to put the bowler and the opposition on notice with his body language as much as his bat. And something else sometimes as well, just to add a bit more flavour to it. Not short of a word, as we know. But when he's batting, he's normally in a sort of cocoon of concentration. And the more he goes, it seems his judgment gets better and better. We'll see. Bolt goes up and bowls. Warner's back, turns it through square. There's a man back, so they only get a single. And Warner is 13, and the score is 39. In the 4th over. 1 for 39. It's quite a sight, this ground, actually. It's a very good looking spot for cricket, other than these very idiosyncratic, eccentric, short, straight boundaries.
Yeah, and that's going to be, I think, a key thing of what are the bowlers going to do to try and prevent strokes being played towards those. I mean, they're the enticement, aren't they, for a batsman to play. Of course, the New Zealanders, as I've said, they will say, OK, we'll have a go at it. If we can move it, we've got a chance too. But will they bowl full and a bit wider? Will they drop their length a little bit to bring the wider boundaries into play more? That'll be interesting to observe throughout this game.
Short mid-wicket and one slip. Bolt bowls, Watson leaves on the angle across him. Good bounce and carry.
That's more like it.
No problem with the Knicks carrying here, I would think, today.
Let it go.
Yes.
We like that.
Real cricket.
Yes.
Yes, there was a man on heat out there with Finch, having got 100 in his last innings, and he was just going at everything. The ball before he was bowled, he smashed high into the stand in front of us for 6. Bolt's on his way towards Watson, and Watson goes forward, digs out a Yorker, toe crusher from Bolt, squeezed him, and it went away on the onside for another dot. 1 for 39, 4 overs gone. Finch out for 14, Warner's 12, Watson 6, Jeremy Coney, and then Simon Mann.
That was a ripper of a delivery from Bolt to complete the over. His second full, coming back in towards, as I say, that slightly suspect pad of Watson, and just missed hitting it. And Watson was just awake but not aroused, and just got the bat down to it, stabbing down, and he fell because of the effort at the last moment to get a bat and not a leg on it. Hello, Simon.
Hello, Joe. What a start.
Fever pitch.
It is, isn't it?
This has started like a war, this whole drama, isn't it?
Absolutely.
There's a war gone on, and now we're just easing into the narrative.
Fabulous start to the game. Adrenaline pumping as well. Here's South. He had a nervous first over. Moves in and bowls to Warner, who plays a strange shot at that one. I mean, he doesn't actually play at it, but he was flinching in the duck there. Going underneath it, and the ball going over his buttocks through to the wicketkeeper. And the score 39 for 1 at the start of the 5th over. I agree with Jim. Although it's not perfect in terms of the dimensions, it's a wonderful scene out there when Eden Park is full. To come back for a rugby international one day.
Well, then you'll really see it full.
And there are a few empty seats around the ground. I'm told it was a sellout, but other people are just down below buying drinks and things. That's a short ball. It's pulled away by Warner. That's going out to the deep back with square leg boundary. 1 bounce for 4, and it's collected by a steward in a day glow jacket down there in the shadows cast by the stand at the far end. Well, Southey testing out the middle of the pitch, and Warner was onto it. 43 for 1 in the 4th over, 5th over. Comfortable he looked, really, to get back and around that, and you'd expect that from the Australian batsmen. They're horizontal bat shots, they grow up with them, and so, you know, they're closer to the batsmen than their girlfriends, and I just feel like that to test Australian batsmen out with that too much here is going to be very costly. 43 for 1 in the 5th over. What about their wives? Here's Southey, right arm over the wicket. That's left you speechless, hasn't it? That's another short ball. That's pulled away. That's 4 more. He's hit that well in front of square, and he just stands there and scratches away at the crease. Well, again, another short ball from Southey, and that is rifled away by Warner. 47 for 1. Belligerent kind of dismissal of the cricket ball from his presence, really. Warner waited for the first one. It was slightly more leg side, so it went therefore behind square. That one was straighter. It wasn't quite as short, but it was a pull stroke and a very effective one. Well over, well in front of square. Southey under pressure. 47 for 1, the 5th over. Southey goes in, bowls to Warner. Pays that one due respect, right on target, played back down the pitch, and Southey picks up in his follow-through, and there's no run. The last time a team scored 15 off the first over in a one-day international was in July 2010. Canada against Afghanistan. Canada made 17. Now, who's dug that stat out? That sounds like an Andrew Sampson stat to me. It is, yeah. Southey's gone for 31. He's in his 3rd over. And what does he want now? I think he wants the man at point just to go a bit closer. Oh no, he wants the second slip out into that catching position at point. You've got to have 2 men inside that notional smaller semicircle. So the second slip's come out to short point. On the ball short one outside the off stump. Bowls to Warner, who goes back and chops it away into the offside. Not particularly elegant shot from Warner. Goes out towards cover, where it's picked up by Williamson. And there is no run. Australia making 2 changes today, with Pat Cummins coming back into their side in place of Hazelwood, and Clark fit to play. And a long time kicking their heels, Australia. 2 weeks since their last game. It just shows, I think, that it's been a really interesting, exciting at times World Cup so far, but teams have had to hang around a bit to play matches. I know Australia had that game washed out in Brisbane last week. Even so, Southey bowls, and defended by Warner into the onside, but into a gap, dropping it short of Milne, running around and in from mid-on. So another single, and the weather's played its part today. Not just the cricket so far, the weather's magnificent, lovely Auckland day, and it's 48 for 1 after 5 overs. Warner has
Coney.
Firing out in that middle too, because Australia are away to a flyer here.
Trent Boult begins a new over to Warner, left arm over to left-hander, and it's flicked away by Warner through mid-wicket. And New Zealand have the boundary rider on the leg side boundary, sends in the return to Ronke. And one more, 49 for 1. Well, we were out for dinner with Jim last night, and Jim was talking about the possibility if someone really gets in here for Australia. He was saying, well, you know, these short straight boundaries, anything's possible, even emulating South Africa achieved last night against West Indies. If they get that many, well, that will be
That is some chase, isn't
yeah,
it?
that would be for New Zealand, and they've made a flying start here.
It is one of those grounds, though, that you can chase down.
Boult bowls, and Watson lets that one go by. It's quite close to him. He had to be careful there to get the gloves out of the road. Through to Ronke.
Completely different approaches from the batsman at the moment at either end. We've got the dominance, if you like, of Warner looking to score, sending a very strong message to the bowler. If you're short, you're gone. If you pitch up, you're gone. And that's so far really been a bit of the story as far as New Zealand bowling to Warner. He's looked to score off every ball, whereas Watson letting it go, having a look.
Boult bowled with a slip into Watson, clipped away down towards fine leg, and that is Australia's 50. It's come up in the 6th over. And gradually the crowd wakes up, and the flame flowers go into the air as well. Not a huge amount of applause for that Australian 50. There are some Australian supporters here proudly walking around with their canary yellow shirts on. I can actually see a knot of them in that stand up a tier away to our left-hand side, just beneath the giant screen out towards deep cover, with Warner facing up to Boult. Rushing in, bowls to Warner, he's back into his stumps. On middle and off that delivery, it's clipped up to Vittori. He's fielding it mid-on. Vittori 4 away from 300 one-day international wickets. He'll be the first New Zealander to get there, and the 12th bowler in all. 50 for 1, 6th over. Finch the man out. The adrenaline was certainly pumping through Finch's veins early on. Bowled by Southey, looking to heave one down the ground after hitting him into the second tier here, just beneath us. Ball before. Finch out for 14 from 7 balls. Boult goes in, bowls to Warner. Warner drives uppishly down towards third man. It very nearly a catch for the third man fielder. Southey got there so quickly with that short boundary, just flew away. Southey actually did well in the end to stop that going for 4, because it bounced just in front of him, one of those awkward ones for a fielder. Warner gets a single, 51 for 1.
Yeah, that just highlights, first of all, that there's a wee bit of movement for Boult away from the left-handed Warner, so it was a sliced drive, a little bit of width, didn't quite get the foot out there, but you know, a nice little arc from the left armour, and that's raced down to third man, uncontrolled stroke, but good fielding in the end.
Boult now to Watson outside the off stump, and Watson lets that one go by, and that is the end of the over. Boult 3 overs for 14, in contrast to Southey, 3 overs, 1 for 32. Australia after 6 overs, 51 for 1. Warner on 23, and Watson on 7 on this lovely Auckland afternoon. A little bit of breeze, I can see the trees above the stand away to my left-hand side, just being ruffled by them. But it's a warm day, and the forecast is great as well. It'll be quite hot in the exposed areas. Probably be looking forward to the sun dipping down later and the lights coming on. 51 for 1 after 6 overs. Australia winning the toss and batting first. Alan Border is alongside me. What have you made of it so far, Alan?
Oh, it's brilliant. There's a lot of adrenaline pumping, I would suggest, through both sides. Those early overs, the early exchanges. Finch going hard in the bowling, as is David Warner. So the scoring's been rapid. Lost of that 1 wicket, but I've been sitting out there for a while, and the crowd are really getting into it, as we'd expect. And they haven't let us down. So far, so good.
Daniel Vittori is coming into the attack, and he's going to be bowling to David Warner. Of course, we're inside the power play, so he's got to have close catches. He's got to have 2 of them. He's got a leg slip and an orthodox slip. He just wants his man on the deep square leg boundary a bit squarer, or deep mid wicket boundary a bit squarer. So 3-7-1 on the offside, 2 inside the circle on the onside, the 2 close catchers, a long on, and a deep mid wicket. What is Warner's response to this going to be? Vittoria's bowling it around the wicket to him, and Warner pummels that off the back foot. Oh, it's fumbled at mid-off by Mill, but he recovers and returns to Vittoria, and they can't get a single.
I think this is a good move. Get Dan Vittoria in there, see if there's anything there for him. Just put the pressure on.
Vittoria bowls. Warner comes forward, pushes that into the offside, and there's no run. The crowd like that, a dot ball, or 2 dot balls in a row.
And cheering for every dot ball.
What a start to the game. 36 for 1 after 3 overs. It's quieted down a little bit since then. 51 for 1 in the 7th. Vittoria into bowl to Warner. He pushes that away on the offside. There's the cheer again. I'll tell you, it's been picked up and extra cover by Guptill, and there is no run. Vittoria's such an experienced player, of course. Seen everything before, and he's seen quite a lot. Here he is into bowl to Warner. He's down the pitch, hitting this firmly into the onside, slightly uppishly. It's stopped by McCullum, parried by McCullum at mid wicket, and there's no run. That's 4 dot balls at the start of this over. Warner just settles, just moves away from the crease a moment, and then he's ready. Vittoria into bowl to him. That's pulled away, but straight to short fine leg, and another dot ball. Vittoria on the verge of a maiden here.
Ooh, imagine the cheer then.
Inside the power play with Warner on strike. The last time Warner actually played a maiden in a one-day international. He's trying to score, but he can't get the ball away. Vittoria bowls to him, he goes back, chops this into the offside. This time he does get some runs, probably 2, out towards the extra cover boundary. It wasn't perfectly timed. Guptill chases back, sends in the return on the banks, and they are through for 2 runs. Good over though from Vittoria, tidy over, tucked Warner up, 2 off it. 53 for 1 after 7. Alan Border.
He won't be overawed by the occasion. Dan Vittoria, as you said, he's been around a long time and been in a lot of pressure situations. I think it's a good move to get him into the attack early, just to see if there's anything there for the spinner. And even if there's not, Dan will do a good job. There's no questions about that. And probably a good man to have bowling in a pressure situation. With David Warner, who we know is going to be as aggressive as possible. Watson plays the spin bowling generally pretty well. So yeah, it is a pressure situation, and I think a good move.
It's going to be Trent Boult to bowl it. Days like this, Alan, do they make you think, oh, I wish I was still playing?
Days like today, definitely. You get the juices flowing again, just walking out on the ground and having a look at the pitch and the atmosphere that's around.
This is Boult, left arm over to Watson, who tries to pull a shortish ball, and he completely miscues. The ball rolls away on the offside, and it's picked up by Williamson coming in from cover. He was spying that deep square leg boundary, no fielders there. Watson 7, Warner 25. In a strange way, I mean, that the game, it doesn't have huge significance in terms of
overall standings.
Yeah, I mean, you know, both these teams, well, New Zealand already got 3 wins, will qualify for the quarter-finals. It has that impact if they were to play in the semi-finals.
Sure.
And then whoever finishes higher in the group will have the home tie. I mean, that's hard to tell at this stage how that's going to pan out. I mean, they might not get to semi-finals. They probably will, though, both these sides. Here is Boult. Into bowl to Watson, who drives inside edge onto the pad. The ball runs away on the offside. Picked up by Guptill rushing in from backward point, and there's no run.
I think it's a game where both sides just to judge where they're at. New Zealand have been playing some fantastic cricket, but they haven't played hardly any games against Australia in recent times, who are the #1 ranked side. So from New Zealand's point of view, it gives them an opportunity to see where they're at, where they need to improve, and if they do need to improve, they're going great guns.
Boult goes into bowl to Watson with a man back now on the deep backward square leg boundary. It's a clip into the onside, and it's stopped at mid wicket. And there's no run. Corey Anderson diving away to his right hand side. It's an interesting point. I mean, it's hard to understand why they don't play more often. I mean, you're not that far away.
That's ridiculous. It's closer to get to Auckland than it is for me to go to Perth.
The last test match between these 2 sides was in December 2011. The last 2020 match was in February 2010. And the last one-day internationals in the Champions Trophy, it was rained off at Edgbaston. Bolt bowls. Watson drives, thick inside edge. Goes down towards fine leg. He just swiveled round there. Wonder where the ball had gone. Where had the ball had gone back onto his stumps. Southey came in from the boundary to pick up. They are through for a single. Score advances to 54 for 1 in the 8th over. That one-day international at Edgbaston in the Champions Trophy is the only time they played between World Cups.
And it was washed out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, basically haven't sort of finished a game for over 4 years in one-day cricket. So, yeah, that's ridiculous given our proximity. We should be playing more regularly. Play 3 games in a week. Simple as that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Find a week somewhere on the calendar.
Bolt bowls to Warner, who drives, lovely timing through wide mid-off, chase out towards the boundary from McCullum, who slides and stops, and the shadow created by the stand at the far end, and Warner comes back for 2 runs. Score moves to 56 for 1, coming to the end of the 8th over. You're like 2 sort of garden neighbours staring at each other over the fence, but
yes.
neither invites the other one to come round and play in their backyard.
No, that's it. It is. I think they'll make adjustments for sure, just the way the future tour programs were put together in recent times. But I think going forward it makes sense for us to get together and play more often.
Last ball of the 8th over coming up. Bolt goes in and bowls. I said the last ball, it's a wide down the leg side. Warner tries to flick it away and misses. He'll take the wide, really. You know as a batsman that anything down that leg side is probably going to be called. You see some batsmen in the tournament just stood there a little bit, almost like playing baseball, and just let the ball go. And I think I'll take the wide, thanks very much. Make sure you get out of the line with your pads and your gloves and all that sort of thing.
I always reckon you should have a go at it. It's almost like a free hit, and if you get any bat on it, generally you'll get the ball away to the boundary.
Is this going to be the last ball, the over? Bolt bowls. It's on target. We tried to take the bat away there to hurry him. Goes off the bat inadvertently down to the slip corner, where it's stopped by Corey Anderson. And that is the end of the 8th over. 57 for 1 is the score. Watson has 8. Warner has 27. More thoughts from Alan Border. And then I think it's high time that Brian Waddle had his first go at this big World Cup match here at Eden Park.
There's been a wonderful build-up to this match between Australia and New Zealand. We haven't played against each other very often, as we've just been talking about. So even though it's just a pool game, there's extra significance about this contest. The fact that we haven't played much cricket of late, and the fact that the Chapel Hadley Trophy is on the line as well. So plenty to play for. Bragging rights going into the later games, later stages of this competition. And just to see where both sides are at. Both sides have been playing some really good cricket, but not having played against each other, you can work out where you need to improve going into the later stages of the competition.
Yeah, the hopes and expectations to some degree are that these 2 sides will meet in Melbourne in about 5 weeks.
I'll take that. Are you offering that?
I think we'd take it too. Here's Vittori to continue. He's bowling to Watson. First ball of a new over. Here's Watson back onto his stumps and punching it down on the ground. And you just see how much bounce there is in that pitch because it comes up a long way. They get a run because there was a bit of a misfield. Might have been...
I think the bowler, Dan Vittori, just... took it a bit casual, sort of bumped into the batsman, David Warner, at the other end, and sort of put him off.
Who got the boost then?
Let me guess.
Vittori? Well, it's going to be Warner on strike now, 58 for 1. And he's facing Vittori round the wicket to him, the left-hander. Just tucks him into the onside. There's an easy single as Guptill comes in from the boundary in front of the west stand and picks up. One more to the total, 59 for 1. Warner 28, Watson 9. Certainly slowed down considerably from those first 3 overs that went for 36.
Well, I think the adrenaline's stopped pumping. We're sort of getting back into sort of normal status quo.
You can't keep that up for every day unless you're AB de Villiers. Slip and a leg slip for Watson as Vittori bowls to him, and he's back cutting to backward and point. They're going to get a run. Diving effort made by Williamson stops the ball getting past him outside the circle, and they'll get a single as the loud call of yes comes from Warner. One more to the total, 60 for 1 in the 9th over.
It's been a feature of New Zealand cricket in recent times, the fielding. They haven't missed anything today. They've been very good.
Vettori bowls to Warner, and he gets a ball on leg stump, tries to swing it away. A lot of swing of the bat, hand speed there, incredibly fast, but missed it completely and taking the front pad. There seems to be a general desire to bowl at leg stump or just outside leg stump to Warner. You don't want to give him any width at any stage, do you? Vettori bowls to him, he's back onto his stumps and balls in the air just wide of Bolt going away, and he couldn't quite get the hand to it. He's a man who makes those catches. They'll come home for 2 runs. Half chance there. Did he get a hand to it? He may have just, but it was quite some dive. We'll just get a replay of it in a moment.
Well, slightly better than half a chance. It was in the air for a long time, wasn't it? And maybe didn't pick it up as early as would have liked. Trent Bolt, backward point there. It was in the air, moved away to his right-hand side, and just got the fingertips to it.
Vettori bowls again to Warner, who's onto the front foot firmly up towards Milne at mid-off. That's all he ever does, is play firmly. 62 for 1 at the end of over 9. Yeah, Bolt's a man who can take those catches too. He's taken some sensational catches in the last couple of seasons in test matches in Wellington at the Basin Reserve. And if there's half a chance there, he will snaffle it. That would have been a huge breakthrough for New Zealand.
Is that his preferred side, the right-hand side, or he's a lefty bowler, but on non-preferred side?
Yeah, no, probably. Yeah. Well, I mean, he's such an athletic player, but generally he loves the left hand, of course. Vettori thought he had a wicket there too. Well, Bolt's going to continue, the left armour. 62 for 1. Warner is 30. Watson is 10. The man out, Finch, was bowled by Southey for 14. He had an innings of 7 balls. Bolt to Watson. He was very sedate as he just eases the ball away into the offside. I suppose he's conscious of the fact that he got a first ball of the last game, and once again his career and his place in the side is under the microscope, isn't it?
It is very much so, and it seems to be always in that situation. Shane Warne, we know what a quality player is when he's at his best, but he certainly cops a lot of flack for not going as expected, that's for sure. But he looks like he wants to take his time, build an innings.
Bolt bowls to him, and this one is short, and he pulls this one down towards long leg. There's going to be a run for him as Milne is down there in the deep, and they'll take one more. Boundary sort of 5 metres in as well down at that part of the ground because of the requirements of health and safety and the money raised by the fancy signage that goes around the ground.
I think the ground looks great.
Yes.
Short boundaries, yes. Same for both sides, I suppose you'd say.
Well, when you get a good atmosphere, then you live with all that, don't you?
I think so.
You get a good game of cricket. Well, you should get a good game of cricket. Bolt to Warner. 2 slips back in place, and Warner plays and misses inside the line of that one. And through to Ronke. Standing back. Bolt seems to be getting a little bit of shape on the ball, just a little bit of movement. The natural movement of a left armour away from the left-hander. Seam position seems to suggest that the ball is moving away. Yeah, it's nice delivery, and Warner tried to clear that front leg, didn't he?
Yeah, gave himself a little bit of width, which ball swinging away you probably don't need to do, but he's bowling good pace, 145.
Yeah. Here he is again, bowling to Warner, and Warner gets one which he just punches into the offside. Short arm jab, still goes outside the circle pretty quickly because he times the ball so well, Warner. Yes, he does get the edge at times, but more often than not he middles the ball and times it well. And he gets another singlet. Warner goes to 31 from 34. Watson 11 from 17. 64 for 1 in the 10th over.
The scoring rate's been very good. I mean, we've seen a lot of games where there's slow, steady build-up and absolute carnage towards the end of an innings. 10 and over's just a gimme these days, just about.
In the last 10, here's Watson taken on the pad again. Ball drops away onto the ground on the offside. It'll be picked up by Anderson, coming in very quickly from mid-wicket to pick up. Yeah, but you always, particularly with Australia and to a certain extent New Zealand, if they get a good start, they naturally score at 5.5 for a period of time, don't they? That's just the style of play.
Yeah, the power hitting, they're better athletes. the bats are, percentage, probably 20% better than going back in time. So, with the field restrictions, it's very, very hard for the bowling side to defend. And we saw that, the carnage yesterday in that West Indies South African game. I mean, that was just incredible. I don't think I've seen batting ever like that.
Up to the 40 over stage, the West Indies weren't going too badly. It was about 220 odd for 3 or something.
They've done well.
Incredible. Say B. de Villiers, though. Round the wicket goes Bolt. Wide of the crease to Watson. He pulls it away on the onside for 4. That played right into his slot. Short ball, and he swung it behind square. Wide of Milne down at long leg for a boundary. And that just took a bit of the gloss off what was pretty useful over. 10 Bolt, 68 for 1.
Yeah, I don't think bowling short of Shane Watson's the go. I think that corridor, about that off stump, he gets that front pad in the road. And there's LBW often. So bowling short's probably not the preferred option. On that occasion, Watson was quickly swiveled onto the back foot, and it was a very comfortable shot.
Are there any former first-class cricketers or test cricketers left in Australia at the moment? I've seen so many of them over here.
They were all at the function last night.
Yeah, they were.
At Sky City. It was a great reunion and very dangerous, I might add. I did have to escape around midnight, but I can tell you there was quite a few later than that.
Who was trying to get the clutches on?
Well, I hadn't seen Swampy Marsh for some time, and he was in a very dangerous mood, so I don't know what he's like this morning.
Steve Waugh.
There was a host and good camaraderie.
Here's the next one from Vittori. Warner uses his feet and punches it up towards Milne at mid-off. But isn't that the whole essence of cricket? Why cricket's a great game, but it's the camaraderie, the people you meet, the chance to catch up with old friends on an irregular basis. Vittori bowls to Warner. He goes across and then a short arm jab just paddles it around the corner out towards mid-wicket square leg where Guptill does the fielding. One more, 69 for 1.
Yeah.
Warner 32.
Yeah, the camaraderie was outstanding last night. There was a lot of good-natured ribbing, I'd like to say, between the ex-players. We went there hard out in the field, but off the field we've remained very good friends, which is really good to see.
Most definitely, and there were little pockets of people talking about old times. Here's the next delivery to Watson from Vittori, played into the onside firmly, and almost another collision between Vittori and Warner. I think players are manufacturing those kind of collisions now just so they can get a few more boos for David Warner. 69 for 1. There's Vittori to Watson, who turns into the onside. There's no run for him. Backward square leg is Trent Bolt. Picks up. And who won the Battle of the Prime Ministers? I think New Zealand Prime Minister probably won that.
New Zealand Prime Minister, he was outstanding. He gave us plenty, and a very clever chat between the two PMs last night.
It was good. Here's the next delivery to Watson, who tucks this one away into the onside. Milne had been pushed back towards the boundary, so it enabled them to take a single. And there was one easily added to the total. Watson 16, Warner 32, 70 for 1. Yeah, well, those sorts of things just add to a good function, good-natured rivalry.
I didn't realise we exported fruit fly to New Zealand.
Did you know that?
Yeah, no, I didn't know that.
Didn't they check you at the border? Here's the next delivery to Warner, who plays away to the offside. He fielded there by Southey. The end of the 11th over, 70 for 1. Yes, it's apparently one of only two things that Australia has given New Zealand, according to the New Zealand Prime Minister. I'm not sure that he would want the other one mentioned, but he did mention something about the deputy or co-leader of the Green Party being another export from Australia.
Get the politician in him.
Just a nice little political dig, yes.
Yeah. No, it's a very good function, a good way to sort of get a prelim for this big contest. Just a bit of celebration of our two sporting heritages, and it was very enjoyable to catch up with a lot of familiar faces.
About 800 people or so there. It's not a bad effort to be able to feed those in a short space of time. Change at the far end, and it's going to be Tim Southey coming in for Bolt. Bolt has completed a spell of 5 overs, no maidens, none for 24. Southey has been a little expensive. 3 overs. He got the wicket, 1 for 32. Vittori 3 overs for 9, and thereby the change in the scoring rate, the runs per over, has just been brought back a fraction.
Oh, the run rate's still good, but it was just chaos at the start, wasn't it?
I think there was that expectation, isn't there? Here's Southey bowling to Watson, and Watson gets a wide ball. It will be called wide by umpire Richard Illingworth. Yeah, as much as you sort of prepare yourselves well as players, I suppose. I mean, I don't know, I've not been there. There is that sort of stiffness in the arm a little bit at the start when you know that this is an important game. New Zealand Australia is not just another game of cricket to some degree, is it? It's a rivalry that's developed, and in any sport, whether it be cricket or rugby. Here's the next delivery to Watson and the offside. No stroke. Rugby league. Yeah, well, we're beating you in that too, aren't we?
Yeah, I know.
So
it's getting very serious. We've got to do something about
rugby
that.
league, rugby.
It's starting today. We've got to fight back.
Yes. Well, we haven't played enough in cricket lately to have a rivalry at the moment, have we?
Yeah, we've got to get that sorted. That's definitely got to be on the agenda.
71 for 1. Australia winning the toss and batting first. Michael Clark coming into the side today. So George Bailey having to sit out, and they made another change. Here's Southey bowls to Watson, who drives through extra cover. Handsome stroke, racing away towards the boundary. McCullum in pursuit, will dive at it. Yes, he does. Gets it inside the boundary. They'll take 2. Good piece of fielding. McCullum always commits himself right to the end, and on that occasion stopped 2 runs from being taken. So they got a couple. 73 for 1, and Watson to 18.
That's just wonderful commitment from the skipper. He saved his side 2 runs. It's 2 runs he doesn't have to get later on, because that was 4 straight off the bat. But great chase, great athleticism right near that boundary rope to flick the ball back. And every run saves when you don't have to get.
Exactly, 73 for 1. Here's Southey up again from the far end. Bowls to Watson. This one's worked into the onside. Vittori has to go after it from mid-on. He'll restrict the scoring to 2. Not quite as athletic and quick as Brendan McCullum, but he still kept the scoring to 2. It was travelling away from him, so he had to turn around and get that left arm into action. 2 more to Watson. He's starting to get in the groove now. 20 from 25. Yeah, you talked before, you mentioned the fielding and the quality of the fielding, and you know that has also been a key factor in a lot of the games. So when you look at the sides that are being beaten in some of these games, here's the next one to Watson. Defends the ball way towards Gully. Gupta will come in and pick up, you know, dropping catches. The West Indies have dropped a lot of catches. Pakistan's fielding at times has been very untidy, and you can't afford to do that in the key games.
Well, look, the 3 standout sides for me, South Africa, New Zealand, Australia. Australia haven't got into the tournament yet, but they're very good fielding sides. South Africa are excellent, and New Zealand, it's no surprise that they're probably the 3 favoured sides at this stage. India sneaking up on everyone. They've got a bit of spring in their step, but it's been good cricket throughout so far.
75 for 1. Southey bowls to Watson, who flails at it outside the line of the off stump and just let it run down to Bolt fielding at the 3rd man. 1 more to the total. Watson 21, Warner 32. And what have you made of some of the minnow sides?
You're not allowed to say that.
Oh, I mean,
you've got to say associates.
Associates, yeah. Well, I couldn't think of that. It was too big a word for me.
I've been very impressed. I was down at the Scotland-Afghanistan game down in Dunedin the other day.
Oh, just a great finish.
And great finish, but the basic skills are there. And
they need more cricket, don't they?
They just need more cricket against better opposition, and that will lift their standard. That's the simple answer to that one. Southey
up from the far end of the ground, bowls to Warner, and Warner gets a Yorker, manages to dig it out up towards mid-on, where it's fielded there by Vittori. The end of the 12th over, 76 for 1. Watson is 21, Warner is 32. I was quite impressed with that guy with the long hair, the left armer.
Yeah.
He's a useful bowler, isn't he? He seems to generate good pace.
He's a giant, and he's got the world's longest run up. That'll decrease once he gets some decent coaching.
We were just wondering whether he'd be able to get inside the boundary.
No, he wouldn't fit in here. He'd have to do the big curl start. But it's a long run up. But he's handy. You think about Afghanistan, they weren't playing any cricket 15 years ago. And to be playing in a World Cup 15 years later, with the skills that those guys possess already, that's a great thing. And that's what World Cup's about for me. I sort of understand the changes, but gee,
Well, Vettori to continue bowling to Watson, and Watson advances, and then with the bottom hand just wristily turns it away into the onside. Milne will come into field, and they take one. Watson to 22, Warner 32. Yes, there's got to be room for those sides to play in a tournament around the World Cup. You know, quite clearly they're not going to put them into the World Cup from the next World Cup, so it seems.
No. What I'm hearing is the top 8 will be ranked over the next 4 years.
It's Vettori's next delivery to Warner, and Warner goes onto the front foot and square drives out towards the man on the boundary. Tim Southey's out there, another single, 78 for 1.
Yeah, top 8 ranked over games that are played over the next 4 years. And then there's a knockout competition, and that knockout competition will include all countries, and 2 spots available in that final 10.
Vettori bowls to Watson, who tries to pull it away on the onside, almost toe ends it down towards long off. I'm not sure quite what happened to that one. I'll look at the replay of that.
It looked like he was trying to hit it to the onside.
Yeah.
End up being whacked away to the offside.
Got a single for it all the same. 23 Watson at the moment from 29. Warner back on strike, 33 from 39. He's been kept relatively quiet. Vettori bowls to it, and another good delivery. Punched back along the pitch to the bowler. Luke Ronke just giving him the praise that the delivery deserved. Yeah, I quite enjoyed that game between Scotland and Afghanistan, and you know, you say they didn't play much cricket. Here's Warner using his feet and driving down towards long on. Elliott will do the fielding. They take one more. 50 partnership between the pair. It's 80 for the loss of 1. So you fancy commentating on a test match in Kabul?
Let me think about that one. No. Yeah, that would be interesting.
Well, that's one of the troubles they have, of course, is they don't get to play at home, and the same as Pakistan.
Same as Pakistan. So that is a problem going forward, playing home games to sort of fire up the youngsters in the country.
Coming to the end of the 13th over, here's Vettori bowling to Watson, and he gets one out onto the onside. Chance for a catch. Southey takes the catch. Vettori has the wicket. The second to fall. Watson caught Southey, bowled Vettori for 23. It's 80 for 2.
Got the short ball, Shane Watson, but didn't get as much bat on it as he hoped. Southey takes a good catch out on the fence. It's a longer boundary, that side of the ground. Shane Watson, he departs, and the Australians 80 for 2.
Yeah, he was just starting to get into his stride, wasn't he, Watson? But I guess when you're not quite at the peak of your form, those are the sorts of things that happen, aren't they?
Yeah, you still have to hit the ball in the middle of the bat to get it over the boundary ropes here, especially square of the wicket. And Tim Southey, he's got a good pair of hands. Dan Vettori, who's bowled a very good spell, and that's a good breakthrough for New Zealand, and the end of Shane Watson.
Brings the arrival of Australian captain Michael Clarke, and well, I suppose you're as well placed as anybody to talk about Michael Clarke. Clearly, his captaincy is important in the side.
Yes.
You just wonder whether or not the lack of hard match play is.
That's one thing I am worried about. The fact that he hasn't played a lot of hard cricket. He's played a couple of lead-up games and warm-up games and club games, but it's not the same as walking out in the middle here at Eden Park against a very good New Zealand side. So that's the only issue for me, for Michael. But we know what a world-class player he is. He's been working diligently in all areas to get himself back a bit firing. Ideally, it would have been perfect to play the game last week against Bangladesh and get any cobwebs out of the system. But, well, we're going to find out very soon.
Yeah, it was interesting yesterday at the press conference. You know, it was almost an anger. I don't want to talk about injuries. You know, that's a negative. Here's Southey bowling to Warner, who's taken on the pad. LBW given. Warner looks at his partner and says, do I challenge that one? It was through his defences. Where it pitched, I'm not too sure, but umpire Ellingworth sent him on his way straight away. It's 80 for 3 if the stands. They're reviewing. Well, Warner had a look along the pitch at his mate, the captain.
I don't think so. The ball was swinging, but I'm thinking when you're giving out, the ball just has to clip the stumps. So you've got to be real certain that ball's sliding down the side. Did it pitch as well in line, I suppose, is probably the question. I think so. No problems with no balls. It's I think because it was an in-swinger, it's definitely going to pitch inside that leg stump area, no problems at all. Straightened very nicely. The ball is swinging. I don't think there's any trouble here with this one. I think it's more in hope than anything else for David Warner. There's no bat involved.
Just above the knee roll.
It might be high.
Oh, he's not the tallest man about, though, is he? No snicko. And we just got to see where it's positioned on the pitch and in relation to the stumps. Is it 80 for 3 or is it 80 for 2? I suppose a man who scores the way Warner does, then I don't know why they continue on with that one. It's quite clear it's no snicko.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose we're not making the final decision, but...
Umpire's call. Boy, only just. But he's set on his way. Well, that's a very, very fine decision. I don't know what they're doing for. Is that the Australian crowd?
Dive into the water issue with Organic Gardener magazine. Learn how to tackle too much or too little. Edible water plants, natural ponds and water for wildlife. Out now at newsagents and abcmagazines.com.au.
ABC Sport, your home of rugby.
He was 34 or 42, so...
Yeah, well, it's a bit under his normal strike rate, but look, he didn't bat terribly, but I think Southey worried him, just a little bit of swing, and this is undoing in the end.
So was that the crowd just saying, that'll teach you to take a review and wasting your team's review? Alan, I'll leave you with Alan McLaughlin, because it's my turn. You'll be out very shortly as well, but the new man is Smith coming in to join him.
Afternoon, everyone, as we await Tim Southey to the new man, Steve Smith. Boy, we've got a game on our hands all of a sudden here. It looked as if it was one-way traffic for a while, and now all of a sudden we've got certainly a game on our hand, and you can't keep Tim Southey out of the World Cup. And he comes now. First delivery, he'll bowl to Smith, and Smith lets it go outside the off stump. New Zealand have got 3 slips in now, and the wicketkeeper. We're joined by Geoff Boycott in just a moment, once he can get through the tangle of wires here, Geoff. But I was just saying, Geoff, we've got a game on our hands all of a sudden, in the space of an over and a bit.
One-day cricket changes quickly, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It just does.
It's amazing. So we've had Warner go for 34, Finch for 14 and Watson for 23.
Well, I think Waddle's position is bound to come under threat. It's a good job he can bowl a little bit of seam.
There's Southey, bowls to Smith, stretching forward, playing into the covers, picked up by McCullum and fires it smartly back to Ronke. As the crowd, all of a sudden, we're just getting that buzz back again after they thought the game was taken away from New Zealand early on, with 30 on the board after a couple of overs, and then the wickets, they just grabbed the attention of the spectator.
For bowlers these days in one-day cricket, you've got to get wickets somehow. It doesn't matter whether it's a long hop that's caught on the boundary or somebody slogs it up in the air. It's the only way you can put the brakes on the batting side.
Well, Southey's attempting to do that now as he comes in from the far end of the ground. Here's a lovely drive from Smith through the covers. Could have enough on it to go to the fence. No, it's going to be chased down and picked up a couple of metres in from the ropes by McCullum, and fires his return back to Southey. So 2 runs to Smith. He's underway. So you've got Clark into the side with almost no cricket under his belt, and Smith, who's been perhaps Australia's form batsman over the summer. And he is on 2, and New Zealand back in this game in the 14th over. It's 82 for 3.
You see, that's McCullum's idea as well. I saw him a couple of matches, and he keeps 3 slips in, because instead of just trying to protect the boundaries, because bowlers are under pressure, he says, well, it's almost impossible to protect them. So you've got to try and get them out. 3 slips.
Southey in again, bowls, and this one's driven into the covers. Nice shot again by Smith, but a good stop by McCullum. So New Zealand's fielding for a side that needs to sort of have another edge to its game. It relies on its fielding to do much of that, and a good stop by McCullum. So 83 for 3. And you're right, Geoff, the way that he attacks is to be applauded. Because it takes a bit of bottle to sort of keep these sort of fields in when you're under the pump.
Well, it is. It does take a lot of bottle, a lot of courage, a lot of mental thinking as well, because he hasn't got an attack with someone like Waka Yunis or Wasim Akram, who've been two of the great one-day bowlers. He hasn't got Joel Garner, has he, firing in Yorkers from 6'8".
Here's Southey now bowls, and this time we see Clark strike one into the covers, and Clark's underway. He's resumed his international career with a nice single out through point. As it goes to 85 for 3. 14 overs gone here at Eden Park. We've had just over an hour's play. It's been an hour of thrilling entertainment. A blistering start by Australia. A fight back by New Zealand. And now we've got almost back to square one. 2 fresh batsmen at the mark.
Yeah, well, they'll feel that they've done some serious damage of New Zealand by getting 3 top wickets and 2 new batsmen at the crease, which should mean, if they bowl and field as they have been doing, is that they're not going to get pounded. Runs will be scored, but they're not going to get pounded for 4s and 6s, so they can retain some control of the game. And we've seen in a lot of these one-day games now in the modern era, once you lose control and big numbers are coming each over, you can't stop it. It just gets getting worse and worse.
We saw it last night, West Indies. They just didn't know how to stop.
You can't.
A.B. de Villiers.
It's like a rolling stone going downhill, gathering speed, and it's almost impossible to stop it.
Yes, he was just unbelievable last night. And
he's the best player in the world.
Oh,
by far. Has been for 12 months. He's now beginning to get such big scores that everybody's noticing it.
Well, here's Vettori now to bowl to Smith. And Smith using his feet. He likes to use his feet to the spinners, and he comes down the wicket comfortably with a nice technique, driving it down the onside for a single. And it takes the total through to 86. Yeah, I saw a stat last night to say that A.B. de Villiers over the last 10 years has the highest strike rate of any batsman in history over the last 5 overs. His strike rate's 226.
Well,
it's mind-boggling.
I know. I don't know about these statistics. I don't care about him. I just know he's the best player. I see him. Got a house in South Africa, so I watch him. I watch South Africa. I see them either live in Cape Town or on TV. He's a wonderful player.
Here's Vettori bowls, and an edge here from Clark, and it just drops short of slip. Ross Taylor, who hasn't had to do much today, and I think it might be the first time he's touched the ball.
No footwork. No footwork. A little bit. He's going to be a bit rusty. You know, he can have as many nets as you want, but if you haven't played in the middle for a while, he's just got to get through the first few overs.
Here comes Vettori bowls, and Clark using his feet, whipping it behind square. He's going to get a single. He's been troubled early in his career, early with his starts at times, Michael Clark, and I know that he has gone out to spinners early when they've had an opportunity. Vettori's got him a couple of times. And now Smith has the opportunity. 87, a great number that Australia favour. Here's Vettori bowls, and Smith, he's beaten off the pitch here as he wasn't sure whether to come down the wicket or go back. Got caught halfway in between, and the ball crashed into the pads.
He's a good bowler. This lad been around a long time, but he's a good bowler, especially on these flat pitches and no spin.
Changes of pace now. He bowls a slower delivery and has Smith coming forward. Lovely bowling from Vettori.
Beautiful loop at the last minute. Went wide of the crease. He did uses the crease. Yeah, the umpire's there got to try and make sure he hasn't got his back foot outside the return crease.
Right, last ball of the 15th over, 87 for 3. Vettori bowls, and this is stroked out through point, but no run. And again, just taking the pace off it. And the artistry of Daniel Vettori, best illustrated in that over, with a couple of magnificent deliveries and really troubling a player who's both these players here are very good on their feet. So this will be a really good contest, won't it? As long as Vettori's at the crease.
Well, he's bowled 5 overs for 15 runs. Hasn't got a wicket as a bonus, but for 15 runs in 5 overs on a flat pitch against batsmen who are the favourites to win the World Cup. New Zealand slightly behind, but they're the favourites. They've got big guys who go after you early on with, that Finch and Warner. They're somewhat in partnership.
Well, if you're just tuning in, no matter where you are in the world, we've got this Trans-Tasman battle on here on a glorious day at Eden Park in Auckland. Big crowd in, not full yet, but getting close to it. Somewhere in the vicinity of 40 to 45,000. And we've got a match situation of 87 for 3. Australia batting first. Southey bowls. This one's driven by Clark into the covers. Good shot. Won't go for 4. Will go for 2. There's a chase by McCullum. He gets it, and back comes the throw. And 2 runs to Clark, who looks good on the front foot, stretching for the ball, driving fluently.
The thing about Southey today, except for that first ball wide that swung, he hasn't got anything to swing.
No.
Nothing. It'll be straight up and down, and he hasn't actually bowled as immaculate a length as I expect from him. He's in good seam, he's in good confidence after bowling England out, but he's actually not been...
He's been all over the shop, to be blunt.
He's been pretty all over, but he's got a big wicket.
Well, he's got a hand in all three. He's taken 2 catches, and
that's the way to do it. If it's not your best day, do something good, though.
Right, he's back at his mark now, running in towards us. High here in the southern stand, and this is a good tight delivery. Has Clark in behind it, pushing it down the onside.
This is McCullum, you see. He's put 2 men on the drive for Clark, who you've said has played off the front foot through the covers. He's now got 2 men on the drive. He's got a mid-off. He's still got a couple of slips and a 3rd man. So there's through and past those men, there's big gaps, isn't there? From straight mid-off down to 3rd man. There's a huge area. That's with 2 men on the short extra cover drive.
Well, he's challenging him to drive, isn't he? And at the same time, he's got the 2 slips if he gets it wrong.
He's just taken to captaincy easily.
Right, here comes Southey bowls, and Clark hits one on the leg stump here, whips it out through mid-wicket. This should go for 4. He's very good off his pads. Just 2 full, Southey. That's what today he hasn't been able to settle on the right line or the right length. He hasn't got either one of those.
He's got 2 wickets and a catch, and he hasn't got anything right.
That's not a bad day.
Except those bits. Well, what'll happen when he gets it all right? He'll probably get 5 wickets.
Well, I think I made a comment on one of the preview programs during the week. I think if New Zealand can get both Southey and Bolt to perform on the same day, they might be in with a real chance, because at the moment Southey's had a good day and Bolt's been pretty steady, but they've never both really fired on the
Bolt's
one day.
Been steady. I think he's bowled all right.
He has.
But it's a knack that Southey gets wickets.
There's Southey now lifting delivery, and Clark rides it nicely off his hips down to fine leg for a single, and it moves through to 94 for 3 at run rate 6. It was much higher than that early. After 3 overs it was 10 runs and over, but it's come back through the good bowling by Bolt and even better bowling by Vettori, and some luck the way of Tim Southey.
Well, it's a gift if you can get wickets. Really, if you're a wicket-taking bowler, no matter how, it doesn't matter if you get them with long hops or full tosses, if you can get wickets, priceless.
Right, here's Smith facing Southey. 2 slips in, and he lets one go outside the off stump. Better channel from Southey. It's a sort of channel that maybe Warner and Finch would have attacked, but Smith, just building his innings, decided I'll just have a look at that. He's on 4, Clark's on 10. Those out have been Warner, LBW, Southey 34, Finch bowled Southey 14, and Watson caught Southey, bowled Vettori 23. Wickets falling at 30, 80 and 80, so anything with a Norton behind it's liable to get a wicket. 94 for 3. Real buzz. You can just hear the buzz in our fixed microphone of the big crowd that's in. Southey comes in and bowls, and here's a drive into one of those 2 short covers, and Smith, the man driving this time off the front foot, and no run. So Southey completes the over. He's bowled 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 50. He's bowled 3 wides, but he's been in the game. And we've got a drinks break coming onto the field. Just to recap for you, we've got a glorious day here in Auckland at the moment. It's top temperature of around about 26 degrees. No sign of rain. We had a thunderstorm yesterday afternoon, but there's no sign of that today. And we should have tremendous afternoon's entertainment. Australia decided to won the toss and decided that they would bat first, and they have brought Michael Clark into their side. Pat Cummins has come in as well. So Josh Hazlewood and George Bailey left out. New Zealand retained the same side, and at the moment it's drinks break. We've had 16 overs, 94 for 3. Finch was out bowled Southey for 14. Southey's first 3 overs cost him 31. Warner gave a half chance off Vettori. Bolt almost took the catch, and after the 10 over mark it was 68 for 1. Bolt had bowled pretty tidily. Vettori had come on and bowled tidily, just slowed Australia down, and then a double blow for New Zealand. Watson caught Southey, bowled Vettori 23, and Warner was LBW Southey for 34. Wickets falling at 80 and 83. And
because he's a very destructive player.
Yeah, and from a New Zealand bowling point of view, certainly the performance of Vettori, 5 overs, 1 for 15 is good. Southey's had one of those weird days that bowlers have, 6 overs for 50, but he's got 2 wickets, and Bolt's done a really good job, 5 overs for 24. Have you played on a ground before, Jeff, where the boundaries have been so short at either end like this? And you
I played on here. It's a test match.
Yeah, but
it
the wicket was going the other way, wasn't it?
Around. Yeah, it was funny. Very strange.
At about 8 boundaries. Right, here's Vettori coming back into the attack and bowls and using his feet here, and it looked as if he wanted to come down the pitch here, did Clark, but then decided no and played a sort of a flat pull shot to mid-wicket for no run. Guptill does the fielding. There's Vettori again and bowls, and again just straying onto the leg stump and worked out through the onside for a single. He's attacking Midland leg. He's not giving the batsman any room to sort of cut against, I won't say turn because he doesn't get much nowadays, but his changes of pace.
It's his change of pace and using the angle on the crease.
And he comes now and bowls, and this one's... Oh, it's a appeal for a catch behind, and he's gone! He's gone, and Smith is gone. He's onto the back foot. He's tried to play a shot off the back foot into the covers, away from his body, and Ronke's taken the catch. And it's 95 for 4. Vettori gets his second wicket.
Beautifully bowled. I mean, if anybody deserves some success, it's him, let me tell you. If you can bowl against the favourites for the tournament, his top-class batsman on this flat pitch, hot sunshine, and bowl where he's bowled, as mean as he's bowled, you have to see it. It's the variations and subtlety of flight. Unless you're watching for it, if you're just at the side, you wouldn't realise. But he just uses the crease a fraction, a little wider, a little closer, and he's watching the batsman, see if they're making a move before he delivers, and then he's just slowing it or looping it or bowling it a little quicker. And they are so subtle, you've got to know what you're watching for. You're seeing an artist bowling spin in a one-day game against the favourites on a flat pitch, and you would think they'll pummel him. Well, let me tell you, he's pummeling them.
Yeah. We almost need two commentary positions, one where we can see the line and one where you've got side on and just see the length.
I watch his action and I watch it come out of his arm and I watch the flight. I can see that. I can't see the bounce of the ball, as I told you, from this height. But you can see the variations. He's lovely. He's a quality bowler.
The new batsman is Glenn Maxwell in Australia. 95 for 4 in the 17th over. Vettori in his 6th over, 2 for 16.
2 for 16.
In comes Vettori now, bowls to Maxwell, and Maxwell stroking it down the onside. He's going to get off the mark with the first ball he faces, just pushing it away down the onside. Daniel Vettori, legs not as springy as they used to be, and he gets across and it beats him and gets a single down to...
He's not picked for his field.
No, he's not picked for his field. Absolutely, Jim. Absolutely.
No, don't pull a muscle, just keep bowling 10 overs, that's all. I'll be telling him as captain, no, don't be running too hard and pulling a muscle.
And he comes down, bowls again. Clark is driving, gets a little nick onto the pad, doesn't quite time it as he drags it on the onside.
What they should do is field spread now. They've lost focus, the Aussies. Is knock it in the gaps. Take the ones, try and get a partnership going.
Last ball of the over. Clark has to hurry. Quicker. He has to hurry because it was the quicker delivery and it was coming in, and Clark used all his great defensive skills to keep it out. The end of the over, 17 gone. It's 96 for 4 more from Jeff Boycott, and then Jim Maxwell.
That ball you could see because you're on radio. Clark is trying to stay back. He's trying to stay back and wait, and just at the last minute, he's been caught out by Vettori. It's full of length, he's slightly quicker, and he suddenly has to jab down a bit on it. That's quality bowling. When you can defeat top-class batsmen on a very flat pitch, hot sunshine, no spin, remember, no spinning pitch like years ago, you're defeating them through flight, really, your arm, your trajectory. It's quality bowling.
Wonderful to watch. A great exponent of the art, and it's been compelling viewing here. This is tight cricket, and New Zealand are having the better of it at the moment with 3 important wickets. Bolt comes up and bowls a Yorker, dug out by Maxwell right up in the block hole. So Australia, after a flying start, 1 for 80, have lost 3 for 15 in a few overs. And Michael Clark looking a little scratchy, but he picked one off his pads to the square leg boundary. He's 11. Maxwell's 1. Smith out for 4. Watson 23. Finch a rapid 14, and Warner 34 from 42 balls.
Got Mann in the box on either side, no onside and offside.
Bolt on his way from the northern end. Bowls a short ball. He's played it on. He's chopped it into his stumps. Maxwell's out. Playing on to Bolt. New Zealand are having a big day here at Eden Park as the Australian innings starts to crumble in the middle order. 5 for 96. Maxwell bowled by Bolt, and the crowd are having a wonderful time. And New Zealand on top. 5 for 96. Australia in the 18th over.
Who said it's not how you start an innings, it's how you finish? Isn't it?
Yep.
All those early runs, it don't count for anything when you got 5 down for note. Simple.
This is exactly what happened with England's innings the other day when Southey and company, but Southey in particular, came back.
But it doesn't surprise us quite as much watching England as it does watching Australia. You're the favourite, Jim. You're playing well. Our side have yet to find rhythm, confidence and their ability, really, which they have some, but they've yet to find it of England. This is an amazing turnaround.
Great news for the home team. Australia, they could probably argue they're a bit underdone coming into the game. First match in 2 weeks, but the way they started, particularly with Warner and Watson going, it looked like a banker, a platform for a real burst at the end. Now they've got more consolidating to do, and New Zealand cock a hoop here with Bolt picking up his first wicket, even though Southey's gone for 50 from 6 overs. He's taken 2 big wickets.
You've got to be honest, that was a poor shot. Mann coming in, no footwork at all. I mean, he had time to play. He hasn't got to slog it from the word go.
Marsh is there, and he gets a good delivery, pitched right up, and he pushes away and drags it out on the onside. So New Zealand full of confidence here. Australia looking very wobbly at 5 for 96.
Yeah, that was a poor shot. He played without any footwork. It was pitched on the stumps going across him. By the time he plays it, it's 6, 8, maybe 10 inches wide, and he's playing some sort of away from his body. I'm not quite sure what I call it. I've seen it again now. He's leaning back.
Down the leg side to Marsh. It's just a wide, just outside the line of the pads. But the crowd, it sounds like they're more at a rugby match than a cricket match. They're going up with every ball. Well, they sound like an Indian crowd, actually. They're so involved in the game.
Well, you expect them to want to win. It's like when England play Australia or New Zealand play Australia. They're big matches. There's a lot of history, tradition. Strong competition between the two nations.
Bolt goes into Marsh. Marsh back. Played on. He's played it on too. He's knocked it into his stumps. Another wicket for New Zealand. It's a shambles for Australia's batting at the moment. 6 for 97, twice in the over. Bolt has had batsmen playing onto their stumps. In the 18th over, Michael Clarke is like a shag on the rock watching at the non-striker's end. Bolt claims another wicket. 6, yes, it's 6 for 97 in the 18th over.
Hurry up and get them all padded up. It'll be over by dinner time. Glory, another one just going across him, playing a kind of loose defensive shot. Comes off the sort of face inside onto the stumps.
He was a bit in between, wasn't he, on that ball? Playing or leaving?
Indecisive. Shall I leave it, shan't it? Goes across you. Always the first few balls you get from left-armers going across you. The one thing I will say, it's not doing anything. So you can't say that it's coming back off the seam.
I think 350 is probably out of the reckoning now.
Yes, I think in the game might be out of the reckoning.
Well, yeah.
You're not sure yet.
There's a bit of pace in this pitch. It'll be interesting to see what happens as we go.
Yeah, I like Cummins. I saw him in South Africa in that test match when he first played, and then he sort of got injured, and he looks to have a bright future if he's got a body for fast bowling. That's your problem. That's his problem, really.
Well, his problem might be how much have they got to bowl at the way this innings is going.
Yeah, well, I said before, I don't think it's a big deal who wins this.
Yeah. Bolt now to Haddon. Haddon is pushing back and across. So Haddon has an extraordinary record against New Zealand. He's peeled off a few hundreds against them in one day, as when he batted higher in the order than this.
They're doing one now.
They need him now. Clarke and Haddon. Yes, that's what we're looking at, because we have seen a rapid decline in this innings. Australia have lost their last 3 wickets for just 2 runs in a very short period of time.
I think he changed his mind there. He was going to play and then decided it's going wide of us, I'm not going to play. But he didn't get his bat out of the way. He sort of hit the bat and went on to the stump. I think he definitely changed his mind.
Brad Haddon retakes his guard because Bolt's going to finish this over around the wicket. McCullum being very precise with his field placements here. A slip and a leg gully and a short square cover. Haddon on naught. Bolt goes in. Haddon digs it out on the bounce and quickly taken in his follow through by Bolt. A wonderful over for him and for New Zealand. A couple of wickets. Both batsmen playing on. Maxwell for 1, Marsh for a duck. And New Zealand in the ascendancy here. They look like the favourites in this competition just at the moment. 18 overs bowled. It's 6 for 97.
I would say 90% of the stadium of people stood up, was having the most wonderful afternoon because it's home crowd.
So Michael Clarke, who's played 2 one-day games for Australia in the last 12 months, has now got a job ahead of him to steady this, to stay there, to try and get a score on the board. Vettori continues. He's down the pitch and he just checks himself. So Vettori's up to 298 one-day wickets. He'll be the first New Zealand player to take 300 if he gets there. And he's on the way at the moment. He's in his 7th over, 2 for 17. Around the wicket to Clarke. Clarke back, plays it off the line of his pad, squirts in front of square for a single, and he moves along to 12. So this is going to take some resolve and experience. And Haddon and Clarke have got plenty of that if Australia are to dig their way out of it and have something to bowl at the moment. Doesn't look like they're going to have a lot.
So phlegmatic though, is Vettori. That Lydia Cole, that golfer from New Zealand, just the same. There's no emotion whether you hit him or block him.
Here he comes around the wicket. Back goes Haddon, plays away to the onside.
Just gets on with it, doesn't it? Just no histrionics at all. Just quietly, controlled, at ease, knows what he's doing.
It's into the pads every now and then. Now he draws Haddon forward, pushing away down the offside. Warner treated him with so much respect. Not once did he try to pongo him into the outer. He played every ball on its merits. No premeditated shots. And they're very, very watchful now as Haddon back. Turns him very fine. It slid away down to that short boundary at the northern end for 4 runs. Just got a little on it as it was aimed at his leg stump, and he glanced it for 4.
Just got it a little bit quicker and probably just got it a little bit leg stump where he wanted it a bit straight. It was a nice shot there. Just played the famous leg glance, but they're going to need to work hard now, Aussie. They've got to knock it into the gaps, get a little momentum going.
Vettori tosses up, draws him forward, and Haddon drives it splendidly down to deep mid-off. He moves to 5, and the score to 103 in 19 overs.
Yeah, when you've lost wickets like this and you're stuck a bit and everything's changed quickly, you've somehow got to say, well, OK, the field is spread. I've got to find a way to... It's only 4 and over. Just rotate the strike, get 2 batsmen in. You know that Haddon can bat. So somehow they've just got to think, well, hang on, 300 and plenty is out of the question. Can we make enough now to give ourselves a chance of winning it? Can we make 200 plus, you know, something 230, 240, puts us in the game. Maybe we bowl well, maybe they bat badly, but you don't want to be all out quickly now in the next 30, 40 minutes.
Here's Bolt. Whoops, he bowls, and something distracted Haddon. He stepped away, dead ball. But Bolt was already in his delivery stride when Haddon saw a fly or something and retreated to the onside, putting up his hand as he went to tell the bowler, hey, sorry, let's go again.
Yeah, he drew away fairly quickly. You know, he didn't wait till he was just at delivery point. He drew away before the final stride, something that upset him.
There's a slip in for Haddon, and Bolt's bowling at good pace at the stumps. He comes in now. Haddon's back turns him around the corner, probably from a bit of thigh pad, I think, as Richard Illingworth's about to raise his leg to the world. 6 for 104, a leg by. 11 extras in Australia's meagre total at this point. This is only the 20th over. They've lost 6 wickets. They won the toss and decided to bat, whereas McCullum said straight away that he would have had a bowl. And I think the recent history suggests chasing here is won more than lost in the last, I think, half dozen games. I think four of them were won by the chasers in
I think it's how you
50 over games. But
when the pitches are flat like this, it's how you play, isn't it?
Yeah.
On the day.
Well, Australia was 1 for 80, 6 for 104. Clark faces, gets behind and plays away on the offside. So Clark could be just the foil Australia need in this situation. He's not noted as being a big blaster of the bowling, but that's not what Australia want at the moment.
They want him to just bat the overs, which is perfect for him. He's bound to be rusty. As I said, you can have as many nets as you want. That's okay. He's done all his fitness training. He's had his nets. What he needs is some middle time. So from Australia's point of view, he needs to bat as many of the overs as he can. Try and just knock the ball around, get in, get some confidence.
Bolts up. Clark's leaving. That's wide. Is it a wide? Oh, we got away with it. It was well outside the off stump, probably just inside that inside return crease, and he got away with it by a whisker. But he's testing the resolve of the batsman at the moment, because Clark, you would think he'd have to be out of nick. Okay, he played in a couple of warm-up games into this competition, an innings for his club side at Chatswood Oval for West against Gordon, but he hasn't played a big-time game for 3 months. He watches. Here comes Bolt, just outside the line again. He lets it go. We're in test match mode here, really.
But that's all right.
It's good cricket.
30 overs, Jim.
Yeah,
There's 30 overs to bat. They're only 20th over.
Yep.
If they got 4 and over, just knocking it around, that's 120. If these two are there for another 20 overs, and then they've got, is it Johnson to come a bit? Maybe you can get a little bit more. So 240 is not out of the question. Just playing normal. It's just, can they do it? Are they good enough?
Bolt bowls. Clark defends, getting behind it. This is very disciplined, controlled and confident bowling from an eager New Zealand side. They know they've got a chance here, but they can really make a mess of Australia if they break this partnership within the next 10 overs. Big chance of keeping them under 200.
Yes, I think if Johnson got in under pressure, it's not quite the same as coming in for the last 10 overs.
A slip and 2 square covers close in. Bolts around the wicket. Clark is driving. Caught! Short cover. He's holed out for the short cover. He went for the larruping shot, and that's why the field is set up in that way. That is another huge wicket for New Zealand. It's 7 for 104. Clark succumbing to a ball that he drove at without any control. He's out for 12, and Australia slump to 7 for 104 in this, the 20th over, the end of the 20th over. A brilliant plan set up by McCullum, and Clark's hold out to him at cover.
Great captaincy and stupid shot with 30 overs to go. I said 10 minutes ago he set 2 guys on the drive. He set it for Clark and Smith, and he's kept them there, and he's sort of tried to hit that on the up. It wasn't even a half volley. This went sort of head high nearly, didn't it? You can tell it wasn't a half volley, it went head high. With 30 overs to go, that was an unsmart decision. That was a poor shot, Jim. Sorry about that. Poor thinking with his team in this position. I can't defend that. As much as I like Michael Clark, I think in form he's one of the best players in the world. With Amler and A.B. de Villiers, I think he's in the top 3 batsmen in the world. But I can't defend that. That was stupid.
Yes, it was Williamson, one of the 2 short covers. He was the straighter of the 2 and went straight to him. Simple catch. And he took it about.
Yeah, time to bat. It's 30 overs to bat. Bat for Australia, bat for yourself.
So Vettori continues and Haddon plays. He's got Johnson as his mate now. And this is signs of the Ashes over a year ago when it was Haddon and Johnson that saved Australia. They've got a task ahead of them here.
Jim, if Michael Clark could have been with the tail enders and trying to hit something, but he's got Haddon, who's a very good player. Everybody in the world knows he's had some classy run. Test cricket, one-day cricket, the guy can bat, can't he? He can really bat. He's no mug at all. And you've got to play for each other and use those 30 overs. The biggest crime in one-day cricket when you bat on a good surface is not to bat your 50 overs.
Well, that's a fair chance here. Australia are going down like 9 pins. They've lost their last 5 wickets for last 6 wickets for 24 runs. Here's Vettori, the wily bowler, and he beats Johnson outside the off stump. He was trying to fly it past point. He very nearly nicked it to the keeper. This is turning into almost as good a day as New Zealanders often have at this ground watching the rugby. And the All Blacks play the Wallabies. They're on top of their game, and he's forward and he's beaten, but the ball's spilt by Ronke behind the stumps. But Vettori's got the ball on a string, and Australia have had a horror half hour of cricket here.
Well, the Aussie batsmen think he's got it on the string anyhow.
Vettori bowls a good ball, probing away on the stumps. He was feeling for it, just kept it out of his pads and ran it away behind point. There's a big LBW chance here with the variations this fella has. And he's just fiddling with the field. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket and a long on. Man at mid-wicket. And then a line on the offside with a slip. He comes up to Johnson and Johnson back and does find a little gap on the onside. Knocks it behind square to get off the mark. But a massive reconsolidation required by Australia to stay in the contest here. Their innings has fallen apart thanks to some keen, purposeful bowling and a few loose shots. Vettori around the wicket. Bowls now. Good quick ball in at Haddon. Drops his bat on it and keeps it out of his pads. It's the end of the over, and I'm going to make way for Simon Mann with Australia in all sorts of bother after 21 overs, 7 for 106. Johnson 1 and Haddon on 6. 3 wickets to Bolt, 2 each to Southee and Vettori. Geoffrey.
Well, Australia have got to do some serious batting to make this game go beyond the dinner interval. If they happen to get out quickly and New Zealand come in firing at them and get away to a flyer, it could be all over by dinner. So, this is a mess. If you're an Australian, it's a mess. If you're a New Zealander, you're having the best day of your life.
It's like Wellington all over again, Geoffrey, for New Zealand. 106 for 7 after 21 overs. I'm sure Jim just knocked 3 minutes off his commentary spell there. I think he retreated quickly.
He's not coming back.
Might not need him for the rest of the game the way it's going. 106 for 7, 21 overs bowled. Haddon and Johnson together. Here's Bolt, bowls to Johnson outside the off stump. He lifts the bat high. Gets the gloves out of the way as well to make sure the ball doesn't touch them on the way through to Ronke.
Who was that clown who said it's a funny old game? Huh?
It's 80 for 1, Geoffrey, at one stage.
The ball was disappearing the first few overs. Southee couldn't get anything in the right place. And suddenly the batting's in a mess.
Bolt turns at the far end. Feverish atmosphere. Bowls to Johnson, tries to swing that into the stand and misses, taking that from outside the off stump through to the wicket-keeper. I know we're at Eden Park. It's a bit like being in Eden Gardens today. Full house here, and they are loving what they have seen so far. Not the first 3/4 of an hour or so, or first hour. As I said, 80 for 1 when Watson was caught at deep mid-wicket by Southee off Vettori for 23. And since then, Australia have fallen apart. We've got Stark and Cummings to come. Stark, of course, made 99 in the Test match and 52 not out in a one-day international. So they're not done yet, but they've got a tremendous amount of work to do. Bolt bowls, Johnson gives himself some room, hits that into the offside, and he's caught by Williamson away to his right-hand side. And Australia are 8 down. He was giving himself some room, trying to hit that towards the extra cover boundary. He hit it in the air, and Williamson took the catch. It's 106 for 8. Johnson is out for 1, and that's another wicket for Trent Bolt. Alan Border is here.
I'm glad I turned up. It's embarrassing at the moment. After a good start by the Australians, the adrenaline was pumping early, and there's lots of boundaries being struck. And at 1 for 80, the Australians were in cruise control. But Brendan McCullum kept attacking, kept his strike bowlers on. They were getting a little bit of swing here and there. And Australia just in disarray at the moment. You're seeing it but not believing it. The last, 45 minutes to an hour have been just incredible, and the bowling has been outstanding. I'll give all the credit to the bowlers. They've created the chances. And Australia in total disarray.
Well, Trent Boult has taken 4 of the wickets. The Tories picked up a couple, and Southey has picked up a couple as well. Well, when you're in trouble like Australia are, and so many overs left, it's hard to understand that shot really from Johnson.
Tail ender, but gee, you expect him to try and hang around Brad Haddin.
Here's Stark, another left-hander, and that's down the leg side. Tries to flick it away. It must have hit something on the way through because it wasn't called wide. Good stop from Ronke going away to his right-hand side. Just to flick the pad there. Stark looked to clip that through square leg. There's a man back Southey on the deep forward square leg boundary. I think they can barely believe it out there, the New Zealand supporters. They came believing in their team because they've seen how well they played recently, but there are a few people pinching themselves. You see, they're not asleep. Boult goes in, bowls to Stark, who plays that towards mid-on. Picked up by Vittori, whips in the return. New Zealand right on top of their game here.
I'll tell you who'll be enjoying this is England. We gave them heaps back in Australia about their performance against the Kiwis in that earlier match. So one scribe said England are not playing one-day cricket, they're playing half-day cricket. Well, we might have to just be a bit careful the way this game's headed.
They might not reach England's score the way things are going. They won't. He's bowled him. Boult's gone right through Stark. He's knocked out his middle stump, and Australia are 9 down. 106 for 9. They were 80 for 1. Their innings is in tatters. New Zealand are rampant, and that's 5 wickets for Trent Boult.
He's only bowled 3 overs. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 1 in this spell. Yeah, that's incredible. I mean, it's just great bowling, but gee, the Australians are just so far off the pace at the moment. It is getting embarrassing now. Give all the credit to New Zealand. No excuses for the Aussies, but gee, hopefully they're better for the run.
Well, I mean, they haven't played for a couple of weeks, so they've been kicking their heels a bit. New Zealand had a few days off as well, mind you. Look at them standing up away to our left-hand side, cheering Boult as he heads out towards the boundary. They're bowing down and worshipping him as well. Well, this is absolutely incredible. Australia 106 for 9 after 22 overs. Haddin is there, and Pat Cummins is the number 11 for Australia. We looked up his figures, his batting figures. His highest score in an international match, hasn't played a huge amount of international cricket, is 13 not out, and his highest score in his career, any cricket, any major cricket, that's first class or list A or international cricket, is 38.
Well, he's not a mug. He's better than a number 11, but gee, what does Brad Haddin do here? I mean, you've got so many overs left, but do you try and take the bowling on? Because the game's just about done, isn't it? 906. I mean, to try and post some sort of score, 200, just to give yourself some chance with the ball. But gee, there's a mountain to climb.
Here's Vittori. Goes into bowl to Haddin, who turns that behind square into a gap, and they run through for a single, so it means Cummins will be on strike, and Australia go to 107 for 9. It means Vittori can't take his 300th one-day wicket today. He's on 299 after 2 earlier. Boult the man though with 5. That was just seeing that replay. Ball that got stuck, just shaped away from the left hand. It's a lovely delivery. Even though it knocked out his middle stump, he probably didn't play it as well as he would have liked. Obviously not, but it was a good ball.
Top order player struggled that, let alone number 10. That's just great bowling.
So here's Cummins with a slip in, and Vittori goes into bowl to him, and he stretches forward and drops it into the onside. Ronke comes behind the stumps to pick up. Well, I've seen England lose a couple of times before the lights come on. It could happen to Australia today.
Yeah, and that will be embarrassing.
Sun beaming down. It's 3:45 in the afternoon. Vittori bowls. Cummins stretches forward, plays that way on the offside. We're only in the 23rd over. Australia favourites for this World Cup. Vittori goes in to bowl to him, and he tries to turn that away on the onside. Cummins strikes him on the pad, rolls out, and Ronke comes behind the stumps to pick up. And there is no run. It's not just one alarm call today. It's like having a whole series of alarm clocks in your room waking you up.
Oh dear. Well, that favouritism tag's gone.
Vittori bowls to Cummins. He gets a very full ball. It's dug out into the offside, up towards long off. And in comes Grant Elliott from the boundary to the edge of the circle to pick up. And Cummins is underway. 108 for 9. Last ball coming up of the 23rd over. Vittori to bowl to Haddin. Haddin drives. He gets a single towards long off. Elliott comes in again and returns. And that's the end of the over. 109 for 9. 23 overs now being bowled. Warner 34, Finch 14, Watson 23, Clark 12, Smith 4, Maxwell 1, Marsh 0, Johnson 1, and Stark 0, the men out.
Well, you've just got to give credit to the bowling and the fielding. That's been outstanding. It's easy to sit here and maybe criticise the batting, but to be honest, there's been a few indifferent shots, but there's been some excellent bowling. Simple as that. A couple of chop-ons, that happens, but overall, I think the bowling's been outstanding, and just the batting just haven't been up to it. Just put pressure on with a little bit of swing here and there, good lines, aggressive field placings from Brendan McCullum, and it's just converted into just a rout at the moment.
Trent Boult is going to continue, and why not? He can wrap things up here. He's taken 5. 109 for 9. And he's bowling to Brad Haddin with it. Overly attacking field. I can understand that, I suppose, with Haddin on strike. Just the one slip in. That's Ross Taylor. Boult bowls. That's forced away by Haddin in the air. Past mid-wicket towards the deep forward square leg boundary. And they're through for 1. And that just suggested, I know it was on his pad, just suggested that Haddin might play a few shots here.
Yeah, look, I think it's good field placing. I mean, they're still attacking with slips and gullies and short covers and things, but have some deep set fields, because you know Brad Haddin can counter attack. He's done it many times in the past, so he's the danger man. But you just sort of try and keep him off as much strike as possible and bowl to number 11, Pat Cummins.
And that's what they're going to do now. McCullum has sorted out his field. He's got 3 slips in for Cummins and a mid-wicket as well. The crowd urging Boult to finish it off. He goes in, bowls to Cummins outside the off stump, and Cummins lets the ball go through. Where do you stand on the Michael Clark debate? He hasn't played much cricket. He's come back into the side.
Well, he looked quite good till he got out, but he saw all the carnage from one end, didn't he? He was just standing up there, and I suppose a lot of disappointment would have been going through his mind. But his dismissal, that was well thought out by New Zealand. A wider delivery that he just hit in the air to the 2 short catches there. And look, he needs to start playing. That's what he needs to do.
4 slips now. Boult bowls to Cummins, who stretches forward and plays that confidently enough towards cover, and there is no run.
He hasn't played a lot of one-day cricket in recent times, but I think he deserves to be in the side. His record is outstanding. He's truly one of our great players. His captaincy's been outstanding, so he deserves to play. But I think what happened was that the game against Bangladesh was, that was the big return, and he was all set for that. And the fact that he hasn't played a lot of cricket, a lot of hard cricket, there's nothing like centre wicket. You can't do anything other than match play.
Boult goes around the wicket now to bowl to Cummins. He turns that backward a square for a single down towards fine leg, and he trots to the other end. So Haddin is back on strike, and 111 for 9 is on the board in the 24th over. I mean, it's a very similar game to the one that England played against New Zealand down in Wellington. Boult's previous best in one-day international cricket was 4 for 44 against Sri Lanka in Dunedin back in January. He really is on a hot streak. He's bowled well in this World Cup so far.
Very impressive. Well, you've got to think this is a worse performance than England. Australia 1 for 80. England got in trouble early.
Boult goes into Haddin, and Haddin drives, slice drive, thick edge down towards backward point. Diving stop by Guptill, and there's no run.
He's 1 for 80, all of a sudden 9 for 111. I mean, that's an incredible turnaround. At least England can sort of say, we struggled to get in the game because of swinging ball early and we lost early wickets, and it's just hard to sort of peg the game back. Australia 1 for 80 are cruising. Very different mindset from that point.
Boult turns at that far end. Still a slip in for Haddin, who had a quick look over his left shoulder there. Bolt bowls, he struck on the bat, shout for LBW, not out, says umpire Illingworth. Well, it looked a decent shout from here. It was full and swinging. Just having a look at the replay very quickly on our television monitor, I think it was probably just shaping down the leg side. It was hitting firmly into a false stump rather than that leg stump. End of the over, 24 gone. Australia, amazingly, if you've just switched on or woken up in the UK, say, slumbered, fell asleep for a couple of hours, then switched on, I wonder how that game's going. Was it 10 to 3 in the morning? 111 for 9.
There'll be a lot of cheering going on, I reckon. There's a great rivalry between Australia and England as well, and the stick England would have copped out of that game. Well, they can return fire quite easily, saying, well, hang on, we actually did a little bit better than you guys.
Because the only problem is England lost that opening game to Australia heavily as well. They can't chirp too much.
Not totally, but there's a long way to go still in this tournament. So England, hello.
They've taken the power play.
Yeah.
Australia have taken the power play. Well, I suppose why not? Here is Vettori. Into bowl to Cummings, who turns that into the onside for a single. Make a mid-wicket gap, picked up by Guptill, moving to his left-hand side. So the power play taken at 111 for 9. These Haddin's on strike. Let's have a look at the field. They have 3 men outside the circle, and they are deep cover, long off, and deep mid-wicket. Almost cow corner, really. Vettori bowls, and Haddin drags this towards mid-on, over the head of mid-on, and it's gone away for 4. For a moment, I thought that was going to be it, but he got enough on that.
Yeah, hit it quite well. It was low, so the fielder at long on was in the contest for a little bit, but just well enough struck to get over the infield.
So covers come in, and long on is in. Vettori bowls to Haddin, it goes back and he finds the gap. He doesn't time it perfectly, but he's hit that through extra cover. 2 fielders after it. They will stop it inside the rope. It's knocked back by Bolt. Bit of relay fielding down there. McCullum returns to Vettori, and Haddin comes back for 2 runs.
Yeah, so it's no secret now, Brad Haddin having called the batting power play. I think that's a sensible move, running out of wickets to try and do some damage with the field up.
This is Vettori's last over, 2 for 35. He trots into bowl. Haddin's not quite ready. Haddin on 15, 118 for 9. We're in the 25th over. I mean, clearly he's going to have a go here. Vettori bowls to him, and he hits this down the ground, coming up towards the long off boundary. It disappears beneath us. I'm pretty sure that's gone for 6. Yes, it has. It's not a big hit straight here. It almost lifted for 6 more than anything. Good tactics from Haddin. Score goes to 124 for 9. Vettori again bowls to him. This time he blocks it back down the pitch. It's picked up by Vettori, and there's no run. I mean, he may as well try to take advantage of the short straight boundaries.
Yeah. I mean, 9 down. Yeah, just somehow get some sort of score to bowl to.
Vettori bowls, back he goes into his stumps, trying to manoeuvre that into a gap on the offside, hits it straight at McCullum, who's fielding at extra cover, and that's the end of the over. One thing Australia have done now is they've gone past England's score in Wellington.
There you go, big cheer goes out.
124 for 9, that's the end of Vettori's spell for the day. 10 overs, 2 for 41, a bit of tap in that over, but he was excellent.
He was. I thought he got New Zealand back into the contest after the early onslaught. His early overs really stemmed the flow of runs, put a lot more pressure on him. The game did change with his introduction to the crease, so he's done a great job. Copped a little bit of tap in that last over, but gee, the 10 overs were outstanding. Bolt, brilliant. Southey, he's been expensive, but got important wickets along the way. So, gee, it's just been a demolition job by a very good New Zealand outfit.
Southey 6 overs, 2 for 50. Bolt is beginning his last over, 5 for 27. Bowls to Cummings, who turns into the onside, but straight to mid-wicket. And there is no runs. I bet we haven't had many power play fields like this in the past. We've got 4 slips, or 3 slips in the gully in the power play.
Well, I think Brendan McCullum just takes the opposite view. Oh, oh dear, batting power play. I know they're going to come at us. Well, we're going to come at you guys. 3 slips in the gully, or 4 slips. That's very aggressive.
Bolt looking to wrap it up. Bowls to Cummings, a short ball, and he evades it after a fashion. That was a sort of welcome to Eden Park delivery from Bolt. Just keeping him honest.
It was spot on too, wasn't it?
It's quite close to him. He just had to swivel out of the way of it. An awkward evade from Pat Cummins. Interesting to see whether Cummins can get going in his career now. He had all those injury problems. A hugely promising young fast bowler. Bolt bowls to Cummins, who drives, doesn't time it. Hits it towards mid-off. And there's no run.
What he has been able to do, Pat Cummins, is work on his batting, because he's been out with those back problems. He has improved quite a lot playing club cricket at the lower grades, making some runs. I think he ended up making first grade 100 not so long ago. So that's an important part of the process. You can't come back a better batsman as well.
Bolt bowls to Cummins, good delivery right up in the block hole, dug out by Cummins, played that really well. Went to Williamson at point and there's no run. Look at the Australian I think tail, whatever you want to call it, lower order. I mean, quite a few of them can bat, and that makes especially in a test match, it's so frustrating for an opposition if you get a team 7 down and they can add another 120 or 140.
Well, Stark's made a 99 in test cricket. Johnson's made a couple of hundreds, I think, in test cricket. So it's a pretty formidable lineup, but hasn't shown it today.
Around the wicket goes Bolt now, looking to end the innings, but Cummins, no shout not pass with that defensive shot. Ball goes to Williamson again in the covers. And he does not look the worst number 11 in the world, Pat Cummins.
No, he's not. He's definitely better than that. But just in this Australian lineup at the moment, he finds himself in that number 11 spot. But he goes all right.
124 for 9. Last ball coming up of the 26th over. Bolt looking for his 6th wicket. He very nearly gets it. It goes over the stumps and past the outside edge of Cummins' groping bat. And that's the end of Trent Bolt for the day. What a job he has done. 10 overs, 5 for 27. His best in one-day international cricket. What a day to do it. Come up with your best. Packed house at Eden Park in the World Cup against Australia, who are, after 26 overs, they are 124 for 9. More from Alan Border and then Brian Waddle.
That is an outstanding performance from young Trent Bolt. He's been bowling well, but he's got his just desserts today. Swinging the ball at good pace caused all the Australian batsmen a lot of grief. And best bowling figures in the one-day international. That's just what a day to do it in front of a packed Eden Park crowd. And lots of hopes for this New Zealand side going forward in this competition. And gee, they're sending a message loud and clear to the rest of the competition that they're here to play.
And 36 runs off the first 3 overs. You would never have imagined this was going to be the outcome, would you?
No. I thought, look, the adrenaline was pumping, and I thought, just they were overdoing it, the Australians, early. Then it settled down. Good partnership between Watson and Warner, and at 1 for 80. I was quite relaxed sitting down watching the cricket at that point. It was back to normal sort of batting.
Southey's into the attack, bowling to Haddon, who hits the ball back to him on the bounce, and there's no run, and he's broken his bat, it looks like. So he's going to have that sorted out. He's planning a longer stay. The bottom of the bat. It's a bit of a smile from Southey. Interesting, have a look at the bowling figures. 3 bowlers have been used. 2 have bowled out, and 1 is just starting his 7th over. The captain's got a decision now, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. It's he's making sure he can try and get that 10th wicket. Otherwise, he's going to his 4th and 5th bowlers. But look, they're no slouches, are they? Young Milne bowls a heavy ball.
Yep.
And who's the 5th bowler will be used?
Corey Anderson.
Corey Anderson. So he's not terrible.
Southey bowls to Haddon, who just gives himself a little bit of room to try and access the offside, but can't manage to achieve it. He plays it out to Bolt. We're in a batting power play, so the field is up, and there's 4 men on the offside. Backward point cover, extra cover, and mid-off. I'll just get a chance to have a look at Trent Bolt's spells. Just have a look at those now. The two bowling spells: 5 overs, no maidens, none for 24. Then 5 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 3. Here's Southey bowling to Haddon, and this one is a short delivery, and he was going to launch at that one, but and called wide by umpire Erasmus.
It was quite high, but a bit of a harsh one on the bowlers there. But
I sometimes think, it's tough enough for bowlers, isn't it? The leg side wide, the heavy bats.
Heavy bats.
Not today.
We go on how.
It's not a good time to start today.
No, you can't sort of get an action going on behalf of the bowlers. Got the opposition 9 for 1, 2, 4.
Yes, it's a bowler's game. 125 for 9. Southey up again to bowl to Brad Haddon. 5 men on the offside, and he drives out towards mid-off, just bounces in front of McCullum. He was deep right on the circle, and it landed just in front of him. Good effort made in the stop.
He was hunting up the catch there, wasn't he? There was nothing else in his mind. He was going hard to try and make the catch. And
then when the catch wasn't made, putting everything behind it so that it takes the body and wasn't going to get past.
It's a great example.
Yep. 125 for 9. Here's the next delivery from Southey to Haddon, and Haddon slaps it down onto the onside, out towards deep backward square leg. It's going to be fielded out there on the boundary by Grant Elliott, and they'll get 2. 2 more to the total. 127 for 9. Just a message here from Andrew Sampson. Now, I need bigger fonts than that. Australia's collapse, 80 for 1 to 106 for 9, is their worst 8-wicket collapse in ODIs. Oh, did you need to know that, Amy?
Well, it's going to come thick and fast now after this performance today, for sure.
Here's Southey bowling to Haddon, and Haddon drives down the ground. He'll be fielded there by Milne, and he'll take a single to take the score up to 128 for 9.
Worms, slime, and the secrets of the plant world.
Costa!
The Gardening Australia Junior podcast has brand new adventures for little ears.
Cool.
Search for it now on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport Digital Radio. ABC Sport. Your home of basketball.
Their previous record was 8 for 27, 95 for 1 to 123 for 9 versus Pakistan, Dubai 2009. So
right, okay. So they've had some collapses. It happens to us all. Have those horrendous days, but you try and avoid them in World Cups.
Yes, the issue is if it happens every 2 or 3 innings, you have one every now and again.
Yes.
You tend to forget them when you win the next time round. Southey bowls to Cummins forward, playing on the front foot to cover where Bolt does the fielding. And the end of Southey's 7th over. He has 2 for 54, his figures. It's 128 for the loss of 9, with Haddon on the 24. And Cummins is on 3.
So we're going to see a change in bowling. Is that young Milne coming on? Who's got,
you get a bowl when they're 9 down. You can have a bowl when they're 9 down.
Good time to come on, isn't it? By first over, you're a young speedster. He's got some good wheels, this kid too, hasn't he?
My word,
into the late 140s, 150 type bowler if he's really slipping himself.
Yeah, well, he's done 154, I think, is the best he's put out. And interesting today that the radar on Trent Bolt and Tim Southey has been a little bit higher than they normally are. Bolt's at 145 a couple of times, and Southey's getting it up there. They're either increasing their speed as the tournament goes on, or the radar's been tweaked up.
Or they're up for the contest. They're playing the Aussies, and the adrenaline's pumping, so you just find a yard or two.
Yes, well, I don't want that on my car when I'm driving home. They can send that radar away. Here's Milne. He's in bowling to Haddon, and Haddon is giving himself a little bit of room, opening up the front leg and looking to try and hoist it over the offside. He knows the field's up because it's a batting power play, and so if he goes over the top, gets enough wood on it, then it'll travel. But the indications are that very good delivery. That was 143, but the length was perfect.
It's going to be a great double hundred this from Brad Haddon, isn't it?
It'll be one of the fastest. Here's Milne bowling to Haddon, who's defending a Yorker length delivery. Two very good deliveries from Milne.
That's a great start.
And here we have 2 dot balls early on in the innings. 1 dot ball was hard to get for the bowlers, wasn't it, when the innings opened up? 36.
I knew the Aussies had come out hard. I mean, that's just the way they are. That's, you know, but just the occasion, the adrenaline and all. I keep talking about that, but just the atmosphere was just enormous. So you couldn't help yourself.
151 that delivery. Here's Haddon defending another one way into the offside. 3 very good deliveries. A man looking to try and launch an assault on the new bowler, and he's had to defend. And you know, that extra pace just makes all the difference too, doesn't it?
Oh yeah. Look, you can't buy that on the shelf. That's just a natural, you know, bonus if you can bowl that quick. And then obviously you'll be working with the coaches about refining the action and making sure you're getting the ball in the right areas. It's one thing to have the pace, but you've got to back it up. And if you can back it up with some good areas, you're going to get wickets.
He's up again. Milne bowling to Haddon, and Haddon drives up towards mid-off again. There's no run. The field right back on the circle there at mid-off. Oh, and the ball's... What happened there? It hit a bump. Hit the wickets. But the bail didn't come off.
No, just...
the foothold.
Footholds, and just took an awkward bounce. It could cost you the game, that.
Most definitely. Hey, this run's on the board.
Yeah, it's another one you got to get.
129 for 9. What they really were trying to do was get Cummins on strike. Oh,
well, just the edge of the drop-in pitch.
Ah, that's what it was.
It's taken the...
That'll teach him to try and bounce it in, get it on the full. One run that probably Milne didn't deserve to have from his bowling. First 4 deliveries, 1 run, still 2 to go. 3 slips and a gully in place. Cummins on strike. Spider cam, almost a 12th fieldsman for New Zealand. Here's Milne bowling to Cummins, who drives and misses. Didn't really want to get too close to the line of that one, did he?
This is a batting power play, isn't it?
Yes.
3 slips, gully, catching point.
Well, they've got to be inside the circle. Might as well have them there as anywhere.
Oh dear.
Yes, test match field. 129 for 9.
I'm going to get an earlier flight tomorrow. I won't be able to cop you guys gloating.
Would we?
I've been over here for rugby games, now cricket. Look, it's just getting too much.
But I thought this was going to be the restart. Yes. 129 for 9. Milne, last ball of his over to Cummins, and Cummins digs out a Yorker and plays it out to McCullum to cover the end of the over. A beauty bowled by Milne to start with. 1 run coming from it. 129 for 9. Haddon 25, Cummins 3. And Alan Border heading off to just get a touch of sympathy from some Australian mates perhaps, and Geoffrey Boycott coming back to join us. Southey has bowled 7 overs, 2 for 54. He's going to come back into the attack. Milne, his first over, has conceded 1 run. New Zealand just now looking to try and finish the job off. Batting power play, I think, still in progress, is it? 1 to go, yep. 1 over left in the batting power play. 129 for the loss of 9. Southey, man of the match against England, 7 for 33. Overshadowed today by Trent Boult. Here's Southey bowling to Haddon, who goes in the air over third man down to the boundary for 4. They're up inside the circle, and it was a little too short. Free swing of the bat, and it's given him the boundary. 133 for 9. Not much more you need to do really as a batsman now. You might as well get as many as you can.
He's a difficult customer to bowl at. He's got a good range of shots. He stands very still. That time he just eased himself a little bit leg stump, and then you bowl the length and he plays it with a slice sort of open face.
Up goes Southey to bowl to him again, and this delivery has him playing down towards short backward point. He's just confident enough to get outside the line of the leg stump, and his judgment of the line is pretty good.
And then if you bowl short, he's in a position to either hit it off the back foot on the offside, or he can pull it.
He seems to save some of his more entertaining innings for New Zealand as well, so they'll want to, and they'll know that he's done that. I want to get rid of him. 133 for 9. 29th over, the last of the batting power play. So they're going into bowl to Haddon, and Haddon goes high over third man. Is he going to clear the fieldsman? Yes, just over the head of the man at backward point. That was Guptill.
Clever shot. You see again, tries to bang it in short because he's staying leg side, but he's up to it. He knows his areas he wants to score, and he's very good at those areas.
Well, he needs to bowl a little fuller, doesn't he,
You would think so. Get it up there. What's wrong with his Yorker? He's got a fine leg. Get your fine leg finer. But if he squeezes it finer, you've got long on back, and you've got a deep square leg. So get your Yorker in leg stump.
135 for 9. Here's the next delivery to Haddon, and Haddon launches it down to long on. And
can't hit it. Can't get the elevation.
A single for him. Takes him to 32. 136 for 9. Yes, even
have many brains, you know, to work cricket. I mean, it's not that difficult. What is a little more difficult is being able to execute it. You know, you can't always get a strong, fast Yorker in. But it was crying out for a Yorker leg stump to him. Don't give him room. He's giving himself room, so don't give him that.
Well, Southey's up again, bowling to Cummins this time, and Cummins gets a defensive strike. Short delivery, but he was right in behind it. Southey's in his 8th over. He's already gone for 61, but he's got the wickets of Warner and Finch. So
and the catch.
A mixture. And that very good catch, yes, to get rid of Watson out on the boundary from the bowling of Vittori. His figures, Vittori. 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 41.
Brilliant.
Again, having done his job. Four runs and over.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Haddon 32, Cummins 3, 136 for 9. 29th over. Southey bowls to Cummins, who works it off down towards long leg. It'll be fielded down in the deep there by the man who's being placed in that position. Corey Anderson is down there. He's probably going to have to bowl at some stage.
Yeah, there was a single there. Hadn't sent him back. He wants a bowl in. That's correct.
136 for 9. Haddon 32. Cummins is 3. So that's the end of the batting power play. So New Zealand can go back to where they were at previously, and it's going to be Milne to continue. But he bowled pretty well to Haddon in the last over. Adam Milne right on the money from the outset.
It's difficult to bowl at Haddon. Because he gets leg side and he stays very still, he then has this range of areas where he knows he can score, so you've got to be clear. I think occasionally you've got to slip in that leg stump Yorker. At the moment he's got a long on, just like South here, and they're putting a man out to deep mid-wicket, so that's the couple of men out. Well, a fine leg.
This last wicket partnership has already added 30. And most of them have been scored by Haddon, who waits for Milne. And Milne's first delivery is played to the offside.
Well, he almost ran to square leg, didn't he, to give himself room for that. Followed him. The bowler was good there. He followed him.
Still manages to get the middle of the bat onto it, though, doesn't he?
Yeah, but he didn't hit it for runs, did he?
No.
He followed him. He tried to get it in there as a Yorker into his feet, although he was outside leg stump, and he got it a sort of low full toss. There's a very cool head there.
Yes, it's not one of your classic defensive poses that Haddon's taking up at the moment. Milne to bowl to him again. This one has him flicking it off his pad. And no, they're not going to take a single. Goes out towards square leg. Another
full Yorker sort of thing. He's getting leg side, but he's following him. Isn't then just bowling into leg stump. He's following him into his feet. So then he's no room to hit it, has he? He's no room to go over there offside, inside out. He can't do it. He's no elevation.
Yes, and that length is the important thing, isn't it? It's been a good full length, so that's all Haddon can do, really.
It's just hard to do for 6 balls, though.
Well, we'll see what he can do this time. Milne bowls to Haddon, and he bounces at him. He got himself well outside the line of the leg stump, couldn't make contact, and it sailed through chest high to Ronke behind, in fact, above head high.
He's trying to outthink him, which is the only thing he can do. I was lucky one day at Yorkshire when Darren Gough came back. He was our best bowler for a long time at England and passed his best, came back as captain. We were playing a practice match and I stood with him where he was starting off his bowling mark and having a one-day practice match, and how he was trying to outthink the batsman, what he thought the batsman, what shot the batsman was going to play.
Milne bowls to Haddon, Yorker length delivery, another very good ball. All he can do is play it out towards extra cover where Kane Williamson is fielding. 136 for 9 it remains.
I mean, it's okay bowling when people are trying to whack you, and if you say Joel Garner, 6 for 8, whack a Eunice at a brilliant, you know, that fast in-swinging Yorker on your toes, but very few people have that pace or accuracy or that swing. And I don't know anybody who's 6 for 8 like Garner. You know, I've never seen anybody hit Garner.
Muhammad Irfan.
Well, it's very difficult.
Yeah.
Very difficult to hit. So this lad's bowled well.
Yeah, McCullum's going through a change. He's bringing mid-wicket up inside the circle. And what does he want? He wants third man. Where's he going to go? Oh, he's still on the 45, but he's out on the boundary. The backward point. Long on and 2 behind square. Milne bowls to Haddon, and Haddon gets one and places it into the onside. Denied a run. Bold. Good change in the field. Anderson was brought into that area just inside the circle, and he's getting to the stage where he wants to get the single now. 30th over, and just 1 ball left to be bowled in it. And Haddon wanting to try and get the strike for the next over. But Milne, well, 1 run from 11 deliveries.
Brilliant.
Yep.
Excellent. This is tough when somebody's coming for you on a flat pitch.
Last delivery from this over. Milne racing into bowl to Haddon, and Haddon is guiding this one out through point. It's going to go away for 4, so he won't get the strike. Well, no, he won't, because the dive from Guptill has pushed the ball into the boundary rope. They'll take 4 for that. 140 for the loss of 9 as Haddon goes to 36 and ends the over bowled by Milne. 2 overs for 5 he's bowled. That's the end of 30 overs, 140 for 9.
But it looked as if he was trying a full-length Yorker outside off stump, because it was quite a little way outside off stump, and he's been so accurate with the others, but he didn't quite get it as a Yorker. He got it as a low full toss, and he was able to get some bat on it, or the meat of the bat, and it just went away through the infield. But that was a splendid over.
Well, we're going to see Southey continue, and I don't know who McCullum's going to use very shortly. Southey's bowled 8, so he's got a couple more. He's obviously going to bowl him out. Then he's got to go to Anderson, Elliott. The only other options really for him, well, Williamson. I don't think he's really going to have to worry about those options. It'll probably be the straightforward option of Corey Anderson.
They've just got to get as many as they can, Australia, and hope for a miracle when they bowl, haven't they? They've got to keep going, get up to 200 if they can.
Well, here's Southey bowling to Cummins, and Cummins drives down the ground for 4.
Shot.
Handsome stroke. Right up on a length, half volley on leg stump, and he's hit it straight down the ground for 4. So that takes his score to 7. That's 144 for 9.
Well, I can't believe he was trying to bowl a half volley leg and middle stump. I think it's just one of those days that the ball's not going where he wants it to, because McCullum gave him 3 slips, so you'd think he's telling him bowl off stumpish.
Well, he's got 2 slips, backward point, short cover and mid-off. Southey bowls to Cummins, and Swan, he leaves, and it's a better delivery, but still doesn't require a stroke from the batsman.
Well, it's the line he should have bowled when he had 3 slips. He takes one away because of a bad ball, and then he bowls the line. It's one of those days. It's like batting. There's some days you can do it and some days you can't.
Well, his figures are just out of kilter with the rest of the bowling figures. If you said somebody's got 2 for 65, you think, boy, how many did they score? So far, they've only got 144. Southey in his 9th over, waiting to bowl to number 11 Cummins. This delivery has Cummins leaving another wide delivery. He just hasn't got the radar sorted today, Southey. Yes, he's got 2 wickets and hit the stumps with 1. The other was an LBW, but I'm sure he would be the first to say that it's not been one of his better spells. 2 for 65, and he's still got an over and 3 balls left to bowl.
But it's a good day to not bowl so well when the opposition are 144 for 9.
Yes,
Better than being 344 for 9.
Somebody else has stepped up, haven't they? Here's Southey, bowls 2, Cummins, and it's a good bouncer. Just manages to slide inside it around about shoulder height as it went through. And he was able to get away from the line of that delivery. 144
He's played well.
9.
Cummins, hasn't he?
Yeah,
number 11. He's
look
shaped sensibly, you know. He doesn't look phased by anything. He leaves the ball, lets the bouncer go, gets out of the way, plays straight.
And that allows Haddon to do what he's able to do, provided he can preserve his wicket. Here's Southey into Cummins, and this was slower delivery.
Yorker.
Bottom of the bat, attempted Yorker, yes, a little bit slower, but driven up towards mid-off where McCullum does the fielding.
See, that was a low full toss, wasn't it? He's attempting it, he just can't get it where he wants it today.
No, I think he was going a little bit wider in the crease with that one too, trying to just angle it into off stump, but it's one of those days for Tim Southey. But New Zealand are enjoying a good time with the ball. 144 for 9. Southey up again. Last ball of the 31st over. Bowls to Cummins, and Cummins gets another short delivery. Just slips inside the line of it. Takes the body away from danger. And the ball goes through to Ronke. The end of the 31st over. And it looks like Drink's coming out onto the field. Yes, they are.
Down mid-wicket throw. That was a poor shot.
There's no doubt there's been some very loose batting from Australia.
Clark's was a shocker.
Yeah, absolutely. Vittori bowled with magnificent control. I'll give you his figures for you. 10 overs, 2 for 41. He got hit for a few boundaries in these last couple of overs, but he bowled magnificently. And he came on at a time, too, when New Zealand were under the pump, and he slowed Australia down. Bolt's got 5 for 27 from his 10 overs. We've got Milne, who's into the attack now. This is his 3rd over, none for 5. And Australia were 144 for 9. The last wicket fell at 106, so this partnership is now worth 38 between Pat Cummins and Brad Haddon. And it's Bolt out of the attack, and in comes Milne, and he bowls now, and this is a quick delivery which Haddon tucks away on the leg side, wants to, and the ball's in the hands of the fielder now. Good return. And so far the ball was in the air quickly, and that means that Pat Cummins now has to face the pace of young Adam Milne, who's really progressed as a bowler over the past 2 seasons, been fragile with injuries, but he's toughening up, and once he learns to do it perhaps a little bit more with the ball, he'll progress to another level. But he's certainly got good speed, and we're getting an opportunity to watch him here. So Warner, LBW, Southey 34. Finch bowled Southey 14. Watson caught Southey, bowled Vittori 23. Clark was caught Williamson, bowled Bolt for 12. Smith was caught Ronke, bowled Vittori for 4. Maxwell bowled Bolt for 1. Marsh bowled Bolt for no score. Johnson caught Williamson, bowled Bolt 1, and Stark bowled Bolt. Here's the next delivery outside the off stump and through to the keeper. And Stark was bowled by Bolt for no score. Cummins is on 7. And Haddon is on 37.
Maxwell's was a
145
poor shot. A poor shot, Maxwell.
Yes, it was. It was too far away, well away from his
miles
body.
away from him, and he's...
Well, he dragged it on the middle stump.
Airy-fairy something sort of shot, trying to make something out of nothing. Clark had 30 overs to bat. 2 men in the box on the offside for the drive, and he hits it head high. It wasn't even the right length. It was a good length ball, and he's kind of flat batted.
Right, Milne now bowling to Cummins, bowls to him and a bouncer, and he ducks underneath it. Through to the keeper. New Zealand employing 3 slips in the sunshine here at Eden Park. Glorious day. Just a little breeze coming across the scoreboard away to the west stand. Flags are fluttering there, but not very consequence. It is just a glorious day for cricket.
We're having a golden summer in New Zealand. What about Johnson's shot with all those overs? I mean, what was he trying to do when he chipped it to Williamson?
Yes, he...
I mean, it's almost as if, you know, the brains went out the window today.
Here's the next delivery. It's a drive and a one-hander one. Oh, and you know, it's a stop. I thought it was a catch in the gully there by Guptill as he flew through the air and thrust out his right hand. It was a one-handed shot from the batsman and Cummins, and a one-handed stop by the fieldsman at point, and it was brilliant because past him it would have gone for 4.
Top feeling that. It looked as if it was through. He's shaped well, as Cummins. He really has.
Yep. And there's a bit of chat going on from behind, and because Pat Cummins has just simulated a hand puppet movement. 145 for 9 as we see bowler coming, Milne, and he bowls a good tight delivery on leg stump. He's bowled pretty well here, Milne, hasn't he? This is his third over, and he's only conceded 6. He's bowled a lot of good Yorkers. He's made every effort to keep Cummins on strike.
Well, he's been under pressure when he's bowled at Haddon, because Haddon's been coming after him. He knows that Haddon's been trying to look for the 4 ball, and I thought that was a really good bowling. But Cummins has done well. He's kept an end up. He's kept the innings going, which gives Haddon the chance to get more runs.
This is the 32nd over, 1 ball to go in it. 145 for 9. Milne in now, bowls to Cummins, and he lets it go outside the off stump. So the over ends, and Milne's bowled 3 overs, no maidens, none for 6. Pat Cummins is on 7, and Brad Haddon is on 37. He's hit 4 fours and a 6. New Zealand, just the 4 bowlers, 2 have bowled out, which is most unusual. You've only had 4 bowlers used, and 2 of them have bowled out. The Bolt and Victoria bowling their 10 overs, and we haven't seen Corey Anderson or perhaps Grant Elliott in the attack, and they are options if they can't break through here. And you know, it's just typical fighting Australia, never give it away. Someone like Haddon has played rear guards like this before.
Well, you have to believe it as a cricketer. Look, we're in a mess. Partly, wholly, mainly for ourselves. We've mainly been ourselves to blame for the batting. But on 145 for 9, you've got to keep thinking with a little bit of sensible, positive thought, thinking just get a few more, and maybe if we happen to bowl well and 20-odd for 3 or something, maybe there's a bit of collywobble. Look, it's unlikely to happen, but funny things happen. And we're back today and say Australia would collapse.
Not at 80 for 1.
No, there's no chance. I mean, nobody would be putting them on in. You're just never quite sure about sport. I mean, you would say it's thousands to 1 that New Zealand will win this match, no matter how many get out, but they will get there somehow. But you don't know for sure. So they're doing the right way, Cummins and Haddon. Haddon's going to strike it when he can. Cummins is holding up his end very sensibly, and that's all you've got to do.
Corey Anderson of the attack now with his left armers from our commentary, and he comes in and bowls the first ball, and lofted straight down the ground by Haddon. It'll go for 6. Lovely shot. It was pretty much a half volley warm-up delivery, and 2 full, and Haddon just cleared that front leg and hit it straight and just to the right of the side screen and away for 6. And Haddon goes to 43, and that's the 150 up.
By Goodman does. I mean, he didn't look to hit it, did he? Just a free swing of the bat, clipped it, 6.
Lovely timing. That's Corey Anderson's answer to Haddon, and Haddon goes again, and he's going to be caught. The slower ball has done it, and he's been caught in the gully. And it's all over for Australia here, and they're batting first, and the man taking their catch, I think, was Adam Milne, who was in a wide sort of gully position. He's taken the catch, and Anderson has taken 2 balls to break the partnership and end Australia's innings at 151, with Brad Haddon, the man, going caught. Milne bowled Anderson for 43. He hit 4 fours and 2 sixes. Cummins was not out 7. It's a good last wicket partnership, though, because they came together at 106 and took it through to 151. So in 32 overs and 2 balls, Australia have been bowled out here at Eden Park for 151. And New Zealand will require 152 to take bragging rights in the pool match here.
Yes, I thought Brad Haddon did really well. I can't blame him for that. It was a lovely shot for 6, and then he was outthought there with the slower ball, as you mentioned, but he got 43 or 41 balls. Never looked in any difficulty, any trouble. He has his own ideas, his own way of playing. He knows the areas, the shots that he can play, and he's very difficult to bowl at. He stays leg side, so he opens up all the offside, and then if you bowl short, he can cuff you off the back foot, offside or leg side. He's a difficult player. The only time he struggled to get any runs was when Milne bowled very full, followed him into his feet when he went outside leg stump. Thought Cummins did really well, and in their wildest dreams, Australia would have turned up today. Hot sunny day, flat pitch, favourites for the World Cup with New Zealand, slight favourites ahead of New Zealand, I would say, in most people's eyes. And all out 151? No, they would have never believed that. They said, no, don't be silly. We're playing well. We've got a lot of good players. New Zealand, fantastic effort. As a team effort, wonderful. Doesn't matter that Southey got 2 wickets and went for a lot of runs. As a team, fantastic effort.
Fielding was good.
Feeling was good. The captaincy was excellent. But look, I'm a Brendan McCullum supporter, so I was from the word he got the captaincy. I thought he just struck me as a leader. Anybody can be captain. You give somebody 3 stripes, that means he's in charge.
Absolutely.
That's not necessarily leadership. And I'll say it again. Leadership is somebody who can handle the team, the players, the pressure situation. He has his own ideas. He can get them over to the players. He can get the players to play for his ideas. That's the key, to put them into practice, his ideas. He can do that.
As well as that's a free hit. Signalled by umpire Illingworth. There we go, free hit. It's 5 for no wicket and a free hit coming up.
I wonder if this pitch is just a little slower than we're anticipating and reading from up here. Yes, there's some bounce, but we've seen drives from the Australians going in the air. That was just a straightforward no ball on the front foot, everyone. And with the pace of the new ball, I think that batsmen are finding it a little easier to score runs and harness the power from the bowler.
Johnson goes in, free hit, bowls to Guptill, who hits his away on the offside. This is going out towards the boundary, it's going over the boundary, it's gone for 6. It's gone into the crowd at the far end of the ground. And it's been caught, I think, by a spectator. Well, we haven't had a single legitimate ball. We have now, and it's gone for 11 off 1 ball. Well, a remarkable shot.
Yeah. It was really just opened up, not moving the feet too much, but just opened the body up and baseballed it over sort of a long, squarish long off.
81 metres that hit. I thought it was caught by someone in the crowd. I think it was, you know. Johnson bowls, that's turned away by Guptill off his hip towards backwards square leg. Maxwell's onto it, flicking the return into Haddin. And there's no run.
I'm interested to see that Johnson's opening the bowling. I wonder whether Stark should be the man, that he can swing the ball a little bit more. And he's a tall bowler. In other words, he'll get it to bounce, I think, a little bit more than Johnson, who tends to be skiddy. I know that a lot of people will say, well, but the terror factor's up there is high. I'm not sure.
Well, here he goes. 11 for no wicket. Bowls to Guptill, who covers up and plays defensively into the offside towards mid-off. And there is no run. The applause from the crowd there, I'm not quite sure what that was about. Just probably because it was a reassuring defensive shot, and they're right behind Guptill. They know that early wickets, of course, could scupper New Zealand here.
Well, there are legitimate questions, I think, Simon, about how this New Zealand top order will fare against quicker bowling. New Zealand so far have faced the might of Scotland. They've faced medium-fast bowling against Sri Lanka for ages, and they've played against England, but the total was so small, it was all gone. It was a foregone conclusion.
Johnson bowls, and Guptill lets this one go by outside the off-stump, quite close to off-stump.
So this is 10 Ks, I would say, about 10 Ks faster than the bowling that New Zealand has received for the last 2 months, and that can do little things to you.
How do you prepare for that?
Well, I think you've got to get in the nets and get
the bowling machine.
Yes,
up?
I think so. You can't ask your bowlers to bowl, closer to the batsman. I think that's a bad thing to do.
Johnson turns at the far end from us. 11 for no wicket. First over, 152 to win. He bowls to Guptill, again covers up, plays it firmly to Maxwell at mid-off, and there's no run. Again, more applause around the ground for the defensive shot, for the solidity of the defensive shot.
I think you're right. I'm interested to see how these 2 New Zealand openers play the quicker bowlers, because normally you have a touch player like a Bell or a Jayawardene, those sorts of players, a Williamson, those sorts of players who can harness the power of the bowler and manoeuvre them around the field. These 2 players in McCullum is a forceful down the wicket go at the ball, and so is Guptill as well. He's more of a hard hands man, coming across the ball, if anything, just slightly.
He waits. Johnson is with him now, and Guptill forces into the offside, not with a great deal of timing and no placement. It's picked up at backward point. It's the end of the over, so a tight enough over in the end. Once he got that first legitimate ball out of the way, first ball's a no ball, tickled for 4, free hit, 6. A remarkable shot over wide, long off, clubbing, as Jeremy said, baseball type shot from Guptill. So he has 10, and McCullum has yet to score, he's yet to face, and this is going to be fascinating. I presume he's just going to come at Mitchell Starc here. That's the way he's played so far. I mean, there's a high-risk strategy.
And it's just a question of, you know, you just sense if somehow Australia have New Zealand 2 for 25, 2 for 30, and Williamson is one of those who's been dismissed, how will that be with Taylor coming out in a little bit of scratchy form, not at his best, and then Elliott? So there are some little question marks, I think, and that's why we're seeing this relief from the crowd, I think, expressing their relief through this applause for every stoic forward defence they see.
Deep forward square leg and third man are the men out. 2 slips, 3 saving, 1 on the offside, 2 on the on, fine leg up inside the circle. Here's Starc going away from us, bowls to McCullum, who immediately gives himself some room, tries to give him the charge, but Starc fires it well wide of off stump, and it's called wide by umpire Erasmus. Well, McCullum there made his intentions pretty clear.
He did, and it's interesting to see because there are different elements about slogging or hitting hard or attacking and charging. There, McCullum, okay, it was wide enough, but some people, once you go down the wicket, always have to hit the ball or try to hit the ball. The better ones can let it go, even though they're charging.
Right, 1 wide at the start of the over. Starc goes in, bowls to McCullum, who hits this out towards the wide long off boundary. That's gone over the rope. It's gone for 6. Well, McCullum has made his intentions clear right from the start. First legitimate ball he's faced, and he's hit it for 6. Second 6 of the innings. Well, they're going to have a go. Well, certainly McCullum is. And New Zealand are 18 for no wicket. This is how he played against England. It's the way he's been playing. And we get half an hour of this, and there won't be much play after the interval. 18 for no wicket. 7 legitimate balls bowled. What's Starc's response going to be? He goes in, bowls to McCullum. It's a full toss, and that's edged down towards the third man boundary for a single flashing blade from McCullum. Thick edge down through the vacant gully area. It's almost I don't know what the New Zealand supporters are feeling. There's a relief that McCullum gets up the non-strikers, then they can just breathe easy, just let Guptill get on strike and just settle things down. Or
no, I don't.
They just want McCullum the whole time.
I think they're happy to watch the way that he plays because, you know, it's
thrilling, isn't it?
It's a different line coming out on the next page, isn't it?
It is. It's wonderful to watch. Starc bowls to Guptill, and Guptill plays a lovely, correct forward defensive shot. And there we go again, around the ground. It's not a roar, it's a wild applause, and just the relief out.
We're sophisticated out here in the colonies, don't worry. We appreciate a forward defence.
Good to hear it. 19 for no wicket. We're in the second over. It's been a perfect day in Auckland. Sun still beating down. Bit of a breeze, roughing the flags above the waterway to our left-hand side, and Guptill gets another run there, nudging it off his hip to the left of fine legs. That means McCullum is back on strike, and the interest just ratchets up a bit when McCullum's on strike. It's inevitable when you have a player like that, and you think back over the recent years, at the start of the innings, you have players like Jayasuriya, for example, from Sri Lanka. You just know that they're going to play that way. Just fascinated to see what's going to happen. 20 for no wicket. McCullum doing some gardening, and now he's doing a bit more gardening. Starc's actually ready.
Coming around the wicket now.
Yes.
So he's going to try and change the angle. Out goes long off from the circle. That means he only has to go about sort of 10 metres. And then in comes the man who's on square.
Well, the way he starts from, it looks as if he's going to bowl over the wicket.
No, he's changed it.
He is going to bowl over the wicket. Yeah, I thought it was strange. It was almost running from the right of the umpire to deliver around the wicket. It just didn't look quite right. So he sets off beneath us with a long off in to bowl to McCullum, and McCullum hits him down the ground. This is coming towards us. It's gone for 4. One bounce. Swing and deliver from McCullum. I mean, it really is thrilling batting. You've just got to get him. You've got to get him early, otherwise he can do so much damage. 24 for no wicket. 1.5 overs bowled. McCullum joins Guptill on 11. It's a shotter ball, as it was against England. There's no thought about defending. It's just attack, attack, attack. Start begins from the edge of the circle. Moves into bowl. It's very full, and McCullum drives and thick edges it down towards third man for another single. It's the end of the over, and the good news for the spectators and for all of us is that he keeps the bowling. That's not for Australia, but they have got to get him out. If they're going to get back in the game somehow, they need to get him out soon. 25 for no wicket. McCullum to 12, Guptill on 11.
Well, yes, you're right. I mean, he does upset bowling attacks, and I think captains as well, but he just doesn't allow a bowler to enslave him at all. He plays the game on his own terms. I mean, technique has really never tyrannised someone like McCullum. I mean, he's instinctive and he's free. And, you know, at times he plays, well, sometimes to rational law, but, you know, he possesses a law of his own.
I mean, it's not easy to play like this. I mean, it's wonderful. I mean, it's better play those shots.
He kind of makes it up as he goes along.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, now he's got Johnson, which is...
skiddier.
Might be a tougher assignment for him. Where are the fielders on the boundary? Third man and fine leg. 2 slips in. Johnson's first ball to McCullum. He bowls, and McCullum gives himself some room and hits it over. Backward point for 6. Just short of the crowd, away to our right-hand side. It's hard to believe we're witnessing this, except that we've seen it from him before. Just took Johnson on, first ball. It wasn't a clean strike, but it's just a free swing of the bat.
Got to bring up fine leg, doesn't he? Yes, he is. He's bringing up fine leg because the natural angle from Johnson is away from McCullum, and he's going to open up that offside where he just hit that 6. But man, the bat speed of McCullum, there really, if anything, is the secret. He's just got such strong, fast wrists.
He's 18 not out from 5 balls with a 4 and 2 sixes, and there's a man on the cover boundary now. Johnson goes in with fine leg up inside the circle, bowls to McCullum, who powers him through extra cover for 4 more. It bobbles out towards the rope at wide long off. Johnson turns and walks straight back to his mark. Well, now he knows what it was like for England's bowlers. 22 to McCullum from 6 balls. Well, it's going to be a short game, this, but they're going to remember this for a long time at Eden Park.
22 off 6. McCullum, and he's just continually eager and adventurous.
McCullum not quite ready. Johnson was rushing in to bowl there. I wonder whether they should put the 2 men out on the extra cover boundary and the cover boundary. You've got to do something to upset him. I suppose then third man is the option. Johnson bowls to McCullum, gets a very good ball right up in the block hole. Well bowled Johnson. He's dug out by McCullum towards mid-off, and there's no run. Australia's total of 151 is their lowest batting first in a World Cup match. Their previous lowest was 159 for 9 in 60 overs against England at Lord's in 1979, when someone called, is it Boycott? He took 2 for 15. And it's Australia's highest 10th wicket World Cup partnership as well, beating a very famous partnership that Australia produced in the World Cup. Can you remember that one, Jeremy?
No.
What do you think Australia's previous highest last wicket stand was in a World Cup match?
Don't know.
At least you're honest.
Yeah.
First World Cup final.
Right.
Lillian Thompson, right
yes.
at the end.
At
Remember
Lord's,
that partnership
yes.
at Lord's?
Yes. See, look, but you can see what McCullum does to the opposition. Suddenly, while you've been talking and describing that fascinating stat, the second slip, Clark has had to run 35, 40 metres right up to his bowler and chat to him. There's been changes of the field. Look, they're all moving in different places. It's just extraordinary. We're going to have a short pitch. Back goes fine legs, come in. You know, he's back now. You've got a leg gully. You've got a bat pad. So we're going to start to attack him perhaps
short ball
with some
now.
Short pitched bowling.
Yeah, it's going to be short, unless it's going to be the double bluff and it's going to be the Yorker. They've got a short leg in and a leg slip and a fine leg.
We're waiting for a helmet. We're waiting for a helmet, I think.
Clark said, enough of this. Enough of this pitching it up and bowling it in his swinging art. We're gonna have to bomb him.
Well, it's or is it the double bluff? So it's just a question of McCullum staying absolutely clear and watching the ball. Clear the mind, don't prejudge anything. Another man comes over from the offside now. They're strengthening that leg side. So where are the men out? Third man and find leg.
Right, well, McCullum knows that there's potential here, a different type of challenge with close catches on the leg side. Johnson moves into Bolton. He's with him now. Oh, and he hits him. He's okay and just walks away. And that was a quick ball, and McCullum looks at his shoulder or his arm.
That's okay, he's all right.
He's taken the glove off.
He's all right.
And the physio's coming out. He's still standing.
It's a question of an arm guard. He's never used an arm guard, McCullum. And we're going to have a little break here, just as it's hit just above the elbow of that left arm of McCullum. Maybe just taken him, quite close to that elbow, and that's the reason that it's sore. There's not much skin there. It's not the muscle. It's just very close to that elbow. It was an attempted bouncer, but it didn't get up, really.
He almost sort of flinched away from it, didn't he? And he almost let it hit him.
Yeah, he did in the end.
It's amazing that if it doesn't hurt, I mean, that's got to hurt, surely.
Well, it'll hurt, but he's okay.
Well, he took that. Yeah, he's got a black sweatband on his forearm, and it hit around that sort of area, but it wouldn't have taken any of the force out of the ball. He is in trouble. He's wincing with pain. He's going to have a huge bruise there. Television television picture is focusing on that arm. There's a bruise coming up.
Is it below the elbow or above? That's quite difficult to see. He's just walking around, taking his time, which is exactly what you need to do. It's just above. I think it's on the fleshy bit still, just below the elbow.
Well, that clearly hurt. He doesn't want to show it. I mean, he didn't go down. He didn't sort of throw the bat down or anything like that. Eventually took the glove off. Just flexing that left hand. The ice is on it. Well, Clark clearly said, look, we had enough of this. We had enough of pitching the ball up. We're going to have to do something different to stop him. He has got a huge bruise developing on that left forearm. It looks as though he's going to continue there. I mean, the worry there is that there is a fracture in the arm that might be picked up later, and sometimes you've got to let the bruising go down a bit and settle before you can actually get the X-ray out, find out whether there is a break.
And I think what surprised him almost was the lack of bounce. It was short and dug in, but that skinny bounce that we talk about from someone like Johnson, who keeps the arm quite low, and it was leg side-ish and just outside the leg stump, if anything, and McCullum got himself in a little bit of a tangle and ended up trying to go underneath it, and it didn't rise at all, and so it's taken him just below that elbow. He's taking his time.
Looks as though he's about to continue though, with 2 balls left in the over.
I would like to see him wear an arm guard if at all possible. I don't know whether he was. I just haven't seen him. He's got one of those pressure elastic kind of rubbery kind of, I don't know what it is, a little tube that you pull onto your arm.
Yeah. This is in the UK, by the way, during the interval, which comes up in half an hour. You'll be able to hear a feature on Brendan McCullum. We've been speaking to various people. You'll be able to hear that during the interval. 35 for no wicket is New Zealand's score after 2.4 overs. McCullum has 22 from 8 balls, 2 4s and 2 6s. Guptill has 11, 1 4 and 1 6. They need 152 to win. And McCullum has just been struck a very painful blow on the forearm. He is going to continue, though, after a break in what it must be about 5 minutes. And what is he going to get now? Well, either a Yorker or another short ball.
Yeah.
And here comes Johnson. Past the umpire, into bowl to McCullum, and McCullum edges this through second slip. It's gone for 4. It wasn't that short. He had a swing at it, and he got lucky. They'd taken out the second slip, and it flashed away to the third man boundary very quickly. 39 for no wicket. One ball coming up of the third over, and McCullum to 26, his third 4.
He's just wringing the hand, just trying to get some blood through it and some feeling on it. He just opened the face at the last moment, that angle of the left-handed. Now Clark is changing something again. Leg gully comes back to first slip. He goes to second. So 2 slips in place for the catches and, of course, the bat pad.
Johnson comes in to complete the over. Bowls to McCullum. It's a short ball. He comes after Johnson. He gets tangled up, but he gets enough bat on it to get it back up the pitch. Almost keep it out of his body. It was not elegant from McCullum, and Johnson there trying something a bit different. Had a little bit of success towards the end of the over, but this is going New Zealand's way. 39 for no wicket after 3 overs, 152 to win. McCullum has 26. Guptill has 11. It's going to be a short match, but it's been hard to take your eyes off it. It's been fascinating, gripping cricket at times. Jeremy Coney and then Jim Maxwell.
So you'd have to say that the plan of Michael Clark has worked for 3 balls. He made McCullum look just a little uncomfortable the first one. Took it on the arm. He's now just signalling to people in the dugout for something relating to that arm. But then the second one, he just lay back a little bit. It was just outside off with the normal left-hander's line, and he's just slipped it over second slip, which was vacant at the time. And then the last one he's had a heave at, and it looked ugly. Hello, Jimmy.
Jeremy, good afternoon, good evening. Wow, Stark bowls and Guptill leaves outside the off stump. He's made 11 from 10, and McCullum supercharged again, 26 off 10. And this has been an extraordinary day of cricket. Australia at 1.1 for 80. Looked to be building nicely. And then Watson pulled a short ball from Vittori, straight down mid-wicket's throat. Warner was the judge, LBW, and the whole thing fell apart. They lost 8 for 26, and they were fortunate to get to 151. Stark comes up and bowls to Guptill, and he's 40, slides the stroke on the bounce out to cover, and doesn't get through the infield there. So Australia bowled out for their lowest score at Eden Park in a 50-over game. 191 had been the previous best. And they were rather fortunate that Pat Cummins stayed around for a while so they could get to 151.
Played all right, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
I don't know quite why we saw that implosion. I think a poor stroke from Watson.
That triggered it.
Yep.
Stark comes up and bowls down the leg side, a little bit wide, just slightly off the line. But it's a good pitch and somewhat embarrassing batting.
Hasn't moved really that much at all, has it?
I love Vittori's bowling.
Well, I thought Vittori was at the heart of it, actually, Jim. I know that Bolt's figures will be eye-catching.
Yes.
But I think Vittori coming in after the sixth over in the power play, and it was like throwing a lot of water on a fire, wasn't it? It calmed things down.
Stark with 2 slips goes up, Guptill forward, looks to drive, checks himself, goes down a bit off. What you have to admire about his skill every time you see him is that when he bowls to someone like Warner, who's noted for taking slow left arm bowling on, like someone like Harath comes on the bowl, he's after him straight away. But Vittori, not once did he premeditate or try to get under him. He played him on every ball. And they're all pretty good balls.
Oh, yeah. And he perplexes and imprisons batsmen, doesn't he, with that lovely, alluring, perplexing flight of his.
He was outstanding. Stark goes up, Guptill forward, plays around the pad towards mid-on. He doesn't get a run. He's looking to scamper off, but Mitchell Marsh dives to his right and stops it. So a flying start. None for 40 in the 4th over. We might take a short breath at 5:30 unless McCullum hits 10 sixes or something, and the game's over by then, because there is a dinner break. But that's the embarrassment for Australia, that they've been bowled out well before the dinner break, rather like England the other day, and a few in the crowd making suggestions about Australia and England being of a similar ilk. Here comes Stark, pitching up, driven a bit off. He's caught. He's caught. Guptill's chipped that ball away to Pat Cummins. Stark gets the wicket. Guptill's out. Caught down at mid-off. 2 hands moving to his right, about on the eye line. It was a chip drive. And a wicket, yes, a wicket for Australia after that rampaging start from New Zealand. It's 1 for 40 in the 4th over.
One of the strokes that you'd say is neither a drive along the ground, but neither supplying full power either. It was, as you say, just a little chipped effort. Maybe thinking he didn't get under it enough, I'm not sure, but it didn't give me the impression he was trying to really hit the ball hard. And so he's really just picked out mid-off, comfortable catch, two-handed, moving what's slightly to his right, easy. Off you go.
I think ongoing concern with McCullum. He's having some strapping put around that blow that took him on the fleshy part under the elbow. But Johnson has done some damage to batsmen in the past, a la Graham Smith twice when he broke his hand. So I just hope he's okay. But as you suggest, to go out against bowlers of this pace without an arm guard is inviting a blow.
He always has. I don't know quite why at all, especially the way he plays.
And the way he played that ball, he turned and just let it hit him. So the new batsman is Kane Williamson. He has also been in very good form. But that's a fillip of some sort for Australia to have got a breakthrough with Taylor, Elliott, Anderson, Ronke, Vettori, Milne, Southey and Bolt to follow. Bolt took 5 for 27. But Vettori's immaculate slow bowling pinned Australia down, and they fell from 1 for 80 to 9 for 106. Now Stark comes up, bowls to Williamson. Williamson gets a bouncer. It's a high one. Is it a wide? No, it's okay. Not too high as far as the umpires are concerned. It ends the over. Stark just settling things down a little bit with a wicket. 2 overs, 1 for 15. Johnson 2 overs for 25, but it's 1 for 40 from 4, chasing 152 to win. Geoffrey, Boycott's back.
Yeah, I think McCullum's struggling. I've been hit there myself, and if it's not broken, if it is broken, he's finished in the World Cup. But if it isn't broken, it'll be all right in 4 days or so, get ice on it and so forth and work. But what happens, it tends to trap the nerves. You can't grip the bat properly. What I've seen for him so far since he got hit, I mean, you could telegraph that was what Johnson was going to bowl. Pitched it up and got smacked. He put the bat and pad in short. He put a leg gully in, so you could telegraph it was coming a short ball. And yet he somehow didn't sense it. But unlike Jeremy, I think in the modern game not wearing an arm pad is silly. Just silly, just asking for trouble. You only have to get a ball that doesn't bounce.
He's facing Johnson, who comes to him, and he's back, and he flicks him around the corner with the bottom hand for a single down to backward square in one of these short pockets of this extraordinarily shaped ground with its skinny boundaries at each end. In days gone by, of course, when you were playing, batsmen got hit like that. They often retired hurt. That doesn't happen in this game unless you actually break it out there in the middle. The fellas keep going.
If you say so.
Yeah, well, I just hope it isn't any worse than what we've seen. But the way he is holding his arm suggests that he's batting with one hand.
He's struggling. He's batting with one. I can tell you now. I saw it straight away.
Yeah.
I've been there. I've done it. I've seen it on other people as well.
Well, he risks getting another whack there.
No, he's got an arm pad on now, hasn't he?
Well, he's got a strapping on. As Johnson comes in, Williamson gets a bouncer. Is that one okay? Yes, that's not too high.
They've got to get short balls. You should expect that. Australia got balled out for 151. They've somehow got to try and get in the game. They've got to shake New Zealand up. So I would have said that you're going to get some short stuff. So just duck and weave. You've got 50 overs to knock them off. And then you got a famous victory. I mean, you can only lose it if New Zealand are stupid and get themselves out. They can only lose it themselves. Australia can't win it. They can bowl short, they can be aggressive and hope for mistakes.
They've got 3 slips and a short leg. Johnson on his way from the northern end, and Williamson's flicking it for fine for 4. Very, very fine glance. Wasn't far from the leg stump. He just got a touch on it, and it flew down to the boundary. Nowhere near any fieldsman there, and New Zealand 1 for 45 in the 5th over. Williamson 4, McCullum 27, with Haddon top scoring for Australia. He was the last man out for 43. Use the pace flicked it beautifully. Wasn't quite Johnson's best line. Near the off stump might be different. He comes in now to Williamson, who's driving, miscuing, thick inside edge down towards mid-wicket, mid-on. They get a hasty single as Marsh flies in and hurls it, and is backed up by Steve Smith. And it's just the way McCullum's moving out there at the moment. You'd hope that he's okay. He's got some strapping and an elbow guard on. Yeah.
He's going to try and do what he can with one hand and a bit of the other, that's all, isn't he? He's just try and help win the match.
Just the way he's carrying that left arm suggests that there's going to be a lot of right-handed shots in this.
Yeah, well, he's struggling to even hold the bat. You notice the bat's never been in his left hand. I've just seen him now.
Well, let's see how he goes. He was off to a flying start, but Johnson, trying to unsettle him, comes in and pitches up, and he just checks himself on the front foot.
Left hand off the bat straight away.
Yeah.
As soon as he's made contact, the ball's gone, left hand comes off.
But is that a question that's fair to ask? Why doesn't he retire if he's wounded? Doesn't he run the risk of further injury?
No,
here?
he can't hurt it. If it's broken, he won't be able to do anything, but I don't think it's broken. I'll see he'll be really struggling. But it's not going to get worse. In fact, it'll be worse tomorrow. It'll be worse still tomorrow and the day after, and then it'll start to improve.
The short one's coming sooner or later, you think, as Johnson comes in. He charges him and drives him for 4. That's an amazing shot. He gave him the charge. It was pitched up, and he smashed it straight past the bowler and just missed the stumps at the non-striker's end. So McCullum defiant, having been whacked on the arm. He's hit 4 4s and 2 6s. He's 31 from 13 balls, and it's 1 for 50 after 5.
See, what people don't always realize, they just watch the fact that he hit it hard. You watch his footwork all the time he's playing. I watch him in England, I've seen him a lot of times. He's so quick on his feet. His feet move very quickly to get himself in position. Then he has the power. Yes, he does hit it powerfully, but a lot of people do that. But his footwork, he's always moving, isn't he? Leg side or down the pitch. You're not quite sure as a bowler, and he leaves it very late.
Stark comes in, bowls short, back goes Williamson, plays to the offside. So what's the difference between de Villiers and McCullum as batsmen?
Well, he bats up front, one bats low down.
Yeah. But in terms of the way they go about their business of demolishing bowlers,
de Villiers has a much varied way of scoring. He can do the ramp, the scoop, and all kinds of things. He actually gets deep in his crease and hits you when people are trying to bowl in the blocker. This guy doesn't. McCullum goes at you with his footwork. He goes towards the bowler.
Here's Stark. Williamson forward, drives it into the gap on the offside, doesn't time it, collects a single, and the score moves to 51.
You don't often see Brendan McCullum going back. He's coming towards the bowler. You know, his impetus is forward. De Villiers can do anything. He's in that crease and he can go either side. Offside, onside, over the top, over the wicket keeper. He's a rare talent. I've seen a lot of him, and I thought 12 months ago he was the best player in the world in all forms. And now he's just playing a number of innings. He just played one in South Africa in Joburg, and he absolutely unbelievable.
And followed it up yesterday.
Yeah, and he's beginning to play some now, and more people are noticing it.
Discover what life was like for Australia's first peoples thousands of years ago.
In the creation story of Moini, star beings came down to here and created us out of the earth.
Dive into the new Deep Time website at abc.net.au/deeptime.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of AFL.
So there's a few men out. Deep cover long off for McCullum. Here comes Stark to bowl. He swings and he's dropped. Caught and bowled chance, if you call it a catch. It was stinging in his right fingers there for Stark. He threw out his hand instinctively, and he saved 4.
Flat battered it with his right hand, didn't he? Just stood there in the crease with brute strength, brute force, and smashed it straight back. He got his right hand on it, but I think he'd have been lucky to have held on to that.
Saved a 4. So McCullum, having been whacked below the point of his left elbow on the fleshy part of the arm, is batting one-handed here as he gets a full toss and plays it on the bump. He couldn't do much with that. It was a bit too full on him to do any more than play on the bump
Well, he had to play a more orthodox cricket shot with his top hand, didn't he? Because it was a low full toss about off stump, and he played it more, and it's his left hand that's damaged. He just won't have the grip. He won't have the full grip.
Well, he's hard to cope with two hands on the bat, and with one, he's still pretty handy. Got to get the length right here to force a mistake. Stark comes up and bowls a full toss, and he sneaks it past slip for 4 all along the ground. That's an amazing shot. It hit the edge of the bat and it flew on the ground between Haddon and Clark at slip. That was the definition of a slip's drive. 4.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to get my fingers on that, not unless I got it right in the mitt of my hand, because that was a broken finger type of ball. Went like a rocket along the deck. Tried for the fast Yorker, didn't he? And he got a lowish full toss halfway up the stumps.
1 for 55. McCullum's 35 off 16 balls. They only need 152 to win this. Stark goes up again. McCullum swings and changes his shot. He could not do what he normally does there, and he adjusted his shot and squirted the ball away uncomfortably towards square leg.
Struggling. He can't get the left hand to work. That's all just right hand. He was tucked up beautifully there by Stark, and where he might have smashed that so over long on, widening wicket, he couldn't get any left hand in at all.
1 for 55 of 6 overs. They only need 152 to win this, so they're going to save a bit of electricity here tonight, you'd reckon, because an hour or so after the lunch dinner break should be enough to finish it, unless there's some scattering of wickets. Johnson's trying to do something, but the batsmen are pursuing him, particularly McCullum. 2 slips, a gully, a short leg. He bowls. Williamson plays down to the boundary towards third man. Oh, there's a man there. Yeah, Stark's down here at third man. Only a single. So McCullum's back on strike. And this is where the interest is at the moment.
Yeah, all they need from Williamson, there's so many overs, just to bat. Sensible, proper cricket. They've got 2 guys up front who can play shots, Guptill and McCullum, so he's the guy to steady, play nicely, play around them, whichever one's in with him. And the focus is always on one of the hitters, isn't it? And he can just play.
Well, one way or another, you sense McCullum's just going to keep playing shots if he can, as handicapped as he might be after that blow. But
Bidoff's gone back to the 30-metre circle. Yeah, I think the other one's gone. There's one in the box, but he's going back a bit.
They've got a third man in a deep square, a slip and a short leg, still the short leg, so the short ball's somewhere at hand as Johnson runs in towards McCullum. McCullum gets the short ball, hits it in the air, one bounce behind square, and it goes to the boundary for 4. That was a pretty good riposte from McCullum. He sensed the short ball was coming, and he tugged it with his bottom hand, and it went flying to backward square. He's 39 from 18, 1 for 60 in the 7th.
So quick, you see, isn't it? His reflexes, his reactions are so quick. He's quick round on that with one hand.
It was a good swat with one hand. Very good. So what's the next response from Johnson to this? He comes in, McCullum swings into this, he's hit it long, strong, into the crowd for 6. I think someone may have caught it. Has he got the right outfit on?
Cleared easily the boundary.
That ball flew into the crowd. There's some orange shirts down there. I don't know whether it was held, but that is a stunning blow. He's third 6. He's 45, and it's 1 for 66 in the 7th over.
He just smote it over mid-off. He went over the boundary, and then the seats are about 6 foot up, aren't they? And he's gone about 3 rows back in that.
And an attempt to catch it with one hand, but it was spilt. Johnson again. Where does he bowl now? McCullum pulls the short ball away, down behind square. It's running out to the boundary. Another 4. Oh, they're having a piece of Johnson here. He glares. There's not much point in doing it. If you don't get it right with McCullum, he'll bang you. 49 from 20 balls. 7 4s and 3 6s. 1 for 70 in the 7th.
This is making England look quite good. I hope the England team are watching this. They'll probably feel better after this.
There's a few Australians watching it and
Come
thinking,
on, lads, get out of bed and watch this.
What's happening here? So Johnson has another go. He comes in and McCullum gives it room and smears it sort of down towards mid-off his back. And they get a run. It's a half century. An extraordinary half century again from Brendan McCullum. Unorthodox, bold, spectacular, brave. 50 from 21 balls. 3 sixes and 7 fours.
All I can say, I'm glad I'm not bowling.
The crowd are up. They're applauding the new national hero. They've got a couple of them in this team, but he's one. So we're back with Williamson, 2 slips gully and a short leg. Johnson's been mauled and he's pushed into the covers, and he gets another run here and a throw to the bowler's end, misses from around the corner by Finch, trying to hit the stumps. So Williamson is 8. It's 1 for 72 from 7 overs. We get a couple of more overs before the break, and Brian Waddle's ready to come in and continue to enjoy this, a bit like a New Zealander devouring a very large bowl of mussels, whitebait, whatever, oysters.
Yeah, Williamson did sensible there. Just play for the singles. Just play the ball around. All the focus is on the hitting of the New Zealand captain. That's all he has to do. Because they don't know what to bowl. Australia, I think they're going to give Cummins a bowl. I think that's right. Get the kid in the game. He is sharp. If he stays fit, he could have some kind of good career. I've seen him bowl.
Well, Cummins is the man who did a pretty useful job with the bat, because it allowed a partnership to get the score up to 151. Not that that's being seen as a successful partnership at the moment, but it just gave a few extra runs for New Zealand to chase. At the moment, the threat comes from McCullum, but he's the non-striker as Williamson waits for the first delivery from Cummins. 2 slips in place, and the delivery has him onto the back foot, punching it through the offside, getting over the top of it, right up on his toes, and playing that shot that he plays so well. And Williamson plays so late, doesn't he, and gets on the back foot and punches his drives through the offside. There's not a lot of cricketers around the world who plays it as well as
he's
that.
a very nice, well-organised player. Nice technique, nice footwork, everything about him he does quite pleasantly. As I say, he's a great foil for Guptill and the New Zealand captain. They're going to come at you playing shot. It's a lovely foil for them. You need different types of players in the side.
73 for 1. McCullum is 50. News flash from Australia. Recommendation that underarm for the next 7 overs might help Australia's position. But it's overarm at the moment. Here's Cummins bowling to McCullum, and McCullum gets a wide. 4 wides. That'll be 5. It's gone down leg side. McCullum was looking to try and slap it onto the onside, then realised it was going to beat the keeper and race away to the boundary. 5 more to the total. 78 for 1. It's all going wrong at the moment, isn't it, for Australia?
Well, you have days when it goes all right and it goes all wrong. And it may be the case that they're just pretty rusty, having had that match rained off in Brisbane against Bangladesh, and they need a gallop, batting and bowling.
Here's Cummins bowling to McCullum again. McCullum gets another attempted bouncer and belatedly tries to ramp it over the slip field, but was having to back away as it seemed to chase him.
I think he might find Cummins hard to hit. Cummins, a tall lad, high action. He hits the deck, doesn't he? He's not a pitcher up.
Yes, and he's angling into the right-hander, whereas
I think he likes the
left-handers are across him.
If you pitch it up, he's going to smack you out of the park, is McCullum. You keep bowling just short, and he's quick enough, not so easy to pull.
Cummins goes up again to bowl to McCullum. Oh, and he slips over. Oh, what caused that, I wonder? Just didn't get his foot down properly.
His back leg.
The side of his foot, wasn't it?
Yeah, his back foot, instead of putting it down, he seemed to land on his, as he was delivering, on the side, and then it slipped. Yeah, he seems to land on the sort of outside of the right instep toe, and then he slips.
Yes, well, he's lucky he didn't do any more damage too, isn't he? Here he is bowling to McCullum, and McCullum tries to slap him away. This time it's a rather uncultured stroke from the New Zealand captain.
I'm not sure he knows what else to do with one hand. There's no doubt he's batting one-handed, so he's trying to hit most things with the bottom hand. It's a slog, a hike, or what have you to leg, brute force, get some timing if he can.
Well, he's going to have 45 minutes for some treatment.
I think he's going to get out.
Imagine there'll be a bit of painkiller.
Well, if he gets in, but I don't think Cummins is easy to hit for him.
Cummins bowls to McCullum. McCullum slaps it down to his off, and he's caught. Caught at mid-off. So McCullum's innings comes to an end. The catch taken down there by Mitchell Starc sees the end of Brendan McCullum out for 50. It's 78 for the loss of 2, and we've got 5 minutes to go till the dinner break.
Yeah, I just didn't see how with one hand, if you bowl short with pace and bang it in, if you got too many areas where you can time it well and get enough force in with your right hand and clear the infield. You pitch it up, as Johnson was doing, then he can smack it. He get everything, his body and his right hand into it, but once it's short of a length, you can't get much body. It's going with that right hand, and that's all he did. It just carried to shin high, something like that, to mid-off.
Yet another standing ovation for Brendan McCullum as he leaves. 50 from 24 deliveries. Out, caught by Starc from the bowling of Cummins. Cummins took the catch to get rid of Guptill, so he's featured in both dismissals. And it's now 78 for the loss of 2, with a target of 152, so 74 runs still needed.
They need a couple more wickets cheaply, do Australia. One more before lunch, one straight after. Might get a little bit of a collywobble on by New Zealand, then funny things happen. But you need wickets, because they've got so many overs. I would be surprised if they'd throw it away. All they've got to do is just bat of New Zealand, just pick the runs off.
Just news from the women's series that's been completed today. England have taken out the 5th ODI, beating New Zealand by 5 wickets. Sarah Taylor made 93. England win the 5-match series 3-2. So it was a pretty competitive event, the 5-match one-day series. And so too the T20 series that they had, but England winning the series 3-2. Here's Ross Taylor, the new batsman. Cummins to bowl to him, and the first delivery goes over the top of the slips down towards third man for a single. Short and lifting, and he just helped it on its way down towards the third man for 1.
Yeah, I deliberately played that.
Yes, he didn't get it too high. Finch is the man down there.
He looks a good bowler, Cummins. He really is. Tall, good action, hits the deck, got pace.
Well, he's injury prone, and that slip that when he went down isn't going to help injury issues, is it?
No.
Here he goes again, bowling to Williamson this time. Williamson is defending the ball, dropping it into the offside. Clark does the fielding from short cover. Smith, in fact, from short cover. Clark's in its slip, and the successful over completed by Cummins. So he has figures of 1 for 7, even though he went for 7 in that over, and it's 79 for 2. Johnson has bowled 4 overs for 52.
Yeah, he pitches it up or bowls it short, and that's when McCullum has been able to smack him. But look, there's no movement for them. It just isn't. There's nothing for the bowlers today at all. No spin, no seam. I haven't seen any swing except for that first ball wide by Southey. After that, nothing.
Well, Mitchell Starc's going to come into the attack from the far end. This will be the last over before the dinner break. 79 for 2. New Zealand set a target of 152. We'll give you a full wrap of the first 3.5 hours. The end of this over being bowled by Mitchell Starc. He's got 2 slips, a gully, a cover, point, and a mid-off. Mid-on, short mid-wicket, silly mid-on, really. Here's Starc bowling to Taylor, and Taylor's bowled! Full-length delivery, just playing away from his pad. and he's got an inside edge onto his off stump. New Zealand's third wicket falls. 79 for 3, starting to change.
Yeah, he's quick, you see, Stark. He's quite slippy, quicker than people think, with a sort of very loose action. And I think he caught Taylor out with no footwork. That's what I said they needed, a wicket before then for the dinner interval. And that's 3 down. We get another one straight after, and then suddenly 80-odd for 4. A little wobble on you. Need another 70-odd runs then.
Yeah, well, still 73 required. 3 wickets down. Williamson leaves the field undefeated before the dinner adjournment, because the players have left the field with that wicket having been taken. So a chance just to recap on the scoreboard as it has unfolded today. Australia won the toss, and they decided to bat first. It was a pretty useful sort of start. They had 36 on the board after 3 overs, but a massive slump in the middle of the innings. And we will have a look at the scoreboard. Finch was out for 14, Warner for 34, Watson for 23, Clark 12, Smith 4, Maxwell 1, Marsh 0, Haddon 43, Johnson 1, Stark no score, and Cummins was 7 not out. 12 extras, and we're going to have a short break in a moment for the Hall of Fame induction. So we'll just finish that off. 151 with Bolt 5 for 27, Vittori 2 for 41, and Southey 2 for 65. In reply, New Zealand, Guptill 11, McCullum 50, and Taylor 1. 79 for 3 at lunch or dinner break here at Eden Park. So we will stay here for a moment or two and try and get the induction out on the ground. Mark Richardson with Wally Edwards from Australia, I think, Stephen Bock from the New Zealand administration, and Martin Crowe. We'll try and pick up the ground effects. Don't want to turn it up too loud until the public address comes on, because the music will drown out everybody. So 79 for 3. We could be in for an interesting hour or so after the tea adjournment, as New Zealand try to restore their innings. Williamson on 9, Elliott still to score, and he hasn't come out yet. So 73 runs were needed from 41.5 overs. There's no problem with that, and they will reflect on Brendan McCullum's contribution in the period of time that they had out in the middle. Another very good half-century from the New Zealand captain. 50 from 24 deliveries before he was out caught by Stark from the bowling of Cummins. Guptill 11, and Taylor out for 1. Johnson 4 overs for 52. He certainly got a bit of a hammering. Stark 3 overs and 1 ball, 2 for 20. He could be a danger man. And Cummins, well, he got a wicket for 7 runs.
You're not home and dry yet.
No.
You get a wicket out straight after lunch. I've told you, 4 down, you got collywobbles.
They've got
quick bowlers can do all sorts. If they get the pace together, they get the aggression going, you're never quite home until you've actually made the run, let me tell you, because they can blow you away.
They've got the bowlers who can create
They've
issues.
got pace.
Yeah.
There's no movement, there's no swing, but they have pace. A pace with aggression can make funny things happen. He makes decent players look poor.
And welcome back to Eden Park. Jim Maxwell here for the resumption of play in what has been an extraordinary day of cricket, with Australia zinked out for 151 at 1.1 for 80 after winning the toss, and it looked like they were going to build a nice little pile to bowl at, but in the space of 9 overs they lost 8 wickets for 26 runs. And the seeds of destruction sown by the accuracy, the experience of Vittori around the pace of Bolt and Southey, and some poor shots, it has to be said, from a number of the Australian batsmen, particularly Michael Clark, who'd been there for over half an hour. and with a short cover field, hit one straight to Williamson off Bolt to go on his way for 12. But you couldn't point the finger just at him because there were a number of other poor shots. And finally, Haddon had Cummins hanging around long enough to get the score to, well, still a mediocre, far from respectable, 151 from 32.2 overs. Warner at the top made 34, Finch 14, Watson 23. But the rest fell away in the face of some fine bowling from Bolt, 5 for 27, Southey 2 for 65, and the ever-present, evergreen Vittori up to 298 one-day wickets with 2 for 41. Brian Waddle's been watching all of this, and the job not quite done by New Zealand in the chase. 3 for 79 when they went to the dinner break. Are you nervous?
Not yet. Couple quick wickets and I might be, but Australia have got to believe that they can still knock New Zealand over. That's got to be their motivation, and they have bowlers that can do that. You would still back New Zealand, I think, but Australia, 2 quick wickets made all the difference, didn't it? Just before that, a German, particularly after McCullum copped one on the elbow, and we don't know how serious that is. It's amazing when you want to find those sorts of things out. The media liaison people go missing in a hurry, and you can't find out.
Well, let's hope it is good news. Certainly, he would have got some encouragement from the inspiring words of Martin Crowe, who was taken into the International Hall of Fame during the break, and he said at the end, and to McCullum, "We love you, and we dare to believe," which I think is a slogan of some sort around the place. But it was a very emotional 10 minutes out in the middle of the ground. Martin, of course, has been suffering from ill health, and we wish him all the best in that. But one of New Zealand's finest cricketers, one of the best batsmen of his day, and he was honoured by being inducted into the ICC Hall of Fame. So New Zealand to resume at 3 for 79. Stark knocked out Taylor's off stump just before they went off for the break. He only faced 2 balls. Williamson is 9. McCullum made a rampaging 50 from 24 balls with 7 fours and 3 sixes. Guptill caught down at mid-off for 11. So McCullum had cracked just below the point of his left elbow, and then got a bit of bandaging and an arm guard on it, and played pretty much one-handed until he was caught by Stark off Cummins, playing another venturesome shot. We're just getting a time countdown here to the resumption of play. Jeremy Coney's alongside me, and he's just finishing off his dessert. How are you going?
I'm well, thank you. It was supposed to be Alan Border, and there's a cry of dismay from everybody out there, all the listeners. Oh, give us Al. But yeah, I don't know where he is. He's got so many media commitments these days. There we are. Look at the cobweb, the spider cam.
You
it
like
looks
that?
Kind of like a barbecue in the air, doesn't it?
Do you like it?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I haven't seen I don't like the way it hovers over behind the batsman and the keeper.
After an incident in Australia, it's making sure it keeps out of the way when there's action. So here we go with the action. We've had the countdown. Stark. He's charging in to bowl. He's bowled him! First ball after the break. Can you believe that? Elliott's been knocked over. Is this the cue for a collapse, a comeback from Australia? He's on a hat-trick, Mitchell Stark. He's knocked the middle stump back. And New Zealand have got the wobbles. 4 for 79.
79 was a comprehensive dismissal too. Full. Coming back from outside the off stump, just a bit of movement, and a bat that was searching for the line of the ball, coming down from about sort of second slip, coming down across the face of the where the ball was coming from. A palpable gasp from the crowd. But yeah, Australia back into this game now, very much so.
Yes, Stark bowls at very good pace, and if he's swinging it, there's danger here. I can't see the batsman coming out and going at the bowling in the way McCullum did at the start, when he just played so brazenly, so boldly and magnificently to get that 50.
Well, he takes almost the movement out of play, doesn't he, because he's charging, and so it's almost like standing out of your crease quite a long way and getting to the ball before it starts to move. But that was, wow.
That is what you call a crowd quietener. That really tips water on a crowd that's so full of the expectation. 90% of them, I would have thought, of New Zealand charging to a significant victory in this tournament. They may yet win it, but at 4 for 79, it's just looking a little bit giddy as Corey Anderson comes out. This is a hat-trick ball, potentially. 3 slips are there. There's a short leg. Can Mitchell Starc get another one? He runs in and bowls to Anderson, and Anderson shuffles in and gets behind it and plays it down the pitch. A few fellas there wipe a bit of sweat from the brow because there's a lot of them sitting in the sunshine here late on this Saturday afternoon. We've got a fair bit of twilight time and a lot of time left to finish this game, but we're in the 9th over and New Zealand 4 for 79, still need 73.
Pretty much on the money too, wasn't it, that hat-trick ball? Just coming back again, or going away slightly from the left-handed Anderson.
Here's Starc again, bowls to Anderson. Anderson shuffles back, takes it off his hip towards mid-wicket, and the throw at the stumps is well wide. They don't get an overthrow, as it was rather wildly thrown by Johnson beyond everybody and down to the support of Cummins backing up. So Williamson back on strike. He's made 9. Anderson off the mark with Guptill out for 11. McCullum 50, 7 fours, 3 sixes. Taylor 1, and next ball Elliott was nowhere near it. Nowhere near it. He played down the Britomart line, and it was on the Mount Eden. Hit the middle stump. 2 slips and a gully are there, and the short leg. Starc comes in, Williamson forward, plays it on the bump to Maxwell, who's under the lid and is fumbling and stopping the ball in that position. So from Australia's point of view, this game has come to life just when it looked like New Zealand were going to plunder their way to an easy win. Wickets falling at 78, 79 and 79, and it's 4 for 80. So still a little bit of cricket to come in this game. And Mitchell Starc down at the northern end of the ground. Straight approach. He comes up, Williamson forward, digs out a Yorker, another very good threatening delivery, swinging into the block hole to finish off a fine over from Starc, who's bounced back from a couple of heaves early on. 4 overs, 3 for 21. It's 4 for 80 after 9.
Geez, testing, isn't he? That was again just on the money. That's a Yorker, and Williamson having to really dig that out. You're right, absolutely right. Elliott had no idea. It was just through him before the bat was down. It was searching for the line of the ball, and the stumps were just wrecked. But some of these low total games can still be very, very interesting, Jim, can't they? I know everyone likes 320 to play 330 and those kind of matches, but these 150 games can be quite tight where bowlers are dominating. I quite like that. We've seen so many 50-over contests where the bat and the bowlers are really just fodder, aren't they? They run up and they get smacked again. So it can still be an interesting match.
Now, Pat Cummins is charging up for a new over, and he bowls across Anderson, who lets it go outside the line of the off stump. That's the wonderful thing about this game. It continues to surprise you and defy you. We looked at that pitch. Australia won the toss, and the way they were starting, you thought, well, it'll be 300, that sort of game, 300 each, whatever it might be. And at 1 for 80, it looked like Australia were going to get a good score. So how do you account for a collapse like that?
Yeah, well, that's what I asked you originally. I said, how do you implode like that? I think a couple of poor shots.
There were some poor
couple
shots.
Of indecisive shots. A good one with some good captaincy.
Cummins charges in, bowls across the left-hander. Vittori didn't take all the wickets, but his influence is paramount. 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 41, because no one could take a piece of him. Or tried to.
I love watching Vittori. 298 OD, is it?
298, yeah.
298. Yeah. And such a gangling kind of form, and that unruly hair beyond the pacifying power of any cream or unguent.
Away goes Cummins again. 2 slips in the gully, and he swings and misses. That was a loose shot. That ball was outside the off stump, and he was trying to swat it on the length, whatever he saw, and he missed it horribly outside the line of the off stump. That was not a pretty stroke. Vittori, I could see him bowling if I was still doing the cricket commentary in another 20 years.
Well, he doesn't. It's a few little shambling steps up to the wicket, isn't it? And then the cunning and the deceit come out of educated fingers, don't they? I see Vittori in a library with those glasses on, reading a dusty tome of Chaucer.
Cummins bowls, and he's out the top edge of the bat, the shoulder of the bat. It's gone over the slips. That exploded from the pitch and surprised Anderson, and he got away with it because it took a good shoulder, I think, of the bat, and it lobbed beyond the slips and down to third man for a fortunate single.
Yeah, good heat from Cummins there. I mean, Cummins is starting to find his straps here. The angle, of course, if it pitches about leg stump, and it did, you're right, it just leapt at Anderson a little bit and did take the shoulder, made him uncomfortable as he tried to come forward. It was really a ball to go back to.
Good bounce, good pace. There is some pace in this pitch. Cummins runs in, pitches near the line of the stumps and draws Williamson across and behind in defence. So the game has got edgy, really edgy at the moment. So Vittori, despite the fact that he's had various ailments, with knees and things like that, but is he going to keep going beyond this? What's his situation?
Well, I mean, they might turn him round and say, look, if he's enjoying it, which he is, he looks actually quite fit at the moment. He's running an awful lot.
Cummins in again, bowls to Williamson. Williamson goes back. He's miscued off the pad here, trying to turn that away. It hit him up on the thigh pad. Good pace and bounce from Pat Cummins. This is a young man who had an extraordinary start to his career and then got injured, as many do. And he's just coming back into it. And there was a sign or two in that over of a very threatening young fast bowler making his way. 10 overs bowled, it's 4 for 81.
Absolutely, and he's found his length now that's starting to trouble both the New Zealanders, just with pace. I remember, was it his first Test match? He got all those wickets in South Africa?
In Johannesburg, and scored the winning runs in the game.
Did he? Well, they're good signs, I've got to say, for Australia to have a group of fast bowlers. You've got Pattinson as well, haven't you? Is he injured at the moment?
He's on his way back.
Oh, yeah? Okay. But you've got a few, haven't you?
You've got a reasonable store of them. And Stark's one of them, and he bowls quickly outside the off stump, and it's allowed to pass through to the keeper. Which puts a bowler like Peter Siddle in the background, and the fellow everyone has their eye on, who's got the best strike rate of any bowler other than Dale Steyn, I would think, is Ryan Harris, who must have the most extraordinary lower half. I don't know which doctor or replacement part fellow he goes to, but he keeps coming up with a new set of knees.
Is that right?
He is amazing. Stark's in again. Anderson's beaten outside the off stump. Good, quick, bouncing delivery. This is all of a sudden turning into a contest. And whereas the runs were flying in 4s and 6s at the start, now they're coming in dribbles and nicks.
Yeah, an open, free, instinctive batting from the likes of McCullum has changed into groping. Kind of, where is the ball? I'm just a bit uncertain, and it's squaring me up. Of course, a little bit of movement as well, but more bounce. Australia just the upper hand at the moment.
Trying to snuff out New Zealand. Have made such an impressive start to this game, but can they finish it off? Stark goes up, Anderson back, and he's a little troubled by the bounce and plays uncertainly up the offside, but he could have turned himself inside out with a bit of leading edge there as it went rolling down the pitch. 9 to Williamson, 2 to Anderson. It's 4 for 81, and the crowd very much hushed by what they are watching here. This is a very commanding piece of cricket theatre going on. You're not too sure what's going to happen next. Could be a wicket, could be a boundary. Stark bowls, beats him right through him outside the off stump. A good quick delivery aimed near the top of the off bail, and it just moved away a fraction. Well bowled. That was quick too.
Was quick and it also moved, because look how it squared Anderson up. He was looking actually to play it sort of wide mid-on, and in fact it's gone past the off stump. So there's movement there for Stark, and he's right on the money.
It's good to watch. Now Michael Clark's deploying his troops. What's he going to do? He wants Johnson to go out to deep square. He's got a fine leg. He's got 3 slips. There's just as much chance of a catch going to the fly third man as one of the slips on this pitch. Hits the leading edge. It can go anywhere. Could go for 6. Stark's on his way. Comes up to Anderson. Anderson forward, and he just takes the ball beyond short leg. There'll be a couple of runs here as Maxwell scurries back towards mid-wicket, and the city of Auckland somewhere in behind him. A couple to Anderson, who's 4. Williamson's 9. 4 for 83. It's a shaky progress at the moment for New Zealand. They need a couple of fellas to get in for a while, just to see off the threat of Mitchell Stark, who's only bowling his 5th over. And Australia have got a few other pace bowlers of sorts up their sleeve, with Mitch Marsh and Watson to come into play. Stark's in again. Anderson's back and running the ball down behind point. Warner's there to stop it. And that's the end of another compelling over of viewing here at a packed Eden Park. 4 for 83 from 11. They need 152 to win.
Very test match like, isn't it? It's batsmen for survival at the moment, and bowlers holding sway. Ball moving. I would say decent pace from Stark. I would have guessed high 140s. Getting close to 150, so this is a bit more than New Zealand has seen since playing Sri Lanka for so long with medium fast bowlers, and then Scotland, and then England just didn't have enough runs. So this is the first time techniques are being examined.
Cummins charges up and bowls to Williamson, who plays it away down the offside.
Our best little player really is this lad facing at the moment. He's a good kid, this, and he's 24. He's been very dependable in the last few months. Whenever questions have been asked, he's been able to find some answer for it, and I like that. I like the way that cricket reveals kind of a bit of character. It should do that, properly regarded. I think that's what the game is about.
Cummins bounds into bowl, and Williamson goes back and forces him square. He'll get some runs here. The ball's running away towards the boundary. It might go all the way. A dive does not stop it going out to the boundary, and that's 4, despite the efforts of David Warner. He just kept running away. So a good forcing shot, just a little bit of width on the shorter ball, and he stood up and played it well. He's 13, Williamson. 4 for 87.
Yes, just enough for Williamson to just create a little bit of room for himself. Both feet off the ground, trying to get up and on top of that ball, and just enough pace too to get it there.
Cummins again goes to Williamson. Williamson forward, and he runs it off an open face to third man for a single, and gets Anderson back on strike. What about Ronke? What's the feeling about Ronke in New Zealand? Is he accepted as a Kiwi after all those earlier years he had playing in Australia? He's
played now in Wellington for some time.
Yeah,
so yeah. So no doubt about that. And I don't know how many games he's played.
He keeps his place genuinely.
Oh yes, he does. He's been a terrific power hitter for New Zealand in the last. You know, if the top order do their bit about selling and sending a foundation.
Here's Cummins, hits the pad. The ball flies away on the onside, but there's no run with Maxwell fielding.
Once that's done, and it's the likes of Williamson, who's been the principal sort of architect of getting a foundation developed. Once that's happened, then Ronke comes in at the number 7 usually, so he'll be next in. And he has hit the ball always. The hallmark of Ronke is that he seems to time the ball right from the start of his innings very cleanly indeed. Hits down the ground very well.
Cummins flies in and pitches near the pads. That's a single for Anderson, just knocking it into the gap. Michael Clark's out there and to mid-on and throws a bit loosely back towards Haddon. So is there a rivalry between Wattling and Ronke?
Not in the one-day sense. I would have thought it
Only
might.
Test cricket.
Yeah, well, Waddling is the man, the incumbent there. But Ronke has certainly added something to this one-day outfit.
We've got a bit of news on McCullum. Well, sort of news. In goes Cummins. Back goes Williamson. Plays it well. He gets up on his toes at the bounce of the ball and plays it down. Now, McCullum is being treated with some ice.
Well,
not currently being treated as a break. So they haven't sent him off to the hospital for an X-ray. So they're clearly confident that nothing bad has occurred. It's the end of the over. 12 overs, 4 for 89. So is there any way Ronke would get the Test keeper's job?
I don't think so at the moment. I think Wattling's playing well enough.
Yeah, and he gets
he's getting hundreds.
Too.
He's got about 4 Test hundreds at the moment.
That's why I was wondering about the rivalry and who's who.
Yeah, but he's really, as I say, added a lot. He's got 100. He got a 100 ODI against South Africa earlier this year, and he's scored some very good runs.
So it's Anderson they need some runs from here as Stark tries to line him up. He comes in and he beats him outside the off stump. May have just dropped inside the line at the death there, but good off stump and outside bowling at pace with the threat of a bit of movement too from Stark.
Yeah, he looks likely at the moment. He's not worried about bowling short, even though he's got that bat pad in there. You might get a little one if you push in a bit close to yourself and get an inside edge. That's what he's there for, rather than off the gloves, jumping and with a bouncer. He's really there for a different reason. It's a searching examination at the moment.
It's more like Test cricket, 3 slips and a short leg. Here's Stark, and it's pulled by Anderson, but he finds the fieldsman Johnson. He went on the length. As soon as he saw that, he was back to play that aggressive shot, which he likes, but he didn't get the placement, probably didn't get the middle of the bat completely, and dragged it towards mid-on. Might encourage Stark to bang one in at him, though. He's got a short leg, and he's looked a little apprehensive against a couple of short balls bowled to him. He just steadies himself. He's a solid left-hand batsman who can give the ball a mighty thump, but he's being tested by Stark's pace. He runs in towards it, and he's forward. Down the leg side, great save by Haddon. It's a wide, but he saved 4 more as he hurled himself away to his right. It wasn't all that wide, but it just kept going down the leg side, and Haddon was like the old Arsenal goalkeeper there, and he did well to save some extras.
It's a good one. He got strength in the legs to get out that wide.
He does well for a young man.
Yeah. What is he, 37?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Excellent.
He's been keeping well for the most part and batting pretty well.
He batted nicely today.
Stark's in again. He bowls, and Anderson swings and misses. That was outside the off stump. And for some reason, again, he just goes on the length. He sees the length and he's after it.
Yeah.
It wasn't all that short, mind you, but is he strong on the swat shot?
Well, he looks as he seems to be a preference at the moment, doesn't it? You're right. It's quite full. That's why he's missing it, because he's not picking up the height of the ball. He's just looking to really go for and he's built like a bouncer, isn't he? He's the sort of chap would stop you, say, no, you can't come in here.
Well, he hasn't quite assessed the bounce, and there's a shot full of peril if he doesn't get it right. But he'd probably go again. Let's see. No, it's wide of the off stump, pitched up. Not too wide. He didn't want to play it. He thought better of it after that play and miss. So the game has slowed down dramatically from the frenetic batting we saw earlier.
Yes. Quiet little period of play, but New Zealand having to really just dig in and not lose wickets and try and use more of a longer format kind of technique to stay at the wicket. They can't afford really to lose another wicket and allow panic to set in for the rest of the batting order. If you sense that it's all going to revolve around Williamson.
Anderson's 5, Williamson 14. Here comes Stark, and Anderson's tucked up in behind the line of an accurate, fast delivery. He's zeroing in on his pads, and he pushes it down towards mid-on. 4 for 90 in the 13th over. They only need to get 152, and Australia banking on the the trio of quicks, Johnson, Stark and Cummins, to try and do some more damage here. They've got a good support cast, but this is the cutting edge through the pace of Stark, Cummins and Johnson, even though Johnson's gone for 52 from his 4 overs. Stark flies in. Anderson plays with a punch down towards mid-on, and there's a save there that prevents a run as Johnson was fast across the turf. 13 overs, 4 for 90. Plenty of overs left, plenty of time, all of that. But it's just the threat of the Australian pace bowling at the moment that Williamson and Anderson are doing a job about.
And there's also a sense that New Zealand are trying to just absorb that pressure and see if they can handle it and then throw it back at the Australians when they do get the chance. I'm not sure whether Clark is going to be interested in any other bowler, actually. There's the permutations of Cummins and Stark and Johnson. Those 3 are going to bowl, I would think, pretty much out. Because after that, whether you like it or not, you said you got the great supporting cast. It's not quite the same as those 3, is it? And New Zealand will feel more comfortable.
Yes, well, they should, even though it was not the Mitch Stark or the Mitch Johnson that did the damage against England. It was the Mitch Marsh.
But it was good catching, wasn't it?
Brilliant.
Yes, exactly.
Brilliant catching. Yes, I think he threw his head back a few times. He wasn't knocking the top off the off stump. He had Steve Smith taking a blinder.
In the covers there, wasn't
short
it? Yeah.
cover. Oh, what a catch that was. So Cummins comes up now and he bowls, and Williamson's on the back foot, tightened up, and all he can do is push it back up the offside of the pitch. So there's clearly a great sense of belief, confidence in this New Zealand side about taking this competition to the final. And that's why they need to finish this game off.
Well, they'd certainly like to. They're being asked a few questions at the moment. It's quite good fun to watch to see how they go about it. They're struggling right now. Not so much Williamson, but Anderson.
Williamson waits as Cummins comes in, and he's going back again, getting another good quick ball. That's slapping into his bat around the line of the off stump. Of course, this isn't a final or a knockout game, but I don't know, maybe some people are saying it could lay down a marker for a future semi-final or final if these 2 teams get together. That's why New Zealand would want to finish this off. They don't want to have a crash after bowling Australia out such a meagre score.
No.
So Williamson's watching very carefully. Cummins runs up, bowls to him, and he goes onto the front foot, plays it well, down to Finch, who's out there at mid-off. But this is just good, solid cricket in the style of a low-scoring game where you can certainly take some risks, but when you lose wickets and you know that there's bowling to be seen off, you may as well hang around. And Clark's sensing that there might be a push or a nudge through the field somewhere, is now redeploying his troops. He's like the field marshal down there. He runs up to the stumps, gets his map out.
Yes.
Right. They're going to have a backward point or
dividers.
Gully. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. A man at short cover point and a point as well. Cummins bowls, Williamson chases and cuts, and he's got it through again. That's going away to the boundary, and that should go for 4. A diving save, just scoops it back inside the boundary out there as Warner chased it out. A good chase too, and there's a loose return to Haddon looking into the sun, but he was just a bit shorter, wider, and gave him the chance, even with a packed offside field, to collect a couple. 4 for 92 in the 14th.
3 men there ready to stop that. And 2 into a catching position, sort of a gully, and then just in front of square.
So it's Cummins trying again. Here he goes, pitching up, and is driven miscued. Got across, got the position, but didn't get the contact. And it went slowly towards Finch down there at mid-off. Testing and probing. A good battle to watch at the moment, with a crowd of over 40,000 this afternoon. It's a beautiful afternoon for watching cricket. It's been a fine, warm, almost tropical day in Auckland, and the sun continues to beat down as Cummins runs in. Williamson plays off his toes, well saved at mid-wicket. That could have been runs away to the onside as he chipped that ball out And it took a fine bit of work by Maxwell at short mid-wicket to stop it. 14 overs, 4 for 92. Brian Waddle's limbering up, and he's ready to come in to join Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, excellent fielding at short cover, Maxwell. Diving away and preventing probably a boundary there. And the fielding of these two sides are certainly the best that I've seen from the rest of the World Cup at this stage. They encircle you. There's a feeling that they're going to impose themselves on you. They will dive and save, and they'll turn and chase hard. There's an athleticism, I think, about these two sides in the park that other sides aren't matching at the moment. Perhaps a bit of South Africa can as well.
Well, we're going to see a change from the ASB Bank stand in the northern stand, and it's going to be Mitchell Johnson back into the attack. He's going to be bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Corey Anderson, so that gives you an indication about the line of attack. He's going to be zeroing in on the body. He's got a bat pad on the onside. There's a slip, 2 slips in fact. Watson and Clark at slip. Backward point, short cover, and mid-wicket. There's a deep backward square leg, long leg, third man, and that's the lot, isn't it? 2, 4, 6 inside, yep, so the 3 out as they stand. Here's Mitchell Johnson, though. Didn't have a great start, 4 overs for 52, but somebody new to bowl to now. You see, he comes up from the far end to Anderson, and Anderson pulls back past the bowler. Might have been a catch and bowl chance, but it's gone all the way down to the boundary for 4.
Well, it was short enough from Johnson that this time, even though he was going to play and committed to the horizontal bat shot, the pull that went straight down, really bouncing just wide of the wicket and wide of the bowler in his follow-through and down to long on. But it was short enough that he could actually predict the bounce. It all tucked him up a little bit, though, that skiddy bounce that Johnson can get.
Well, here he comes again, Johnson, round the wicket to bowl to Anderson, and Anderson plays this one off the inside edge, past his stumps, down to the boundary for 4.
Luck.
Good shot.
4 runs.
Wonderful placement.
Luck.
4 runs, 96 for 4. That's the 100, in fact, because the other 4 brought it up to 96. So 8 runs from 2 deliveries, 52 more runs required. And oh, that went straight over the top of the stumps, I think, didn't it? Good shot. They all count. 100 for 4. Anderson is 13. Williamson 16. Still round the wicket, Johnson, and this one's pulled away. That's gone to the crowd for 6. No luck in that shot. "14 runs from the over." And he's decided that round the wicket probably isn't the best way to do it at the moment. So he's going to go over the wicket. Thinking back to that first one, the ball was in the air when it went past him down, but it was a long way from his grasp. So there was no danger of a catch, but that's a very good shot. That's baseball, isn't it? Down third baseline.
That's the sort of savage power, I think, that someone like Anderson with that sort of axe-like sort of stroke can provide for you.
Johnson over the wicket to Anderson, who leaves down the offside, and the crowd sigh.
But it's raw power, isn't it?
.106 for the loss of 4. Mitchell Johnson, 4 overs and 4 balls. No maidens, none for 66.
You think he'd be pleased with that, Brian?
At the moment. Here's the next delivery from Johnson to Anderson, and Anderson leaves again, closer to the off stump, but still able to leave.
So, do we know any more than that little note that Jim read out about?
No, I don't know any more than that.
No,
he's not.
It's got
away.
ice on it.
Hasn't gone away for
ice on his elbow,
and they're running out of ice.
Okay.
No, well, that's an encouraging sign, but sometimes you don't often get a true reflection until the next day of some of those injuries, don't you? Swelling goes down, but he's hoping it's just a bruising. Johnson. 14 runs off the Rover so far. Bowls to Anderson, who turns him into the onside. There'll be a couple more. Goes out towards square. They're going to go for the second. Yes, they are. Anderson comes home very quickly and manages to get home. He's quick for a big man. He's probably played a little bit on the left wing or perhaps at the back of the scrum. Whatever. He moves quickly and got home for 2. 16 runs off the over, 108 for 4. Anderson's overtaken Williamson, 21. Williamson, 16.
You wouldn't like to tackle him yourself,
Not
coming
at all.
down the wing.
No. He's a big, solid lad.
He is. He's a cyclone of batsmanship.
Well, he's just another one of these free-spirited cricketers, isn't he? He's got aggressive intent, and when he middles the ball, he certainly gives it a fair old hammering. Jeremy Coney has taken his leave. Alan Borders come back to watch for the next half hour from the radio box. Here's a hit in the air over cover. It's going to go out towards the boundary. Fieldsman in pursuit, but it's slowing up. Still going for 4. Element of risk, but he hit it hard enough and it cleared the fieldsman. Another boundary for New Zealand. 112 for 4. The target is 152, so 40 runs needed.
See Kane Williamson.
Yes,
just a little bit of width.
He gets over the ball pretty well, but that obviously had a bit more bounce.
Out of the middle of the bat, though. He's very strong. Good shot.
20. Anderson, 21. Cummins bowls to Williamson, and Williamson drives up towards mid-off. And it's fielded there by Finch. Yeah, you're just thinking about all these players who hit the ball so hard. Anderson's one, the Australian top order hit it hard. The bats they use today, did you guys use bats when you played that? Did people hit it as hard as that? I know they're always hard hitters, weren't they?
They're a different athlete. I mean, these guys are very well prepared physically. They do weight sessions. We never did any of that. So, you know, you're going to be hit the ball harder.
Cummins bowls to Williamson, turns him into the onside, past the mid-wicket fieldsman. There'll be one only, though, as the fielding is done there by Maxwell. And it goes to 113 for the loss of 4. You know, you used to think of guys like Matthew Hayden. He used to hit the ball hard, didn't he?
Oh, yeah.
You sometimes think that the current players are even hitting it harder than he did.
Well, the bats are a factor, but I just think the whole package is very compelling. They're stronger, fitter.
You see, people talk about these boundaries being small, but those guys are hitting sixes on any boundaries, aren't they?
Yeah, that's right. A lot of balls are disappearing over the fence at the MCG.
MCG, yes.
Those sort of venues are still, it's not so much just sneaking over the rope that's in 10 metres. A lot of balls disappearing 20 rows back.
Cummins bowling to Anderson, still 2 slips in place, bowls to him, and this one has him digging it out up towards mid-off. It's fielded there, and that man is Mitchell Marsh, maybe warming up for a bowl.
Well, I think the Australian captain will be thinking, I'm not going to need bowlers 4 and 5, really. You know, bowl my 3 best. The guys I think are going to take the wickets. I'm surprised Stark didn't stay on for 1 more. He was looking very dangerous, particularly at Corey Anderson. And Mitchell Johnson's just been off the boil a little bit today.
Cummins bowls to Anderson, and Anderson hits into the onside. It's going to beat mid-wicket. There'll be 1, maybe a second as Finch gets to the ball. They're going to come back for the second. Anderson was very quick to turn. Cummins couldn't see the ball. It was even lower than he expected, but looking directly into the sun, he just let it go for Mitchell Marsh to back up. They took 2, 115 for 4. Yeah, so I was surprised at that because Stark was creating a problem, and of course the pressure came off too, didn't it, with 2 4s and a 6.
Yeah.
Lucky though one of the shots was.
Yeah, we look at Mitchell Johnson. He's bowled 5 overs, gone for 68. I mean, he's not used to that sort of treatment, particularly in recent times. He's been our go-to man.
Cummins bowls to Anderson, and Anderson hits over the top of cover out towards the boundary. Chase for the fieldsman. It's pitched and slowing up, may even stop before it gets to the boundary. It's going to be overhauled. They've taken 1, we'll get 2, come back for the 3rd. Williamson gets home as the return comes in, but again the boldness of Anderson to hit it firmly and put it over the top means that Warner had a big chase. He's got a good throw, Warner, but they got home for 3, 118 for 4. That's the end of over number 16.
Yeah, he's starting to find his range now, Anderson, isn't he? He's a very aggressive player. And it's just a little bit of width and just up and over. He's a powerful young man, so no problems getting it over the infield. Just a matter of getting enough bat on it. Away she flies.
So 34 required from 34 overs.
Should just
not
about
a bad
get
equation,
that run rate.
Yeah.
Should just about get that.
Not a bad equation. Well, that's unless, of course, they get bowled out by the Australian speedsters. Johnson's back into the attack. He's his 6th over. He's bowling to Anderson, and Anderson leaves the delivery, and you can do plenty of that, can't you now?
Yeah.
I mean, there's no scoreboard pressure anymore.
In an Australian exclusive, Kamala Harris sits down with Sarah Ferguson to reveal the behind the scenes of the campaign against Donald Trump. Kamala Harris on 7:30, Wednesday, October 29 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
ABC Sport Digital Radio. Your home of basketball.
Oh, no, none whatsoever. It wasn't really from the start. But you've got to maintain that positive attitude. Brendan McCullum has been playing a certain way, and he decided he was going to go with that. So he was very destructive early on. And Australians have fought back well. I like the way they've hung in there. And when the 4th wicket was taken straight after the luncheon break, it was game on, 4 for 78.
Exactly, and they, 3 quick wickets imposes pressure of its own, doesn't it? Anderson waits for Johnson's next delivery, and he plays firmly back along the pitch to the bowler. Yes, Mitchell Johnson's gone for 68, but it's hard to blame the bowlers when you've got players like McCullum. Can free up as he likes. You can launch, can't you?
Yeah.
You know that there's no pressure on the run scoring.
If you don't get it exactly right, even if you're bowling 145, 150 clicks, I mean, it's just going to disappear because his eye is so good. He's in good form. He's only chasing a small target, so everything's in Brendan's favour at that point.
Johnson. Right, sunshine still bowls to Anderson, who leaves the delivery down the offside and can do that all day now as the Australian field have a look at the prospects in this game. But it's certainly been an impressive effort from New Zealand today with the ball.
Yep.
And I'm sure that and we've talked about it, and when you reflect on Trent Boult, Pfeiffer, great performance. You look back at Daniel Vettori, and
that was for me the turning point.
Played a huge part, didn't he?
Yeah, the runs were flowing. It was 9-10 runs and over there initially.
Here's Johnson bowling to Anderson, and Anderson is defensive, jumping into his back foot defensive stroke, plays it out into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, Dan came on, and just the run rate just started to put some more pressure on, just a few more dot balls and making the batsmen really be careful with their shot selection, and just started to sort of strangle the batting at that point. And I thought that little spell from Vettori, and it resulted in a couple of wickets as well, I think that sort of turned the momentum around, and the rest of the bowling, Southey and Boult, were fantastic coming back from their second spells.
118 for 4. Here's Johnson again bowling to Anderson, who drives up towards mid-on. Firm stroke, got there too quickly, no chance of a run. 118 for 4. Yeah, it was interesting too, because McCullum, for the first 28 overs, used only 3 bowlers. Very seldom. Would you have ever done that, do you think, if in a game of cricket? Very seldom do you do that.
It doesn't happen often, but I think Brendan's got that positive mindset, so he was going for the jugular straight away. Once Australia started to lose wickets and Boult started to bowl some good, that second spell outstanding, he decided, I'm just going to go for broke here.
As Anderson waiting for Johnson, and this one has a bit of bat and pattern as he's half forward. Doesn't really judge that one too well. Plays maiden over, in fact. 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 68. 34 required from 33 overs now. And that's the end of Johnson's over. It may become just a little bit too late for the Australian side at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's better over, but New Zealand don't need to panic. They just need to wait for the odd delivery that they'll get. Don't need to force the pace at all. Williamson's starting to look very assured at the crease, and he's a quality player, isn't he? He plays all forms very well, and he's matured into a really, really high class performer for New Zealand.
Yes, and his stats pack up with some of the best in the world at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. He's just flying under the radar a little bit, but he's a quality player.
Here's Marsh into the attack, bowling to Williamson. Williamson pulls him into the onside, out towards mid-wicket, going away towards the boundary. It's going to go for 4. Short ball, he was very quickly onto that one, and he hit down on it too, so it didn't really give the fieldsman any opportunity. 122 for 4, 30 required.
Yes, welcome to the crease, isn't it? Just slightly dragged down, and Kane Williamson, quality player, plays that cross-bat shot very well. So, well, Mitchell Marsh was the destroyer against England, which was a highly unlikely Mitchell.
Here he comes again, bowling to Williamson. This one is left as it goes through past the off stump. Yeah, well, he's going to have to do something rapidly here now to turn this game around with 30 runs required.
The miracle of Eden Park.
Well,
we had one of those.
There have been. not in recent times.
No. I don't think we're going to have one either today.
I think the Australians beat us at rugby once here, which was a miracle.
Okay.
Sometime back in the 70s or 80s. Here's Marsh bowling to Williamson. Drives up towards mid-off. It'll be fielded. And there's no run. And down in that position is Cummins. What do you think of his future?
Oh, very bright future. He was a young man when he burst onto the scene, and the body just takes time to sort of adjust to the rigours of bowling in first-class cricket, Test cricket. Had a magnificent first Test match, but the stress fractures, which are plagues for most fast bowlers.
It's Marsh bowling to Williamson. It's wide, and he's hit in the air, over cover. That'll go to the boundary. Plenty of width on that one. Races to the fence for 4. Williamson moves on to 33, 29. Anderson is 26, and it's 126 for 4.
You can't bowl there. No. I mean, that's just a hit-me ball. Short, wide of off-stump. Kane Williamson, as we've talked about, plays that cross-bat shot so well, and not scared to just lift that ball over the infield. There's 2 catches stationed in at cover, but firmly struck and evaded them quite easily.
It's Marsh again bowling to Williamson, who drives into the onside through mid-wicket. Chased round towards mid-wicket for Finch. He's got a powerful throw, but Anderson gets home to complete the second. 2 more, 128 for 4. And Williamson goes to 31. Putting the foot down now. Trying to get the game sorted out, playing positively.
That's the feature. They've remained positive, haven't they? Anything loose, they've jumped on.
Marsh again goes into Williamson, and Williamson just runs it down to third man. Easy single for him. It's the 50 partnership of 58 balls and comes in 42 minutes. Williamson 32, Anderson 26. The end of the first over bowled by Marsh, 11 coming from it. It's 18 bowled, 129 for 4, chasing 152.
Yes, in cruise control now. There was those little moments after the luncheon break. Wicket first ball, all of a sudden it was definitely game on at that point, because Mitchell Starc was bowling well. In fact, was on a hat-trick and survived that. Some tough moments for Anderson in particular. Williamson doesn't look as though he's been in any trouble. But Anderson was a bit scratchy early, but he's got through that.
He seldom does, Williamson. He's got that calm, relaxed exterior. Very driven, though. Here's Mitchell Starc back. That's not a few overs too late. Here's to Williamson, who drives back along the pitch to the bowler.
I think there's a realisation now that Mitchell Starc, he's allowed to bowl 10 overs. We might as well bowl him all 10, and if there's some miracle going to happen, it's got to come from his end, because he's been the most likely, hasn't he?
Well, and that makes sort of the point that you made more obvious, that he probably should have stayed on.
Yeah.
Because he was the most dangerous. Oh, just seeing Ross Taylor being bowled, and Grant Elliott as well. Not sure where he was standing. He looked as though he had his back foot outside leg stump. Here's Starc bowling to the right-handed Williamson, who has runs down towards long leg. It's a single. Nicked into his pad, I think. We'll wait for a signal from the umpire. Yes, it was off the bat. So 129 for 4. Australia's batting, Alan.
Worrying.
Yeah, the 2 weeks off. Did it have an impact, do you think?
I think it has.
Momentum,
without making excuses, because I give credit where credit's due, and that's to that bowling. That bowling effort was brilliant. under a bit of pressure early, but they just fought back and they swung the ball and kept Australia under pressure. But there was some shot selection that was a bit poor, some soft dismissals. Michael Clark, hasn't played a lot of cricket. You can sort of understand his, dismissal a little bit.
130 for 4. Here's Stark bowling to Anderson, who leaves delivery down the offside. Yeah, well, it's one of those things. You can have all the nets you like, and you can practice after you've played England. You have a washed-out game.
Yep.
You have plenty of nets, but it's not the cut and thrust of in the middle play.
You just cannot replicate match play, especially hard match play. Where you're in a contest, even if you're practicing out in the middle. It's not quite the same. No. So it's just...
yes, you can slog all the balls all over the boundary if you want. You get the range, but there's no pressure from the bowlers from little lobs that are being sent to you.
No, match conditions. So the run will do them the world of good.
130 for 4. Here's Anderson driving on the onside up towards mid-on. It's fielded there by Mitchell Johnson.
Yes, Mitch Johnson doing the fielding. But there'll be a bit of soul searching, Hello, boys. We're back in the World Cup. We need to lift a little bit here. I think they were pretty happy with themselves after the game against England. They played very well. And
how unlucky was Bailey? He's done a pretty good job when he's been...
He's very unlucky, but the Australian captain comes back with a good record. Someone has to miss out.
He got a good record as a captain, but his one-day game. Here's Stark bowling to Anderson, who's getting on the pads.
Averages
the onside.
Probably in the 40s. I must admit, not in front of me, but
recent
he's been
times.
A very good player, but not recent times.
Yeah.
No, fair call. And he hasn't played a lot of cricket in recent times. He keeps getting injured. So, look, that's a factor. But he was back. Everyone was comfortable with that sort of decision. That slight change should have made that much difference. The rest of the batting was just, has to have a long look at itself. For instance, Shane Watson, he was playing well, but tried to hit the ball for 6 instead of hitting in a gap, and didn't hit it well. Was out.
Stark bowls to Anderson, and he's taken on the pad. LBW appeal. No, says the umpire, as the ball goes away to the offside. Are they going to challenge it? A look from Stark. Looks to Clark. Clark says yes. Let's have a look.
Might as well.
Exactly. 130 for 4. The indication that he's been given not out. So if it's umpire's call, it goes in favour of Anderson. The first indication was going down, but we'll see on the replay. 134, and that's the end of 19 overs. We're going to have a look at that in a moment, and Simon Mann will come in and talk to you about it after we've just seen the replay. Williamson backing up almost halfway down the pitch, and Stark bowls the delivery, which pitches about leg stump going down. Yes, looks as though it's going down. It may well be umpire's call, not too sure.
I don't think that's even hitting in my book, but they had to go for the review, I suppose. Nothing to lose now.
No. I'm just waiting to see what the final pitch pad shows us. No snick there. And finally it says umpire's call. So it's about as close as David Warner's. Just a coat of varnish.
Yeah, well, look, you're guessing that ball's going to hit the stumps if you're giving it out, aren't you? Let's face facts. Like, Hawkeye says that it's hitting the stumps, but it's a guess as an umpire, so fair enough.
All right, I'll leave you with Simon Mann, AB.
So we're going to have a change in the bowling. Maxwell's going to come on, so it's a bold move, given not a lot of runs to play with.
Well, he's still got 4 overs from Johnson, 3 from Stark, 5 from Cummins. His first ball is flicked away by Williamson towards deep back with square leg, and they trot through for a single. Marsh has bowled 1 over. Well, what do you do in this situation? It's a horrible situation for a captain to be in. 22 to win, 31 overs left.
Yeah, well, look, I wouldn't be bowling the spinner. I think you can knock the spinner around a little bit easier, or just, play them out. I just go with my main men. I think Cummins has got to come back on. He's got 5 overs to bowl, and obviously we've seen Stark reintroduced. So to me, you just bowl them out.
Yeah. Here goes Maxwell, and that's dragged by Anderson towards mid-on. There's no run. Throw is flashed in by Cummins, who's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 26. Yeah, it is easy just to push this guy around, isn't it, Maxwell? You're not under not much pressure as a batting side. And only, 20 runs to play with now. Maxwell bowls, that's forced away, but straight to cover. And there's no run.
Might be a masterstroke. Might induce the false shot, particularly from Anderson. He's looking like he's trying to get after the spinner.
There's a man at the slog corner, and he drags it towards mid-on. And is he caught? Yes, he is. Well, it worked. He hit straight to Cummins at mid-on, who took it low down in two hands. And Anderson is on his way, and Maxwell's got his wicket. It's 131 for 5. New Zealand need 21 to win.
There you go. What would I know?
How many times did you captain Australia?
Oh, probably too many. Maxwell comes on, does the trick. It did look like Anderson was always going to try and take the bowler on, but I suppose he didn't really need to, but that's the way he plays. So he finds himself out. He's made 26, and the score 131 for 5.
Well, just a little bit of hope for Australia now. Perhaps get the quicks back on.
Well, yes. Who's this? Luke Ronke?
Yeah.
It's a while since I've seen him play. He's been in pretty good form of late, hasn't he?
Well, he made a thrilling 100 in that one-day series between New Zealand and Sri Lanka. Big 100 in the series. And he likes to be aggressive as well. So he's one of those strange cricketers. He's out there having a chat with Haddin, of course. Well, he's Australia's keeper now, but of course Luke Ronke has been Australia's keeper in the past.
He has.
I don't know what Haddin said to him, but there was an exchange out there. Maxwell's having a chat with.
Well, they're looking at to see whether the catch was taken.
Oh yeah, actually, just looking down. Yeah, he's not gone off, has he? Anderson? He's standing right on the boundary edge. That's just saying, well, did it carry? It was low down. Anderson's got right to the edge, and he's just waiting there. Of course, if you walk over, then you're out. So they are just checking this, the umpires, to see whether the ball was taken cleanly. Well, from that angle, I mean, I'm pretty sure he did, but it was taken very low down at the end of the fingers.
Fingers under the ball. I mean, it always looks, I don't think I've seen any of those catches go the fielder's way. It didn't really always benefit the doubt, but it did look like he got his fingers under it, but you can build a case either way sometimes.
Yeah, well, television is not the best way actually to decide this, because it often looks as though the ball's hit the turf. Well, we won't get an idea from that angle because his knee's in the way, but I think he's caught this right at the end of his fingers. Anderson, as I say, had walked off and he got to the edge of the boundary. He just stayed on. I think he's just clung on to that.
Yeah, I'm happy with that, but wouldn't surprise me.
It wasn't the most convincing of catches by Cummins.
I don't think there was any question. It was a real late call, wasn't it? Was it maybe the third umpire's got in their ear?
Yeah.
We're going to watch this about 35 times, aren't we?
It's the same replays we had just now, which is totally inconclusive because his knee's in the way. You can't actually see the ball go into his fingers. Well, umpire S. Ravi is our third umpire today. What are the crowds? The crowd have seen something. They think they've seen an angle which suggests the ball bounced.
As I say, depending on which side of the ditch you're on, you can decide one way or the other, can't you?
I think that's out, but it's one of those ones where it's very hard to be 100% sure. But to me that's out. He's caught it in the end of the fingers, but the crowd are, well, they're barracking, and they think that Anderson's been harshly done to here if he's made to walk off. And we're seeing it on the big screen, of course, and they want a not-out decision. It's taking an awfully long time to sort out. There was one early in the tournament when umpire Erasmus gave a batsman out, and then there was some doubt about whether it carried through to the keeper. He's been given out, and umpire Ravi overturned it, but not that time. And up goes the finger. I think that's the right decision.
Yeah, look, so those close calls, they always look suspicious, but I do get the feeling that he did get the fingers under the ball there. I don't think there was any question that was taken initially.
And actually the new batsman's already out there. Well, here's Maxwell bowling, and back goes Ronke to his first ball and plays it up the onside of the pitch. I don't think I've ever seen a situation like that where the batsman's actually ready to take the next ball, the new batsman, and the old one is just on the outfield, right on the edge of it. That's lofted down the ground by Ronke. That's coming for 6. Over long on, short boundaries here. It was no more than a push drive, really. Lifted that for 6. No trouble at all. Nice bit of timing. And easy as you like. And New Zealand advancing closer to victory. 137 for 5. Had 20 overs only of New Zealand's innings. They need 15 to win.
And we'll be back to Eden Park in just a moment after news headlines.
Good afternoon, Deborah Rice from the newsroom. The Prime Minister, Tony Abbott, says he expects to make several appearances with the New South Wales Premier during the state's election campaign. Labor mocked Mr Abbott's low profile during the recent Queensland election campaign, but he says he's looking forward to working with Mike Baird in the lead-up to the poll. Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll be taking personal charge of the investigation into the shooting of leading opposition figure Boris Nemtsov, who was due to lead a large protest march against Russian involvement in Ukraine tomorrow. And the United States says it could open an embassy in Cuba by the beginning of April. ABC News.
And at the WACA, UAE has won the toss and elected to bat first against India. That match due to get underway in 20 minutes' time. But New Zealand getting closer to victory at Eden Park, now 5 for 138. The 21st over just underway, their target 152 as we rejoin Simon Mann and Alan Border.
A day of unrelenting drama, really. It's not going to be a really close finish, but Australia clinging on for a while. 79 for 4 from 78 for 1 New Zealand. At that point, you thought, well, another wicket then. And Australia right back in the match.
Yeah. It was always going to be a tough ask, though. They just haven't batted well enough. It's simple as that. The bowling's been okay. Mitchell Johnson copped a barrage early from Brendan McCullum.
He'll start with a short leg in, bowls to Ronke, who's edging that down into the gully, where it's picked up by Steve Smith, and there's no run. But in Australia's innings, they were at 80 for 1 and then 106 for 9. A remarkable collapse, with Bolt taking 5 for 27. And Torrey took 2 wickets to move to 298 in one-day cricket. Southey took a couple, but Australia were bowling along, really.
Well, it just happened all so quickly. I think there was 55 balls between the second wicket and the 10th wicket.
Yeah, 8 for 26 in the space of 9 overs.
Yeah,
that was the collapse.
I mean, even if it's just grind out a score somehow.
Stark bowls down the leg side. Ronke tries to flick it away, and you heard the words down the leg side, so you know what the result is going to be. Wide, signalled by umpire Illingworth. One more. New Zealand now need 13 to win. The crowd were quite fidgety for a while. At the start they were cheering the sixes, and then they started cheering the singles.
Yes. It's always, it's a big game, isn't it? It's a World Cup. You're playing against Australia. You don't want to get the wobbles on, do you?
No. Well, I think if Australia had won the game from the position they were in, then that would have created a huge doubt in this New Zealand side, and great confidence for Australia. Ronke comes forward and pushes that towards mid-off, and there's no run. It doesn't look as if it's going to happen now. 139 for 5. I'm sure games have been lost from positions like this, but in the whole history of cricket, but not many.
Not many. If it's a grassy green seamer and 150 becomes not a bad track, but this pitch is not a 150 pitch. I think, and the way that the boundaries are and everything, you need to be scoring probably late 200s, at least 300, just the way the pitch is playing and the outfield and the boundaries.
Start to Ronke. Ronke drives in a part of the bat. The ball goes to mid-wicket. Stumps hits them and then rebounds nicely into Stark's path, who bends down and picks up and walks back to his mark. Australia's ground fielding is so athletic and aggressive. It really is an extra string. Not that they've been able to benefit from it much today, but as the tournament goes on, it will help them a lot. They've still got to qualify for the quarterfinals, mind you.
That's not a done deal yet.
No, it's not. They've got 3 points from 3 games if they lose today. They play Afghanistan on Wednesday, which you feel should be fairly straightforward over in Perth. And there's no weather issues in Perth, you feel, either. Normally it's dry over there. Stark goes in and bowls to Ronke, who runs that away on the offside. It's very well stopped by Smith in the gully, and there's no run. Sri Lanka next weekend in Sydney. I'm just thinking.
Yeah, well, you don't want a washed-out game somewhere there that. Well, any of the games now, you've just got to play out. Having lost your first one, you've got to get back on the track. And for instance, if it happened to rain in Perth and you miss out on a point against Afghanistan, well, that will be a cruel blow.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So, if there were some rain on its way, Sydney or Hobart, Scotland and Hobart.
Definitely.
Stark bowls. Ronke, is he caught behind? His appeal for a catch. He's given out. Well, an excellent delivery from Stark, short and aggressive at the body, and he just couldn't get out of the way of it, and he gloved it through to the keeper. And that's 6 down. Australia, they keep on fighting. 139 for 6, 13 required, 29 overs left, but only 4 wickets left now for New Zealand. Williamson still there on 35.
It's been an inspired spell from Mitchell Stark. He's bowled fast, he's swung the ball, he's kept the batsman under pressure. Even in the onslaught from Brendan McCullum early, he held his nerve, and well, he's kept Australia in it, really. As simple as that. The rest of the bowling has been steady. I thought Pat Cummins has done a good job. Mitchell Johnson copped some stick. But, well, interesting times.
Well, they've created some doubt here, Australia. They just have enough runs to play with. That's the problem for them. He has gone for 6. One scoring shot from Luke Ronke. And now the border is retreating. 4 wickets to win for Australia. New Zealand, they need 13 more runs to win. And in a way, the man you want walking out in this situation is someone with the experience of Daniel Vettori. He is out there at the non-striker's end. Williamson is 35 not out. Well, if they were to nip him out, and there would be some nervous New Zealand supporters around this ground, but not much room for error now for Australia. Well, it hasn't been right from the start. They've just clung on. Now here is Cummins. Maxwell is out of the attack. Goes in, bowls to Williamson. That's a poor ball. It's on leg stump. It's clipped away by Williamson. It's going towards the deep backward square leg boundary. It won't be 4. Vittoria's not the quickest. He'll struggle to come back for 3 here. They have to settle for 2. Well, not the ball that was required there as far as Australia are concerned. It was a full ball on leg stump. Didn't take full toll because he only clipped it for 2. 141 for 6. And Vic Marks is here, with New Zealand needing 11 to win.
It's a good time to turn up, really.
It is. Well, Victor's been here all day. But, I should point that out. Here is Cummins bowling to Williamson, who opens the face, runs this down towards third man. 1 more run. It's 10 to win. Once it gets under 10, surely, isn't it? Surely it's not going to be a dramatic Australian fight back stroke victory from here.
You wouldn't have thought so, although we watched Vettori down in Dunedin play against the Scots when the Kiwis lost a lot of wickets against less threatening bowling than this, and he played some pretty airy shots just to get them over the line.
Stark has taken 4 for 27 from 8 overs, and now Vettori on strike. 2 slips, the gully in and a short leg. Cummins goes away from us and bowls to Vettori. Short delivery outside the off stump, flying through, but quite wide. In fact, wide is called. Make that 9 to win. Vettori,
what was
glasses at the age
doing?
of 36.
He took a huge step to the offside almost before that ball was bowled. It was a poor ball. Maybe he was just anticipating the bouncer. I don't know.
Nine to win. 143 for 6. Short game,
but a good one.
Yeah, very good one. It's been gladiatorial out there today. Here goes Cummins, short, pulled away by Vettori. Swivel pull or help round the corner. They've gone for 1. Is he going to come back for the second? Yes, he is. Throws on its way. It's one of the bigger boundaries down there. Johnson had to run round to get it onto his left arm to throw it back. That's right, it's Stark down there. It was Johnson, actually. I'm not sure they would have come back for 2, because Johnson has got a magnificent arm. Stark, good arm, but not really threatening Vettori, who really is not the quickest between the wickets. You have to be careful when you're running with him.
He's got to bowl full, Cummins.
7 to win. Cummins goes in. Bowls to Vettori. Vettori comes to the offside and tries to flick this off his hip down towards the deep backward square leg boundary, and is so close to being bowled around his pads.
I mean, the reason I say he's got to bowl full is that Vettori is premeditating for a short ball. In everything he does, he's taking an enormous step away to the offside and getting in position to pull. That almost went over the top of middle and leg, I'd say. I think he's got a gamble on going full.
Yeah, it went over the top of the stumps. Cummins, what's this game got in store for us? He bowls a full toss and Vittoria's caught him mid-on. He's hit it straight to mid-on, and now it's 7 down. Australia will not be beaten here. Not yet. They take another wicket. Well, it was clipped straight to Warner. Comfortable catch. And Vittoria's on his way. Kane Williamson at the other end must be quite frustrated with his colleagues. He's 38 not out. He just needs a little more support, and New Zealand will win this game.
Well, the notion of just sort of playing for the bloke at the other end has long since disappeared. Williamson is just standing there, a bit like Shenwari the other day, and wondering what the devil's going on at the other end. Vittori, supposedly the dependable Vittori, was moving all over the crease against Cummins. I thought he should pitch it up, but not quite that full. It was a full toss. Vittori hit it quite well, but his balance is all over the place, and he's hit it in the air straight to mid-on. So the equation is this: 6 to tie. He'd have got good odds on a tie a while ago. 6 to tie, 7 to win, 3 wickets left. One more ball in this over left, which Milne is going to face. Now, I don't think Milne is the best batsman in the world, nor the best number 9 in the world.
Well, he's playing the biggest game of his life. And he's coming in one of those tricky situations. OK, it's only 7 to win. It could be 20 or 30 to win. Much tougher. Cummins goes in, bowls to Milne, and Milne drives and misses. Well, he was looking for glory there through extra cover, and he so nearly nicked that through to Haddin. It's the end of the over. The wickets keep falling, and Australia just about to stay in the game. It will need something absolutely remarkable for them to win it. 7 to win, 3 wickets left. But the way the game has gone today, you wouldn't necessarily put that past them.
Suddenly, if you're in the Kiwi camp, you want to make sure that Kane Williamson is on strike, because the rest look to be very fragile, and they're darting around all over the place. I mean, first ball from Milne, he's got Williamson up the other end. It's Fullish in length, and he goes for an expansive cover drive. But pressure and the occasion, there are 50,000 still here. No one's gone home early, and they're all sort of preparing to celebrate, but they can't quite do it just yet. In outfield, he's given Williamson 1. Anywhere he wants, he can take 1.
Does he take the single?
We'll wait and see.
No, do you think he should?
I'm not so sure. I think I might stick.
Here is Stark looking for his 5th wicket, bowls to Williamson, who blocks it back down the pitch, and Stark comes across and picks up off his own bowling, and there's no run. Commentary on India against the United Arab Emirates will follow. You can listen online now in the UK and Australia via the BBC and ABC websites. The UAE have won the toss, and they are batting first.
Well done them. So I think it's a bit of a soft option to put a big side in like that.
New Zealand listeners will be only focusing on this game. Here is Stark bowling to Williamson, who pushes up towards mid-off, and he does take the single. Well, he's obviously got confidence in Milne. The crowd like that as well. That's one more chalked off. And if Milne had a sense of drama and theatre here, he would bunt Stark back over his head for 6 and say thanks very much, we'll have the points, and walk off.
More timid listeners in New Zealand can, of course, follow the Perth game if you're more comfortable doing that. It's a little bit uncomfortable at the moment. Now then, Milne has been given responsibility. It's an expression of confidence by Williamson. He looks very young suddenly, Milne. He's having a chat with his senior partner. Taking guard. Clark will take his time now. He's quite close to Milne there. He's juggling his field. There's a couple slips. There's a gully. There's a forward short leg. There's a backward short leg. There'll be a 3rd slip in a minute, I suspect, because Clark's going back into that cordon. And another counsel between the batsmen. What do you say? Well, I think what you say is just watch that ball.
So everyone's inside the circle. 6 to win. There's no fine leg, there's no 3rd man, there's no deep cover or deep mid-wicket. He's got 3 slips of gully, a leg slip and a short leg. And Stark goes in, bowls to Milne. He's bowled him! Milne is bowled, full delivery. Had a drive at it and missed it. It's 6 to win and 2 wickets left. And Stark, he's not giving up. He's got 5. Bolt took 5 earlier. And what a remarkable game this is. Knocking back middle and leg.
That's a brilliant ball. It's a Yorker, it's a fast Yorker delivered from a huge height by Stark. Once again, Milne's playing quite an extravagant shot. He saw it in his half and he missed it. It was too quick. It was a beautiful Yorker length ball. And he has gone. And Williamson is wondering about the wisdom probably of taking that single. Here comes Tim Southey. Well, he's a better hitter than a blocker. This is an incredible fight back. Triggered by Stark, who's been outstanding throughout. Brilliant Yorker. The equation has changed slightly. 5 to tie, 6 to win, 2 wickets left. And if you're interested, about, is it 22 overs left?
Well, no, it's more than that. It's 27 and a half overs.
Oh, right,
left.
sorry, I can't do myself.
Australia bowled out in 32.2. We're in the 23rd over of this New Zealand innings.
This is quite interesting. He's always thinking Clark. He's got 3 slips and a gully, but he's also got a fly slip, sort of almost the third man behind the slip cordon for the top edge.
Here's Stark looking for his 6th wicket. Goes in, bowls to Southey's bowled him! He has bowled him. He's on a hat-trick for the 2nd time. And New Zealand, what is happening to them? They are crumbling here. 1 wicket left, 6 to win. Could Mitchell Stark turn into Australia's match winner? It is the most dramatic finish here at Eden Park. And Trent Bolt, who thought his wickets had won the game for New Zealand, has to walk out and win the game for them with the bat.
Well, it's fantastic bowling once again from Stark. The perfect Yorker. If you think about it, if you're Southey, that's what you should be expecting. He played again quite a loose shot at it, but it's very hard to hit those Yorkers first ball if you're primarily a bowler. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant bowling from Stark. And you can almost hear the silence at Eden Park. This is an astonishing turnaround. And a brilliant spell from Stark. He's now got 6 for 28. He's got 2 balls still in this over. Trent Bolt. How could he cannot possibly have thought he was going to have to bat today after getting those 5 wickets earlier on. Michael Clarke, he's going to take his time. He's run all the way down to Mitchell Stark. He's going to have a chat. The slips are in place. Bolt must know. He's a left arm. He must know what's coming. It's going to be the Yorker, surely. Unless there's a double bluff going on. It's got to be the Yorker. It's been so effective. 2 brilliant Yorkers in a row on a hat-trick. A hat-trick wins the game for Australia.
They were 131 for 4. They're now 146 for 9. 6 needed. Australia 1 ball away. New Zealand 1 hit away. Who's it going to be? Mitchell Stark. Running in from the far end to bowl to Trent Bolt on a hat-trick, and Bolt defends it back up the offside of the pitch, or just half a thought of a single there. Just a bit too close to Mitchell Johnson at mid-off, and Bolt kept it out. Well, he's kept out the hat-trick ball, but there's still an awful lot of work to do. There's 1 ball left in the over, and then Kane Williamson will be on strike, and he's on 39.
If you're Australia, I think you just toy with them and give them the opportunity to take a single. He's pushing, actually Smith is waving his arms. He's not the captain anymore, but he's suggesting, hang on, Clark's now going to adjust the field. He might as well push those guys in the ring back. Just invite the single, take it if you like. I'm sure they won't take it.
Well, what he's done here, one thing he has done, Clark, which I think is quite clever, is he's got his fine leg very fine for one that, say, goes off the inside edge and scuffs away for 4.
He's got a third man too who's very fine. He's almost behind the line of third slip. He's brought Warner into forward short leg. He's sending a couple guys out to the boundary. He certainly doesn't want a boundary this ball, because that will leave Williamson in a very comfortable, or relatively comfortable position. What's he going to bowl Stark?
Well, this has been an incredible World Cup match here at Eden Park. The crowd Well, they're collectively biting their fingernails. They're willing New Zealand to score these 6 runs. Australia need 1 wicket. 1 ball left in the over. Stark goes into bowl to Trent Boult. It's very wide. Oh, I thought for a moment the umpire was going to signal wide. I'm not sure New Zealand necessarily wanted that, because they want Williamson back on strike. It's 146 for 9. We've had 23 overs. There are 27 overs available to New Zealand here. They need 6 more to win. They have got 1 wicket left, but they have got 1 ace left, and that is Kane Williamson. He's 39 not out. What does he do, Vic? Does he try and win this? I mean, you can't have everyone outside the circle like you could in the... Remember the old days? You could have everyone around the boundary. You know, try and hit that for 4 or 6.
Well, he'll have a slit, no doubt. Get Williamson out is the simplest solution, but he'll also have his ring fielders at the start of the over on the edge of the ring. He'll also take his time, Michael Clarke. I don't think, if you're Williamson, that you take a single at the beginning of this over. I think you've got to protect Boult. Yeah. He tried that policy in the last over. Second ball, he took a single, but subsequently Milne and Southey both yorked quite brilliantly.
Stark's taken 6 for 28 from 9 overs. Here's Cummings. 6 needed. Goes into Boult to Williamson, gives himself some room, hits this out towards the long on boundary, and it's over, and New Zealand have won. What about that from Kane Williamson? Cool as you like. He stepped to the leg side and he bunted Cummings over long on, and New Zealand have got there just thanks to Kane Williamson. He's won it with a 6. A brilliant game, and they're standing up and cheering all around Eden Park. They thought they'd lost it, but they've got a hero in Kane Williamson right at the end.
Well, just for a minute, I thought there might be a few here who felt shortchanged by a short game. I don't think so anymore. What a way to finish it. What a man. Kane Williamson, the only cool Kiwi out here, I think. He gave himself room. It was full in length, sort of in the slot. And, well, he knows the geography of Eden Park. It's short, straight, and that's where he hit it. It skimmed. The players are shaking hands. This is a minor epic. It probably won't actually determine what happens later on in this tournament. Both these teams will qualify. But in its own right, this is another epic game of cricket. Fantastic bowling by Mitchell Starc to get Australia back in the game. The Aussies, you know, it was amazing to see them reduced to 104, 106 for 9 and then bowled out. But they've got a lot out of this game despite that batting collapse now. So I don't think there are going to be so many scars as we thought at halfway.
Let's go down to Brian Waddle. He's on the outfield.
Yes, Kane Williamson has been in to take his pads off. That's taking it down to the wire, isn't it?
Yeah. Geez, I mean, the ball swung late all game, and when it got down to the tail, the way Starc was bowling, it was going to be tough to even chase a total like that. And for Boulty to defend those 2 balls to give us the chance to win it was fantastic. And what an unbelievable crowd to have a game like that in front of.
Was that last shot premeditated, or was it in the slot?
Oh, I was going to try and hit a boundary somewhere. The way they were bowling, we obviously didn't want to leave it too long, so it was nice that it's connected out of the middle.
You took that single and that put the bowlers on strike. Did you worry that might not have been a good idea at the time?
Well, we had, was it 3 wickets left? I sort of thought, you know, every run really counted, especially with 3 wickets in the hut. But, you know, Starc's bowling was outstanding, and I guess we're just thankful Boulty has a great eye and managed to keep a couple out. But there was world-class bowling by both left-armers today.
Trent Boult, wonderful performance. I mean, he had 5 for 1 at one stage in his second spell.
Yeah, he's outstanding. Both those 2 up front were brilliant. Tim had a very aggressive role, picked up some key wickets as well, and the whole bowling unit worked really well together, much like the last few games. So that was a huge effort against the #1 side in the world.
What's this mean for you in terms of a team win?
Oh, it's massive. You know, totals like that are often a bit of a scrap, and if you bowl a team out cheaply, often that means there's something there for the bowlers, which there was. There was swing, and so it was tough for players to start it particularly. So look, tournament cricket, you know, you just need to try and get across the line, and today is as close as you probably get, but great to get the win.
They started, they had 36 off the first 3 overs. It wasn't looking promising at that stage, was it?
Oh, yeah, look, they came out really hard, which we expected them to, and we certainly back our bowlers, and we chipped away, and wickets stemmed the flow and ultimately put them under a bit of pressure, which was very, very good for us to keep them to a total that obviously if we batted well or reasonably well, we'd chase down, and certainly
ruined
wasn't
my
easy,
bloody
but,
coffee.
like I say, it was nice to get across the line, and against a very, very good side.
What was the atmosphere like today?
Incredible. I mean, we were at Westpac last week, and obviously the crowd was a bit smaller. Fantastic noise, fantastic crowd, but pretty tough to beat. A full house at Eden Park. Huge support, which was outstanding, and it was nice to get across the line for them, really, to see their enthusiasm and excitement after that was brilliant.
Nice to hit the winning runs. Well done. Congratulations. Go and enjoy the win.
Thanks, Walt.
Kane Williamson there, and we're trying to find an Australian to talk to, and I might also try and grab hold of Trent Boult if I get an opportunity. Looking around for Boult at the moment if he's here. He might be here somewhere hiding. So Trent Boult. Trent Boult here. Pad still on. Kane Williamson says it's just as well you've got a good eye. You kept out those last 2.
Oh, yeah, it was pretty crucial, I guess, in the end. But, I quickly got out there. My heart was racing a million miles an hour, but Kane kind of brought me back to earth pretty quickly. And, made the job pretty simple. Last those 2 balls and then see what happens.
Was that the tightest you've been in batting?
Oh, 100%, mate. Up in the dugout there watching that, I've not been so nervous in my whole career. So, sure I'll be better for it, but it was a hell of an experience.
What about the shot that won the game? 6 from Kane Williamson.
Yeah, no, it was lovely, mate. I guess to give him that opportunity to do something like that, it's been pretty cool. But I had full faith in Kane because he's a hell of a player.
Capped off a good game, man of the match for you, 5 for your best bowling figures. You must be pretty wrapped with that.
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked just personally, but a performance on the full squad. It was something we knew we had to bring in. Led by Dan there with the bowling attack as well as Timmy, and then finished off with everyone having a bat, which was a bit niggly, but it's the way it goes.
Yeah. Well, when they had 36 off the first 3 overs, you must have been a little bit concerned out there with the ball.
Yeah, no, it did start off with a bit of a hiss and a roar, but for us to pull it back like it did, like I said, Dan really led that and managed to pull them back really nicely, and it allowed our strike bowlers to come back and try to do the job, and that's the way it worked today.
Yeah, I suppose Dan Vettori doesn't get the credit he deserved because at that stage he was tight. Again, 2 for 40 off his 10.
Yeah, exactly, with probably 15 or so of those off the last over. So, no, he did a sterling job, and he's been doing it for the last 15 or so years. So, no, credit to him.
The cheers for Brendan McCullum. What a great day for the guys. Congratulations on your performance.
Yeah, thank you very much, Watts.
Right. And I think Jim has got Michael Clarke now.
Well, Michael Clarke, what happened today? It was an extraordinary finish, but the batting was a bit of a concern, was it not?
Yeah, our batting was extremely poor. I think credit needs to go to New Zealand the way they bowled. I thought they swung the ball really well, but our shot selection wasn't great. So I think both teams' batting wasn't as good as you would have liked to have seen. I was obviously extremely impressed with Mitchell Starc. I thought he was outstanding. He was the standout player for me today from the Australian team, and I thought the New Zealand fast bowlers bowled really well.
So were you underdone in some way? You haven't played for 2 weeks. What was it that contributed to the poor batting?
No, I don't think so. I think, like I said, credit to the bowlers. They bowled really well, and our shot selection was very poor. Not much else apart from that. I thought it was a good wicket. I think the groundsmen here at Eden Park have done a fantastic job. The wicket had good pace and bounce, and it swung, and I think that's what you want.
How do you bowl to Brendan McCullum?
I think we probably worked it out a little bit more towards the back end. We mixed our length up a little bit more, but he's in career best form. He's batting beautifully, and he's tough to stop when a player's like that, dangerous and in form. It's a tough one for our bowlers, but credit to them, they found a way.
And what about their innings? When did it get to a point where all of a sudden you thought, well, we can win this?
I think I felt that from the start. I think I said to the boys, I thought we had 3 runs too many. Obviously, once you walk out onto the field, you got to be confident in your attack, and I certainly am. And I think you're seeing the way Mitchell Starc executed today. With the skill certainly there. And whatever total we make, I'm confident that we can defend. But unfortunately, it wasn't the case today, and congratulations to New Zealand.
And what about the atmosphere here? Over 40,000 people in. How did the team respond to that?
Oh, I thought the crowd was fantastic. I think like any home crowd, you want to see your team win, but I think they were respectful of some really good entertaining cricket. So I think it was great, a great atmosphere, and I hope they'll entertain.
There was an edge to the game, but it wasn't a knockout. So does that make you feel a bit better about where you go next?
I don't like losing. I like winning. But, yeah, look, we've obviously got some areas we've got to improve. And fortunately in this tournament, we've got time to improve those areas.
All right. Hope it goes better against Afghanistan.
Thanks, Jim.
Jim Maxwell with Australia's captain Michael Clarke. New Zealand are already celebrating. They've got a trophy in this World Cup. You don't see that happen very often. They're down there in their team huddle. They receive the Chappell Hadley trophy. They don't play each other very often, these two teams, despite the fact they're not very far apart. But they won it. This Chappell Hadley trophy was on the line today, and they've just had their team photograph with it. Can they win the big prize in 3 weeks or so? I'm sure Australia will have plenty to say about that. Some final thoughts, Victor?
Well, I think both these sides could win it. You thought this might be a bit of a body blow to the Australians when they were 104 for 9, 151 all out, and it looked like being a bit of a massacre, but they fought back quite brilliantly through Mitchell Starc, and I think they really did believe in the last, I don't know, 10, 15 overs of the Kiwi innings that they could pull off something astonishing. So I don't think the scars will be too deep with Australia. They've got to think about their batting a little bit. And the Kiwis, almost conversely, will be thinking, well, we should be knocking off these small totals with a little bit more care, a little bit more professionally, not quite so frenetically. But these are two very strong sides, and the reason I think actually, despite all those hitters, the reason they're strong is they've got potent bowlers, terrific left arm bowlers. Bolt in the first innings, Starc fantastic in the second. They've got bowlers who can get wickets, and that's like gold dust in this competition. So they, along with South Africa, who are starting to buzz, look very strong.
OK, well, that's just about it from Eden Park. A short game, but a brilliant game between Australia and New Zealand. Australia all out for 151 in 32.2 overs. At one stage, they lost 8 for 26 from 9 overs. Trent Boult took 5 for 27. In reply, Brendan McCullum came out blazing. He made 50 from 24 balls. They were 78 for 1 at one stage. They were 131 for 4 in the 20th over only, needing 152 to win. Then the collapse. Mitchell Starc got right amongst them. Trent Boult in, last man. He was the hero with the ball. He blocked a couple, and then Kane Williamson dramatically, first ball of the next over, he lifted Pat Cummins back over his head, over long on for 6 to give New Zealand a 1-wicket victory with 26.5 overs to spare. Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast from Eden Park. We've certainly enjoyed bringing it to you. It's been a magnificent game. Let's hope there are many more like this in this competition. But for now, it's goodbye.